Thank you. Parliament is resumed. We still continue with the debate on the second reading of the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024. Does any minister wish to speak on that? Let me give the floor to the Honourable Minister for Women, Children and Family Affairs and MP for Watu first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also make contribution to the 2025 budget tabled by the Minister of Finance and Treasury. The Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Treasury, Cabinet Ministers, Leader of Opposition, Chairman of Public Account, Leader of Independent Group, Members of Parliament. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister of Finance and Treasury and your hard-working Permanent Secretary, plus your team in working hard collaboratively to prepare this budget. Which the Minister of Finance and Treasury has tabled in Parliament, and now we are debating on it. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget theme tabled by the Minister of Finance is accelerating accountability and transformative investments, a pathway towards resilient and sustainable economy. As a Minister of Ministry of Women, Youth, Children and Family Affairs, is supportive with the budget theme and the budget itself. It is the biggest budget ever, and the budget is purposely to build the spirit of growing the economy and rebuilding government's capacity to better adapt and withstand ongoing and future adverse impacts coming from both domestic and external sources. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank hard-working Minister and a working team to have come up with this budget objectives and budget guiding principles, which will not only to increase investments, but diversify transformation in economic growth, but also to improve and strengthen services delivered to women, youth, children, and men as a whole in Solomon Islands. Mr. Speaker, the 4.099 billion 2025 is a very tight budget, and I thank Ministry of Finance to have allocated 17.881 million to Ministry of Women, Youth, Children and Family Affairs, with a recurrent budget of 14.656 million, which has an increase of 2.155 million in comparison to 2023 budget. And with development budget is 3.225 million. And we thank the Minister for increasing of 225,000 to our budget for 2025. Mr. Speaker, the $3 million in development budget is purposely for the 5th Youth and Children Center for Central Province to start constructions of next year, 2025. Mr. Speaker, an increase of 225,000 in development budget is for 3 provinces, to be utilized for temporary special measure in 3 provinces. Say, although $7.881 million is small, it is also the first time we have been given a big budget. We will try our very best with God's blessing in 2025 to support to empower our women in Solomon Islands and reduce violence against women and girls, and continue the work on women in leadership and decision making. Mr. Speaker said, more so, there is also an increase in recent budget, particularly for youth in Solomon Islands. This increase in youth budget is to empowering our 70% of population, the youth. It is utilized through National Youth Congress and down to Provincial Youth Council, which have been established and connecting down towards Youth Council, purposely to empower and touching down to our youth of our nation. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the $3 million allocated for development budget is to build 5th Youth and Children Center in Central Province, like in Temotu, West, Isabel, and Malaita Province. Youth and Children, a youth hub that are currently in construction in these provincial centers. Mr. Speaker say, in 2025, Ministry of Women, Youth, Children and Family Affairs will also work more closely in partnership with faith-based organizations, all churches, in training and funding them so that they can utilize SIG policy and simultaneously to work it with biblical teaching to try and reduce and eliminate violence and all forms of abuse to our children and women and girls so that churches can be able to educate their congregation, their schools, home, parents, families, communities, and country as a whole in order to respect each other and be able to reduce violence. Mr. Speaker say, additionally, we have to also work with everyone pulling expertise from Solomon Islands government ministries, non-government organizations, NGOs, and civil society to work together in achieving youth, children, women, and family affairs legislations and policies to protect our children, women, and youth, so that we can be able to live in harmony and peace, working together and build our nation, Solomon Islands. Mr. Speaker say, on behalf of my people of Temotu constituency, I also want to thank our government for continuous supporting and building our health center, which is my constituency are looking forward to complete by next year. We thank the government for continuing supporting my constituency. Mr. Speaker say, my Ministry of Women, Youth, Children and Family Affairs, we also wish you all God's blessing, anointing during these celebrations of Christmas festival. Christmas greetings and blessings to you, Janet government, opposition group, independent groups, all parliament members in all provinces and assemblies, members of provincial government, and also to my constituency, Vatu, and all children, women, youth, men, boys, and girls in our beloved Solomon Island. With these few remarks, I resume my seat.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Let me for the opportunity to be chairman of Bills and Legislations Committee and member for Parliament for West Area.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity for West Area and me also contribute to the nice chorus sung by colleague members on this very important motion, the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, I'm a very important motion because I'm now motion law country, motion law life of people. And time I'm looking hemi budget. That is how I'm looking. I'm talk about the issues where hemi undecided, hemi sabe contribute, lo budget hemi sabe foresight, focusing now the people bring dollar. But this is the appropriation bill law country, Mr. Speaker. So on that note, let me take the opportunity to join colleagues that they have rightfully thanked the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury, powerful minister and hardworking, for this budget. And thank you for your speech as well, Minister, that helps the people that have listened in to understand the budget, Mr. Speaker. Let me also, at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, thank the chairman, the hardworking chairman of the Public Accounts Committee and Member of Parliament for Central Honiara, waiting members of the committee, the Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker, the Secretariat, and also the Auditor General and the staff, Secretariat to the Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker. So the ministries, particularly, Mr. Speaker, the stakeholders that have appeared before the Public Accounts Committee, we must also like for thank you, Mogata, expertise, located the knowledge, the experience that they have combined it with the scrutiny function, responsibility of the PAC, Mr. Speaker, that outcome hem im tala lukim hem come in this volume before im tala, Mr. Speaker. Me also like for no missing chance for thank you, Mokata. So the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024, hemi as alluded to by earlier speakers, Mr. Speaker, hemi total to 4.832 or round up to almost 5, Mr. Speaker, billion, where hemi again come through the process for by 2025 hemi deliver most needed services to our country and to the people in all corners of this country, Mr. Speaker, where imtala lotiswala honorable house imtala representing Mogata in terms of constituencies, Mr. Speaker. And so, hemi a big selling, Mr. Speaker, a lot of resources there, where hemi inside of this budget 4.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, where hemi by for what the people bring to serve. So, Lotus Falam budget, the Public Accounts Committee has come up with 67 recommendations, and me, like again, thank him, the chairman of the PAC. Okay, recommendations, hemi good, and me like for looking also, Mr. Speaker, hemi come out from the PAC's in Twala, the directors, very technical people of this country, that background, come before the Public Accounts Committee, our colleague members, as well as the other stakeholders with similar experience and background. And so this report, committee report before you tell Mr. Speaker, to me it's not valuable. recommendations hemi for helping him to continue to enhance the process of implementation of the budget, as well as for him looking better outcome for our people, Mr. Speaker. And so him need to recognize the importance of the report, more so the recommendations, and him no leave him hemi task no more. Years past, similar reports have come up from the Public Accounts Committee and all the other parliamentary committees for that matter, Mr. Speaker. And very good outcomes, Lord, yeah? But for really helping him through years after years, as him navigating the services to our people, the outcome where him put him inside law at the budget, that one now meeting that him need for lebit lulu kut lohem focus lohem. So I would love to see that there is this thinking, and maybe by hemi result, Mr. Speaker, maybe through Parliament, a mechanism where the PAC with the ministries or continue for consult, addressing recommendations and other issues in terms of the budget, Mr. Speaker. Make him help him and him help him government where him now driving the implementation and the outcomes, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to resist that point, Mr. Speaker. I see it's very important. We have recommendations, but if they are not taken up, it's just for the purpose of him to come and debate, Mr. Speaker, may think that him missing an important intention of this reporting and scrutiny, Mr. Speaker. So the year's budget where hemi go finish, Mr. Speaker, imtal karem too. Or the minister presenting, former ministers of finance, they were enthusiastic about the budget itself, or believe in it, and imtal debate him here, despite views, opinions. So imtal look forward to for budget here, achieving intended goals, Mr. Speaker. But as alluded to by speakers earlier, Mr. Speaker, imtal karem limitations, imtal karem shortfalls, and him continue year after year, hemi effective now, and we chased outcomes where imtal like hemi low budget and low ministries by imtal, Mr. Speaker. So that is a continuous challenge where imtal facing, Mr. Speaker. My short period in this honorable house, me observe him also. Imtal come waiting mokata annual budget imtal happy lohem. It's in large sums, Mr. Speaker, for him to deliver, but then himself falls short because of reasons where income revenue focus no come as expected, Mr. Speaker, as well as the sources him also affected, Mr. Speaker. Something now, have come up annually. Time appropriation bill have come up, imtal toklo imtal looking happen, Mr. Speaker. And it's something that imtal need for imtal look serious more of him. How now by imtal to him a budget where hemi almost 100% deliver, Mr. Speaker. By me let me touch further. Law time come law at 2-3 ministries where me pick him no more for me highlight him that point. Under those ministries' budget, Mr. Speaker, both recurrent and development budget, Mr. Speaker. But those years, what me observing, Mr. Speaker, is that the budget was excellent. And imtal karem hope law but time for imtal implement him, Mr. Speaker. One fellow where him it is saving the outcome of our budget now, reservation. Time him go him hard now, him to horem now. Some ministries, development budget particularly, no more now, stop lot here. And that is something that Imtol, as Solomon Islanders and most of the honorables in this chamber, Imtol understand him, Mr. Speaker. And those are observations where Hemi Lopas, Mr. Speaker. And again, Hemi take me to this, the success of 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024, the 2025 budget, Mr. Speaker. And para nice. Imtol toklo hem good now. Me herem. And me looking, hemi osem okati yes too. Question hemi stablo minoma, pai im tola. Achievim osem, Mr. Speaker. O pahem osem okati yes past number for the last 6 years, Mr. Speaker. Last 9 years, where me inside law TWELFTH chamber, yes, im tola barawa distracted. Im tola like for deliver, but hem no osem im tola like him, and im tola even promising, Mr. Speaker. And those are the challenges. And so the success of the 2025 budget, Mr. Speaker, Hemi, again, very challenging. And I'm good for him to face him challenges, Mr. Speaker. And time him to as the ministers have, again, with a lot of energy delivery. Budget block at the time of making intervention and of the bar what talk him. Me happy. Me happy for hearing, Mr. Speaker. Only thing where Mr. for him no more for me looking how now by achieving the outcomes. Then budget hemi go ahead for him role inside law years, Mr. Speaker. It is my support to the budget. I will continue to pray as a Christian, Mr. Speaker, that our good Lord, Hemi bless him and our sources, so that what we have envisaged under this budget, we projected under this budget, Hemi come, so that Him deliver government, Hemi deliver to our people, more so the very rural people that we have represented in this honorable chamber, Mr. Speaker. And that is, to me, a point I have in mind for me, Bara Luluklem, and the only thing that me have between, because me sit down like this law here, is me continue to pray that God by him bless him. The ministers, him bless him, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, make him take him the resources, make him internal experience him the same challenges and limitations as we have had in the past years, Mr. Speaker. So that what now me like for say awesome. So again, as already alluded to by speakers before me, Mr. Speaker, the start of Lord TWELFTH budget waiting the deficit of 1.2 billion Hemino Isi, Mr. Speaker. In the past, number deficit Hemi level low, but in the struggle. This one Hemi again increased as the budget has increased, Mr. Speaker, and me just hope that by him to encountering what the problems as in the past, and by government Hemi continue for work him as some of the speakers have already spoken to, Mr. Speaker, that they will secure the necessary funding to cover the budget deficit as him tell here and finish, Mr. Speaker. So lo okata ministries me luluk lahem me happy. Okata ministry must carry budget, must carry resources for okata to work up okata, Mr. Speaker, and implement him. This economy imtal totoklohem hembara rely on that budget, yeah, Mr. Speaker. Other things too, as alluded by earlier speakers, particularly Minister of Environment, Mr. Speaker. But the budget resources not there, Mr. Speaker. On that note, Mr. Speaker, me like for just highlight the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Hemi Ministry bring everyone as a country. Ministry where Hemi now, Hemi Horem economy bring the backbone of our country and economy, Mr. Speaker. And the more resources put him lohem, the better, Mr. Speaker. Me always look awesome. Other techniques of the Minister of Environment, hem to other strategies in place, no matter funding hemi no go up, but by what sa achieving, me try for look strong lohem Speaker. I believe in the resources. Imtal put him go, make him any kind of policies implemented in the commodities of the agriculture sector, Mr. Speaker. And the increase where by 20 million the next year's budget, Mr. Speaker, a welcome one, especially for rural people and rural farmers. This type, Mr. Speaker, as Imtol sabe, rural people para was struggle. Imtol need for connecting mokata. Imtol need for connecting mokata inside implementation of the policy, plantations, cocoa, kava, coconut, pickery, everything, Mr. Speaker, and then for come and sell them, and then export. And me harem some fella could Tok Hemi come out finish about the export, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, we need to export. What Imtola prepare for him, Mr. Speaker, Imtola need for Imtola export him. And so, me like for Tokosem, and Lord, this Ministry of Agriculture, 20 million, yeah. I for one, Mr. Speaker, thank you, Finance Minister, but you should put him up more. Make him barako reaching the 70% of our rural people, Imtola and so policy him barako tachimote or BC. At the moment, he minim 20 million by hemicolo at the main sector, but by still no kasimna every people blimtal. So, me like for just flag that, Mr. Speaker, we need collective participation, especially in agriculture, Mr. Speaker, where every people blimtal okata sabe finish, and policy for hemi just redirecting okata, Mr. Speaker, and provide the necessities for them to start realizing their livelihood, Mr. Speaker. So, me like move on law ministry, law health. Me like for again thank him the powerful minister and hardworking as well for him already creating budget blahem. That budget too, Mr. Speaker, them hemi level current increase meaning that no more. Last time im totok lo tiswala ministry lo medicine okay supplies, Mr. Speaker, im tola looking a figure for him lebet go up more, making people blame tola rural areas now, Mr. Speaker, okay the current okay receiving same if at the moment minister him work hard but you go up our referral hospital, Mr. Speaker, hemi okay supplies no nara kasim lomi miko kasim blood no more, and that one hembara big challenge lo dia. Yeah, blood bank no more. Minister me, Mr. Speaker, through you, Mr. Speaker, me tintin. Hemi no easy for kata mansik taking blood lo dia. Suppose relatives o kata siki where by you donate, man o kata relatives run out ya. Lo time of supply. So how now by Imtel ensure that people will continue to receive the services Imtel no alam mo kata time, Mr. Speaker. Mo kata no receiving mo kata blood supply no more. Lo dia himself empty. And all people there, if you go let it pay 10 to 3 months by willing come help donating blood. Minister, you look at that one. They are our people. And if what Imtel have between for him help him and encouraging people to come and donate or give him blood blockata for him step inside the blood bank, Mr. Speaker, me by support him. No matter putting budget for him, I think it's worthwhile a budget, Mr. Speaker, for him to look like him. So clinics. Minusa how supply him go me to check him clinic lo me or still struggle, and so that is why I say budget him no enough. Budget him should really cover, make him cover clinics up and running, and no run out the basic supplies, Mr. Speaker. But I acknowledge and commend the increase in that particular health for our health services, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Infrastructure increased there. Thank you, hardworking Minister. Infrastructure continue to connect whole of Solomon with the infrastructure. Wharf, mifalaman lo solwata, wharf, mifalaman lo land, road, bridges, okat something here, Mr. Speaker. Make him connect him into no connect him some fala no more. It's a whole Solomon Island. At the moment, suppose you look Lopachetia, even in the past, you look only some fala no more connected. Me fala Lobat can Solomon Island, Mr. Speaker. Connect him everyone. But me appreciate him the fact that there is an increase in that need space of the Ministry of Infrastructure Development, Mr. Speaker. Losa Losipin under this fella, sorry, before that, the review of SOE Act make him SIPA hemi start for Luluklo help him government policy, implementing more infrastructure. SOE blame Somaliland Sports Authority. They are doing good, and I commend them for the infrastructure development on the wharf, Mr. Speaker. But if you look more, how can they help with those resources generated and accumulated in the SOE for outlaw at some for rural settings for help out, Mr. Speaker. So if there needs to be a review of the SOE Act to enable that happening, Mr. Speaker, I see at least that is a way forward, Mr. Speaker. In terms of sipping under that ministry, Mr. Speaker, there is a stiff competition now, and this time Christmas by you sabe, kakama. Shipping operators, no sabe take them easy now. The competition come from foreign investors in this industry, shipping, Mr. Speaker. No easy. And the foreigners, Mr. Speaker, as you sabe, they have the resources, they have the funds, they will just go in, kill our local company or indigenous company for that matter, Mr. Speaker. Me like for Minister, you take note of that one. Companies blame Tana, where Okata locals blame to struggle with him. You know, alarm Okata foreigners come kill him Okata, no more. And if you can protect them, prevent that happening by whatever means, Mr. Speaker, I will certainly support that. Because indigenous Solomon Islanders, they are here to stay. They are here to stay. And Imtal must make sure, Imtal tell them what policy. If a policy where even no matter how many go to an extent, Mr. Speaker, that by hemi sound or hemi look discriminatory, why not for indigenous Solomon Islander? Why not for indigenous Solomon Islander, Mr. Speaker? But by him allow no more for competition come and kill him man, or what a billionaire, trillionaire foreigners that come by no easy with him. And that is an experience where hemi already in the industry. I would like to flag that so that Minister hemi take note of him, Mr. Speaker. Police me like for comment the increase in their budget, okata man work hard to months, okata kalem staka issues as a population him continue to grow and urbanization hemi take place, Mr. Speaker, and hemi good for him to continue for recognizing the need inside of that ministry. And we like for commenting hardworking Minister of Ministry of Police, National Security and Correctional Services for moving in that direction, Mr. Speaker. You need more resources, you need more manpower. Let's continue to secure our people and provide a conducive environment that will help investors have comfort to continue to invest in our country, Mr. Speaker. All other ministries, Mr. Speaker, the resources of receiving hemi good. As I, for one, may think that if imtoka resource more, move budget up. But I understand the situation we face. But the challenge now, Mr. Speaker, is our revenue sources, how now by IMTAL maintaining IMTAL enhancing so that Okata continue to produce and provide the resources IMTAL like him, more particularly those that we have budgeted for, Mr. Speaker. And so that is important, sir. Ministry of Rural Development, me like for thank him, Minister, for the support continuously. Hemi kakam lokat constituencies blow you me, Mr. Speaker. That ministry now, hemi as already alluded to, hemi kokota tachima 50 constituency, I mean whole Solomon Island, Mr. Speaker. how him to implement our constituency policies now and work programs, Mr. Speaker, hemi very much dependent on him, but the resources hemi go. This year, Mr. Speaker, I think him to struggle, selling him to for our constituencies, hemi no kakam, everything need. Mr. Speaker, mi va samfala, mi no sabe, maybe mi lo decide na, mi toto kose, mi va decide, maybe if I receive every funded allocation level for that Ministry of Rural Development finish, and you continue for saving people below you, mi va samfala, still wait patiently for him come, make him before save him of it, because that is the function of that ministry, for him saving people through him, Mr. Speaker. And time select him in Okakam, me fella still wait, Mr. Speaker. Some for funding like the education and church grant, some for tech finish, some for me for we waited. Mi fala on for ready no more for fall down go. Mi follow transfer, and I have been following up on that in the more than a month now, and heminoka come so mi no sabe ko for me announcing okata project lo mi when mi makem for putim mekem okata lo mi dia kam tekem and mekem whole solomon aren herem to that me deliver moka church project. Me deliver mokata project under the Ministry of MRD, Mr. Speaker. So I still trust in the words of assurance by the Honourable Minister of Finance that before this year ends, this month end, we will receive those fundings for our people, Mr. Speaker. And then I'm ready for our new budget 2025 budget, Mr. Speaker. So, lo resources hemi kakam lo kata through the ministry, as me already express him thank you lo ministry, thank you lo government for Ministry of Rural Development. Some fella o kata continue for deliver in silence. Some fella ko kolo media take photo announcing lo radio, yeah o kata minsan na minsan ways. Me for some fella, but you hardly hear them West area, lo media, lo radio. But if you follow up, West area deliver. That is why me in for the 410. Yeah. Simple awesome numa. If we deliver on government policy and government budget, no problem. People sabe. And so me fala some fala, no matter me fala go quiet, me fala no make noise. But we are here because we are implementing. We relate to our people. And so kata project here, you no tintin, you no imply lo totok liu that mi fala no sabe deliver. Mi fala no sabe we na selene him go lo MRD. No ma. Awesome, Mr. Speaker. So some fala constituencies blame me him. O kata deliver savan constituency no ma. Sir. Maybe over the struggle with him. That one, hemi matter block at the level. So, in terms of some of our constituency, me congratulate me for too. Time MRT him giving me, other ministries, local government him giving me too. Me congratulate me. Me will wait for that opportunity because time you finish, pa him call nara one ma, nara constituency, nara constituency. If you look at development budget, Mr. Speaker, yeah, okay, project there very, very encouraging. And some fella constituency go ahead for take now. We say, okay, by you take off, make him hemika come lo western arema, Mr. Speaker. If that is the way by you meet to him. But suppose you meet to him lo another way, Mr. Speaker, then by western arema no more now. By him we wait him MRD no more. But from government through other ministries, technical ministries, inside local development budget, no more. Because that's the way things happen lo country blame dollar. Sad to say that, Mr. Speaker, but me observe him and you go through, Mr. Speaker. I encourage all of us to continue for Osemim to say, this is the parliament of the people, this is the budget of the people, the government for the people. Awesome. That's why I appreciate him time about the speech, Prime Minister him giving speech, ministers from shore to shore. From shore to shore of this country, Mr. Speaker. That one him pick me in here and make sure him tell to him understand mo sem. So o kata budget blame tala lo constituency implementation hena mi tok lo hem, Mr. Speaker, and how imtal look forward for coming year 2025 budget. I pray, Mr. Speaker, that all the resources budgeted for by imtal make a miracle this time around, that our good Lord will bless this country. This budget by him fully delivered. By issues we go through past years, in say 2024, by him no encountering 2025. Me like for me wish also Mr. Speaker. So there are new norms. Me start for come up. Me thank him. Those that they have provided lunch. Some for me for lunch lodge, some for me for lunch lodge. I'm good. Me thank you for that one. But my 3 terms, this is my first experience. And I'm very good. I'm very good. A new experience for me in my third term. 3 terms finished, and me just come across him this fella time, law 4 term, and me very happy with him. And me thank him, those that they have provided for me enjoying lunch and me relate also, Mr. Speaker. The thing where me something is me like for flag him no more. We would like to have this country holistically, collectively one. Despite him not a bill blame where Hemi is that before my committee, Mr. Speaker, law federalism, federal state, that's another something. But okata karim okata intentions blocketa imtalna for imtalulu blockets. So that one now me like for flecking, no kote imtal start for imtal to things where Hemi already saw out. So, in terms of what imtal to tumlo here as government leaders, me follow Areka say osem imtal stand up, you hide behind lo mitripia. If they say backside blow you cover, but no more kata look in backside blow imtal no more. If they say head blow you hem no so out, but okay people, everyone. Okay look him. So me follow Areka say you hide behind no more mitripia man. You toko everything to him. Him so out no more. Let us not be in that situation. We pray that God will continue to strengthen us, give us the wisdom, make him to him good for this country, and we continue to unite Solomon Islands in outreach, in whatever to him, in our tenure inside Loyang. So, me like for close or same number. Me happy to much. Me inside of for them opportunity to be here to save this country, for thriving and him to save him. Hey, me blessing. Me always look high on him. Him know something for him to play around him, and him put for him to review. Christmas him come up more by me call him more, but me starting. Let's go into Christmas. Reflect. That this is an opportunity for us, for him to do him something different. Time by me talk bill for my committee, by some interest in something by me sharing because what the wisdom man comes here with me, Mr. Speaker, and that to me value. We drive this country, but it's an opportunity for us to be parliamentarians, so that God by him continue for help him till we are weak. Him till full salt all the time. We are limited because him till no perfect us, but we make sure that into prayer, because into likeness plan. Wait a moment, few remarks, Mr. Speaker. I resume my seat.
Thank you. Let me give the floor now to the Honourable Minister for Police and National Security and MP for Giza Kolobangara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf with people Blumilo Giza and Kolobangara with a sense of duty and resolve to express my unequivocal support for the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024, moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury. At the outset, I extend my congratulations to the Honourable Minister for Finance and Treasury for introducing this critical piece of legislation and acknowledge the tireless effort of his team, the Ministry of National Planning and Development Coordination, and the Ministry of Public Service. Their collaboration across ministries has culminated in the comprehensive budget estimates for the 2025 fiscal year. Additionally, let me thank the Chair and members of Public Accounts Committee for their diligent review and analysis of this year's budget, although me disagree na lo, did delay a little bit lo, 1 or 2 days here, but we currently have the report and then debating this budget, sir. Mr. Speaker, the interdependence between national security and national development cannot be overstated. Security lays the foundation for economic growth, while sustainable development strengthens societal stability. These elements are inseparable, and the 2025 budget embodies this connection. The theme of the 2025 budget, accelerating accountable and transformative investment, a pathway towards a resilient and sustainable economy, is both timely and visionary. It aligns seamlessly with our shared aspiration for a safer, peaceful, and prosperous Solomon Islands. As leaders, we believe that we must recognize that the security and well-being of our people form the foundation of economic stability and growth. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024 is a critical legislative instrument reflecting the government's priority for the year ahead. It places emphasis on security, law and order, which are essential for fostering peace and stability. The proposed allocations aim to rebuild our economy while addressing the aftermath of significant challenges over the past 5 years, including shocks to various development sectors and tests to our security infrastructure. You may not can forget them that one, Mr. Speaker, sir, that for the past 5 years, government Blue Solomon Island have not only faced with difficulties to try for mitigating the challenges of COVID-19, but also facing challenges of mitigating the impact of problems of our own making, especially the riot. This budget calls for collective action and teamwork to rebuild and transform our economy. It adheres to the government's transformational agenda anchored on our 4 foundational pillars: economic transformation, infrastructure development, human capital development, and unity and stability. These focus areas will serve as a springboard for economic recovery and growth, directly benefiting our predominantly rural population and addressing the demands of our youthful majority for quality education, healthcare, and employment opportunities. The budget projects a real GDP growth of 3.8% in 2025, driven by the industry, fishing, business, and service sectors. It is a responsible budget, Mr. Speaker, sir, with clear plans to enhance revenue as alluded to by Minister of Finance and minimize inefficiencies, ensuring fiscal sustainability. Sir, all is not gloomy or sad, or the good friends blow Milo other side try to portray that, oh, budget run deficit. How na ba yung recover? There are major infrastructures or investment lo country blo yumi where yumi look him by him sa offset him some of the cost in the future. Like, for example, investment Latina hydro, by lowering tariff. And so actually past government have been laying foundation in which UB by survey boosting economy blooming, lo addressing na sa economic challenges blooming. We must not be misled, but work hard to ensure that you may deliver the necessary help people blooming of this country need. We all have a part to play in laying the foundation for economic growth in every four corners of this country. And me thankful Minister of Environment make mention of some very simple, basic, yet very important role and responsibility we all 50 members of Parliament can contribute in terms of addressing some of the very important economic challenges, especially low rural areas, below country where 70% of our population lies. So we have a critical role for we play, to contribute to addressing the high inflation and all this. So allow me to highlight some key achievements of the ministry over the past 5 years for forming basis of my certainty and confidence that 2025 Ministry of Police have believed by and deliver na budgeted him by according to it. We have delivered successfully the service that is required of us during our national general election. We elected leaders are evidence of a successful 2024 national general election. Also, we revised national security strategy. So, recognizing the dynamic nature of our security environment, my ministry completed a comprehensive review of the national security strategy. This revised framework will be launched in 2025, advocating a whole-of-government approach to implementation. Also, we delivered National Security Bill policy paper. To strengthen our national security framework, the Ministry of Police developed a policy paper for the proposed National Security Bill. This long overdue legislation will provide a robust legal basis for addressing evolving security challenges. We also deliver police and correctional academic upgrades. The Ministry of Police, National Security and Correctional Services prioritized modernizing the RSIPF and CSSI Academy to offer internationally recognized qualifications. This initiative aims to enhance the standards and professionalism of our disciplined officers. We are also able to deliver capacity building through partnership with donor organizations. Numerous training programs were conducted, equipping officers with essential skills in frontline policing, investigation, tactical operations, and maritime security. More than that, community policing programs have also been delivered, and we will continue to contribute in that program. The RSIPF strengthened partnership with communities to address social issues and foster collaboration. These efforts are critical for maintaining law and order, especially law society like Solomon Island, where you may very needed in terms of our cultural bonding, ties between people living within and in between our communities, community policing, and very important that RSIPF work within community leaders for maintaining law and order. Finally, but not the least, we also, 2024, are able to deliver capability and capacity roadmap. The ministry developed the RSIPF and CSSI capability and capacity plan roadmap 2025 to 2030, focusing on strengthening operational effectiveness, legal framework, and community trust. These are what we have achieved in 2024, whereby informing basis of where budget bringing for 2025 and by addressing. Mr. Speaker, the world is changing rapidly, and so are the challenges we face. The evolving national, regional, and global security landscape demands our unwavering attention and united action. From geopolitical tension to climate-induced disasters and transnational crimes, these issues pose direct threat to our economy and the livelihood of our people. Failing to address these challenges will undermine our development efforts and erode public trust in our institutions. As Minister responsible for the Ministry of Police, National Security and Correctional Services, I am acutely aware of the pivotal role security plays in nation building. The 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024 reflects our government's commitment to enhancing the capability and capacity of the Royal Solomon Islands Police Force and other security institutions. These investments are not optional, Mr. Speaker said. They are imperative. Sir, my ministry has been allocated $404.88 million for 2025, comprising $193.78 million for recurrent expenses, $182.73 million for other charges, and $28.39 million for development project. Mr. Speaker, sir, passing this bill budget for 2025 means supporting recruitment of at least 200 new officers annually to achieve a force of 3,000 within 5 years. Supporting this budget means supporting RSIPF investment in modern equipment, training, and technology to combat emerging threats effectively. Supporting passage of this budget means appreciating the construction and upgrading of police facilities, including major projects such as East Honiara Police Station and the development of Manara. It also means supporting implementation of sustainable energy solutions through solar projects to enhance operational efficiency. Sir, supporting this budget also means to support for critical reforms to ensure RSIPF remains responsive and resilient. Mr. Speaker, passage of this budget also meaning strengthening border security measures to safeguard our sovereignty and prevent illicit activities. So this budget truly and in fact belongs to the people. It is about serving the people from ministry and police perspective. Sir, at this critical time and age, there should be no space for petty politics. I urge members of parliament to rise above partisan interest. The challenge we face transcends politics. They demand a unified and resolute response. Our people are watching. They expect us to act in the best interest, to prioritize their safety and prosperity over petty politics. Supporting the 2025 budget is a testament to our commitment to their well-being and the declaration that we, as leaders, are ready to put the nation first. This budget is more than numbers on a page. It is a promise to our people. It is a pledge to build a resilient, secure, and thriving Solomon Islands. By passing this budget, we affirm our dedication to addressing the pressing needs of our time and preparing for the challenges ahead. This budget belongs to the people as far as Tikopia to Shortland Islands, whether through services of our schools, teacher, or grants Wehemgo Lokata, or clinics. Although challenges, they might be at times run short of medicine, but at all time I know services and provide government and taxi mokata. Police outpost, where our police officers you may stay for serving mokata lokata four corners of our country. Oh, importantly, through Law Rural Constituency Development Program, we are covering enormous many parts of this country. This budget and belongs to the people. Mr. Speaker, let us not falter in our responsibility. Let us unite in purpose and action. I call on all members of this Honourable House to support the 2025 Budget Bill 2024, in doing so to reaffirm our commitment to the people we share. Mr. Speaker, sir, my ministry, on the other hand, acknowledges this committed to address several concerns raised by the Public Accounts Committee, including updating the true cost of policing formula to reflect current operational needs. We are not waiting. We are getting into it and ensure that we address those concerns. Establishing a centralized mechanism for coordinating donor support to align with national security priorities. Exploring effective management of funds allocated for the Western Border Outpost land purchase. Reviewing rehabilitation and reintegration strategy to address the rise in repeat offenders. Reforming the Police Training Academy and addressing gaps in maritime office training, and strengthening minimum entry requirement for police officers to enhance professionalism. Tomorrow I will be given an opportunity for me to speak Losino, and we will definitely promote to ensure that stakatime you may look him for go train as police officers, you may go train them dropouts or kind of say no. Security landscape and challenges you may have changed, and you may also need them very high qualified people for go and train as police officers, because not only that by what frontliners in service delivery, but you may need them out for training in other specialized area too, Mr. Speaker. So despite resource limitation, geographical isolation, and evolving security threats, my ministry remains committed to finding solutions. These include strengthening donor partnership to improve infrastructure and logistic support, leveraging technology to enhance policing and security operation, and enhancing coordination among law enforcement agencies. So we have already planned where now and how now, but we are able for trying very best to addressing area where we will need additional support. Mr. Speaker, passage of the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024 is a critical step towards building a safer, more secure and prosperous Solomon Island. Sir, the 2025 budget is more than just a fiscal plan. It is a declaration of hope, a pledge of action, a testament to our determination to transform Solomon Islands. It represents a government that is ready to lead with purpose, to act decisively, and to prioritize the needs of its people. As we move forward, let us embrace the principles of accountability, inclusivity, and innovation. Let us work together to build the Solomon Islands where every community thrives, where opportunities abound and where the future is brighter for generations to come. I urge all members of this Honourable House to stand united, supporting the passage of 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024. Let us reaffirm our commitment to the people, demonstrate our resolve to overcome challenges, and lay the foundation for a resilient, secure, and prosperous Solomon Island. With these few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of my ministry and my good people of Gizo and Kolobangara constituency, I support the motion and resume my seat.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Let me give the floor first to the Minister for Ruling, MID. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also share a little bit of this fella 25 Appropriation Bill 2024. Sir, before me a little bit talk, first I would like to thank the Minister of Finance, Team Law, Ministry of Finance, also Law, Team Law Planning, Ministry of Planning for putting this budget together, and also other line ministries for working very hard for putting this for 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024. Also, I would like to thank the Honourable Prime Minister and the GNAT government for taking this budget before Parliament. Sir, me just brief namaya mino karam staka something for Talem. I will be very short. First, I will just brief on recommendations that are given to my ministry from the Public Accounts Committee. First, on recommendations 22, Mr. Speaker, pointing out on effective on the procurement processes. I think, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the PAC for bringing out the issues here. That what I'm looking. I would like to say here, Mr. Speaker, our ministry is working very effective on these procurement processes to ensure the transparency and accountability there, Mr. Speaker. So that is the area that ministry have worked on it, especially on MTB, tender processes, and also to CTB. I think what process here have me straightforward, no, Mr. Speaker. But me thanking PAC for raising more issues also. Just like to say here, Mr. Speaker, is there is no political interference on those processes, Mr. Speaker. Sir, recommendation 23, Mr. Speaker, talks about mainly road maintenance, Mr. Speaker. I think I would like to assure the House, Mr. Speaker, ministry, we're working on 36 million for Wakalota Road around Solomon Island, Mr. Speaker. Covers all provinces. Have no big money, Mr. Speaker. Very, very small amount of money. I would like to put an example here, Mr. Speaker, for Imiluluklem. You look at this all a small amount here, awesome, but ministry work hard too much there, Mr. Speaker, for looking how now we may do more projects within Lord provinces, believe by you say, hey, how now? No more. I think if you look good, we are trying our best to see that equality law, every province is blaming him happen, Mr. Speaker. And I think this is what GNAT government have through Ministry of Infrastructure, that province projects must also cover all our provinces, Mr. Speaker. I would give you an example, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the LMCP project, Mr. Speaker. The Land and Maritime Connectivity Project, which is funded by ADB, covers from Honeratang Council to White River, from Henderson to Balasuna, Kirikira Wharf, Tahanga Wharf, Ports Authority, International Ports Authority Wharf, Mr. Speaker, is covered under the LMCP project. It costs 394 million, Mr. Speaker. And if you talk about maintenance, we need such money, Mr. Speaker. This one, asphalt na. If you like rehab and full what, I'm not even needing that money, Mr. Speaker. So that is why you have to be looking at rehab and maintenance are two different things, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. So if you like him that money, resources blame him. He may need him very big resource, Mr. Speaker. So me just like for Talem Minoma, PAC, where some people question him that one, Mr. Speaker, it's just a maintenance, Mr. Speaker. As me say, ministry is working very hard to utilize the 36 million throughout all the provinces. If you look at Kukum Highway to the international airport, it's funded by JICA, asphalt. It cost about 460 million, Mr. Speaker. You see, very big money, and for if you like him, you may have to what? For really rehab lot roads, blame me, we need more money to do it, Mr. Speaker. So at the moment, on our what we have, what our resources that we have, we work on those resources where he may carry. Or say, Mr. Speaker, so that he no talk and complain karageno mo, Mr. Speaker. You must think first time. Yeah. So, sir, me just like for explaining no more that fella issue where I'm raised the maintenance, Mr. Speaker, or the roads blame. At the moment, Mr. Speaker, ministry have worked very hard, yeah? And me fella try best, Mr. Speaker, to see how no I'm utilizing that money for every provinces, Mr. Speaker. So, sir, as me say, me talk about recommendations, no more, me no talk about. If you like, me talk about MID, Mr. Speaker, there are works going on, Mr. Speaker, throughout the country. Yeah, I think Ministry of Infrastructure is continuing to do projects around our country, our provinces. So, me just like for assuring my member West Arare, I think Jinat is looking at doing fair equality projects to all our provinces. Yeah. So by me touching several places back home. Yeah. Sometimes he may focus on Nara province, he may focus on Nara province, also, Mr. Speaker, had for me one time no everyone Lord provinces blaming Mr. Speaker because of limited resources that we have, Mr. Speaker. So me just like for assuring the member, wharfs, road, bridges, several areas by me walk around. Yeah. When we work on other province, then by me shall work on our province. Yeah. There are some provinces blame me, we are funded by our donor partners. So this is good. And I would like to thank our donor partners, Mr. Speaker, that they continue to also fund our projects now what our provinces blame. So this one is a good one. Mr. Speaker, me thank him our donor partners blame me for continuing for support too with him what now allocation budget that ministry hemi gara, Mr. Speaker. So say there is no thinking that he say this province nama project ko nama. I think every province is he continue for putting projects there. Or same, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, some fella if road na no more there, wharf him go up there. Some fella time no more bridge there, some fella bridge in putum there also. Yeah, we try to equal, make things equal for what every province is doing. It's not easy, Mr. Speaker, for you to talk about doing everything at one time for all our 9 provinces, Mr. Speaker. Reflect back no more, Lord, for example, me putum come, Mr. Speaker, you see that's how the budget was, me look him now. Yeah, if you want to do everything one time, I'm not LMCP project there, I'm covering about 394 million for every project there. But you know, it's asphalt, yeah, asphalt there. But what we are doing at the moment, maintenance, no, Mr. Speaker. It's not rehabilitating water roads. We have maintenance, doing no more patching up. Awesome, Mr. Speaker. So we have only 36 million that we continue to work and share it among all our 9 provinces, Mr. Speaker. So say, I think that's all I would like to say here. without taking much time, some of our colleagues here might need to also share something about the budget. But I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, I think the budget good budget. I think Gina, this is our first budget, and I thank Gina government, Mr. Speaker, that me for bringing come this one before the House for the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024. I think you have seen some increase on some of our ministerial budget, Mr. Speaker, and this is how we try for look for helping people blame the country on our line ministries, Mr. Speaker. There are some increases on our budget, Mr. Speaker. So, me happy to have Mr. Speaker, and I think all of us should be supporting this budget, Mr. Speaker. This is a budget for the people. It's not our budget. It is a budget for the people of this country. So it's good that we all support this budget so that we continue to work on saving our people. We are here to save our people, Mr. Speaker. So I think without taking much more time, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to first of all, thank once again the Minister of Finance for getting this budget before the House. I would like to also thank our donor partners, Mr. Speaker, for their budget support. Thank you, Mwata. And also, Mr. Speaker, while we are going towards Christmas, Mr. Speaker, I would like to, on behalf of my people of East Malaita, Mr. Speaker, lebet greeting you, Mr. Speaker, Christmas greeting, Golo you, and also to the clerk and the staff of Parliament, and me like for greeting everyone, Christmas greetings. Time you go back looking what people blame me, at least, yeah. Go back with him something for what I do. No go behind me, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, so I think, Speaker, me wishing me everyone a happy Christmas 2025, whereby me come, give me time to think more on our lives, Mr. Speaker. Time of preparation, a preparation that you look towards the coming King, who I am born. Yeah, it's a time to reflect now, to look at Christ coming, Christ born into our lives. I think this is the main important message I would like to share, Mr. Speaker, that we must look forward for him this Christmas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I support the motion and I resume my seat.
Thank you. Let me give the floor first to the Honourable Minister for Traditional Governance and Institutional Strengthening and MP for North East Wolpanau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the outset, Mr. Speaker, me like for sincerely thanking you for giving me this opportunity for contribute to this important bill, 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024, this honourable chamber. On behalf of Ministry Blomi and also the good people Blomi North East Korakanal constituency. Sir, me like for a moment for expressing sincere thankfulness on behalf of the Ministry, the Traditional Governance, Peace and Legal Affairs, the churches throughout the country. Solomon Islands Christian Association, SICA, SIFCA, the bishops and the pastors, and the praying families across the country who have devoted their time to pray for this government of national unity and transformation, the GNAT government. Speaker said, the prayers, whether the whispering in the quiet of a church sanctuary or offered in the warmth of family gatherings, those prayers have nurtured a spirit of resilience and unity. They have reminded us that we are not alone in our endeavors, but they're a part of a larger tapestry woven together by faith, hope, and love. The impact of their prayers reverberates far beyond their places of worship, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Solomon Islands, for praying for the Prime Minister. Thank you, Solomon Islands, for praying for the Leader of Opposition who is not here at the moment. Thank you for praying for the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee and your team, for bringing this paper here on time. Thank you for scrutinizing this bill, and thank you for praying for the 50 members of this House. Mr. Speaker, I praise heaven for the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding given to the Minister of Finance and the team for crafting a well-defined budget for Solomon Islands. Mr. Speaker, I quote from the Holy Book, because me, Minister Blo, Ecclesiastical Affairs tuya. From the book of Proverbs 29:18, where there is no vision, the people perish. The budgeted vision for 2025 was presented by the Minister of Finance is clear. To foster a government of national unity and transformation that uplifts every citizen of this country, respects our rich traditions, and embraces the teachings that guides our moral compass. Mr. Speaker, I must also acknowledge the chiefs and traditional leaders and the people of my constituency of Northeast Kunanganal, those people holding a significant place in the hearts of our communities. Your wisdom and understanding of our cultural fabric that binds us together is invaluable. Mr. Speaker, you, all of us sitting here this afternoon, all of us were on the mind of the Minister of Finance that day when he imputed the figures in this bill. The budget 2025 is for you. Mr. Speaker, why me talk all same? Because church grant of 267,000 per constituency. When him lo mind blow him that day, and close to 14 million lo budget lo ministry, him go lo you fala. So no discrediting budget here. But you will take him before 31st of December, according to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, as we analyze the economic landscape, we face challenges that demands our resilience. Let me talk about global inflation. Let me talk about climate change. Let me talk about social disparities that have impacted me. Yet, you may remain steadfast in our resolve. President Mandela once said, it always seems impossible until it's done. Our unity may seem challenging amidst diversity. Yet together we can achieve remarkable transformations because this budget will unite us in one purpose. We must remember that our resources are a trust from the Almighty, and we will steward them wisely. Suppose me go back to the Holy Book and me quote the book of Luke 16:10 and say, who can be trusted with very little can be trusted with much. Little is much when heaven is in it. So, church garantia build mo ko the church for you Mr. a little bit. Suppose you go to church every Saturday and Sunday. This budget is enough, according to heaven's plan. Mr. Speaker, the JINAT as a responsible government has unveiled the 25 national budget theme, accelerating accountable and transformative investments, a pathway towards a resilient and sustainable economy. Let me summarize you here, because I've got colleagues who are speaking after me. I may summarize this theme. This theme emphasized the economic transformation through innovative investments and collaboration in partnership with genuine stakeholders, which is relevant to the current circumstances faced by our country, and that is to ensure a speedy and balanced economic recovery for the internal and external shocks emanated from the past economic challenges, example, the COVID-19, example, the April problem when happened, country blowing to Falaya, so that we can increase growth of 3.4% of the economy as CBSI, ADB, and over the world, we'll talk about him. Sir, let me focus on Ministry Blow me now. Ministry of Traditional Governance, Peace and Ecclesiastical Affairs is shifting a policy, strategy, and programmatic paradigm to deliver the JINAT policy. Priorities in its mandate in a timely and a step-by-step manner. Mr. Speaker, the paradigm shift allows my ministry's policies and priorities for him encompassing now the JINAT's 4 key pillars, which is the economic transformation, good governance, national unity, and human capital development. This alignment has accurately appropriating the core reality and mandate within the policy shift. Time of the elevating ministry below, traditional governance from the social sector to the fundamental sector. And this one, me thanking the JINAT government for this elevation. Him now transformation, me will talk about him here. Be strategic. No matter development budget below me him 2.5 million. We can do it. From a caterpillar to a butterfly. This one him also give him specific policy, strategic program and activities because of this elevation to an urgent and practical directional purpose and objective, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a national peace dividend in this country remains highly vulnerable to suddenly. Mr. Speaker, time we talk about him vulnerable to suddenly, what now mean him? Suddenly is a negative tipping point where specific conditions are rife. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, despite investment and capacitization in the last 4.5 decades, the development of this country, a core mystery remains. There is tension at the individual, tension at the family, and tension at the community level. Mr. Speaker, Ministry Blomi, we have a peace reality to resolve. This country needs a functional peace dividend to certify development across the country. When such a situation arises, sometimes it is necessary for you to ask the rarely asked questions. Such is necessary because the frequently asked questions are not teasing out the correct response to the expectations of our citizens. Ministry Blomi was born in the aftermath of a Solomon Islands conflict here. It's 2.5 decades after the fact. Today, this country is deep in the existential time of the 21st century. We have remained deep in the steerage of post-conflict implications. The noise of those implications is a very loud undercurrent, Mr. Speaker. Hence, Mr. Speaker, Solomon Islands remains highly susceptible to special interest and peer pressure to socialize this background for a negative profile. Hence, business as usual endangers both the present and the future. The root of the tension remains exacerbated, entangled, and the reality of a suddenly beckons. In the present trajectory and context of the global crisis, the likelihood of a broken future, Mr. Speaker, is real and inevitable. Let me come to a point of discussion here. Mr. Speaker, the post-conflict resolution of outstanding reconciliation, PAC, reparation, reintegration, claims remain practically impossible because of the physical environment. Transitional justice has therefore been a difficult task for the ministry in this present paradigm. Mr. Speaker, therefore, what now choice below ministry? Why now this budget is a transformational budget? Why now we will support this budget? And how are we going to resolve the issues that have come about by the formation of my ministry? And Mr. Speaker, therefore, is twofold and by me clearing. One, we can continue to be an aftermath ministry and remain reactive. Two, we can become a present math and assert a new momentum and go future. For example, a reactive mode condemns my ministry to an impossible task to realize the 150 billion demand. Even if just 0.001% of the amount, it's physically difficult for him to realize it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the Solomon Islands G-NAT government has shifted now this ministry from the social services sector to the fundamental sector. This shift, Mr. Speaker, is timely and strategic. It imparts a new resolve for a new functional posture, a stance for leveraging a new practical momentum for a national peace dividend. Mr. Speaker, the root of the tension is a prevailing scale dysfunction. The time we talk about a scale dysfunction, what no meaning? A scale dysfunction is a deteriorated individual, family, and community's capacity to change, appropriate, and possess their own development aspirations, Mr. Speaker. Recognizing that and this and the physical environment, my ministry is shifting to a new strategic efficiency and effectiveness C platform. This changes the transformative opportunity to a more deliberate benefactor-beneficiary partnership. The present system, Mr. Speaker, has been assuming a ready-to-partner dynamic exists because of the valid felt needed. The scale dysfunction, however, has ensured and proven that that is not true. Mr. Speaker, moving forward, the ministry is moving to an overarching fundamental sector position, posture, and stance, Mr. Speaker. The MTGPEA is the new context builder. I'm talking transformation here. Suppose you say budget here, I'm not transformative, listen. Mr. Speaker, this creates a new central pivotal point at the production and community level. To break the scale dysfunction, the new context must be a systemic transformation to provide the new meaning. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is the slow partner for all government and donor agency projects. Slow not in terms of the passage of time, but in terms of ensuring that our rural community leaders and their people acquire their transformation in the change process. This ensures that development outputs can on-ramp and transition to a sustainable resilience outcome. This has been the stumbling block until today. 2025 transformational budget for the ministry is reforming by twining and building its programming and giving it a specific location and architecture to transform the context and partnership capacity of our people. Functionality therefore takes prime objective as the prime vital component as a policy achievement to give good soil for peace to be mainstreamed as a daily attitude through the daily experiential living of a people of Blayume. Mr. Speaker, process here, inclusive and inherent socialization process for the tripartite governance. Traditional, classical, and contemporary values, learning, and experience. This ensures that when the MTGPA comes to introduce the traditional governance, land management bill, transitional justice bill, and other vital components, we would have achieved their vital protocols. Thus, Mr. Speaker, this one has meaning that we are killing two birds with one stone. Mr. Speaker, the socialization process, this paradigm shift ensures that the physical budget limits are prioritized towards gaining seed capacity and organic growth as primary. Planting a seed and letting it grow, getting the basics right. Mr. Speaker, questions that are asked by the PAC about the low amount of resources is answered in the comprehensive process of the paradigm shift. This is the most strategically efficient and effective way to gain visible paradigm for a national peace dividend. Identify and be consciousness at each community on a step-by-step basis. Each year, more communities will be added, while those that have gone through the process maintain and sustain the change. So the 2.5 million development budget here, suppose me if I implement this one, which will start next year. Next year's 2026 budget, you will see that we will be asking for a bit more, because the seed that is planted here, it will grow. Mr. Speaker, the opportunity points for accelerating change are numerous, but the fundamental is to address the scale dysfunctions. The way forward fundamentally and practically aligns to the theme of the budget. It is also conscious, we are also conscious of the perilous times that we are in. Includes practical mitigation for such if it happens. Mr. Speaker, this is a paradigm shift. Is a long-term shift. There will be a clear visibility in the present term of the GNAT government, and a peace dividend will become more pronounced as Imtola roll on. The ministry's medium-term development plan will continue to review and consolidate with its successive work plan. We are coming to the end of 2024. So, this is a budget designed for the people of this country. And the Ministry of Traditional Governance is moving on a new transformation agenda for this country to grow, to allow peace for redirection of the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, with all this said, though complicated, I support the bill and I resume my seat.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I'm going to give the floor now to the Minister for Commerce, Industry and Immigration. You have the floor, sir. MP for North Soweto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing the member for Northwest Soweto, Minister for Commerce, Industry, Labour and Immigration. Thank you also to the Minister of Finance for the budget speech and moving of the motion. I would also like to thank the Ministry of National Planning and Development Coordination and all officers who have been tirelessly working on this budget. I think for a new GNAT government, it is very important for putting together a first of its budget, and this is important for us. Sir, me no like for talk long time too much, so me dive into the budget straight now. At the outset, sir, suppose you look at my budget summary of the Ministry of Commerce, you will see that revenue fall from last year to this year from 123.7 million to next year projection is 95.6 million. Actual for 2023 and also below what is currently estimated for this year as well. This, of course, sir, reflects perhaps the caretaker mode of the government as well, and therefore the delay in the review of certain regulations and the fees and so on. So we regret that this year that budget is not as realistic as we would have want to be. But next year our revenue forecast is more realistic of 95.6 million. So if you look into recurrent estimates and ministry, it's an increase from 50.3 million from this year to next year, 66.8 million. Thanks to that increase, this one may reflect increased level of activities and the services rendered by ministry, and in fact, they also reflect some transformative regulatory reforms that the ministry will undertake next year. On the development front, sir, it is a very small increase from 48.9 million this year to 49.19 million next year. This one may be reflecting a very small increase. Maybe perhaps we bear with that because of the tight fiscal position of the government. Of course, sir, it also reflects the absorption capacity to implement within my ministry, and therefore you will see a lot of staff training, need to capacitate the ministry as well to make sure that we absorb more budget to implement, in particular, local development area. And so in this area, development, Mr. Speaker, in the coming years, I would like to see transformative increase, maybe along 2026 or so. This one may be very important to us, Mr. Speaker, so that there may be some significance of SME's contribution to the economy in preparation for the special economic zone that may not able to be debated this year, but maybe next year. Also, increased focus where we like a ministry to put on value and processing, and in particular focusing on export. So we would like to see this budget in the development area to be increased in the coming years after 2025. So. Mr. Speaker, it is an undeniable fact that Solomon Islands may be known for business and investment environment constraint that may sort of a hurdle for business and investment area. And this one, in fact, akin to the growth constraint that the economy and also experiencing, Mr. Speaker. You will find in a lot of World Bank doing business report that you may trail behind regional average, a lot of indicators in doing business. Dealing with a construction permit, for example, you may be behind. Getting just electricity to be connected, you may slow too, a bit, even expensive as well. Getting credit from bank, you may slow. Protecting minority investment, this one, well, but linked to our, unrests too. Sometimes you may just, anything happen no more, you may go and ransack no more, okay, soaps also. This one, I'm not good, I may not repeat it. So a lot of areas you may behind regional average, indicators of doing business. But thanks to the registration system, my ministry in terms of registering company investment, foreign investment, and of course taking license in the Honiara City Council and registration in the NPF, and of course registering for tax payment purposes as well. That one you may better off long here. You may above regional average. And side of paying tax too. Our system may been improved, and we are better off than other regional average. What we need to do in that area is to make sure that our tax is not so burdensome for private businesses. Longo Country Economic Memorandum from the World Bank that I'm just recently, published and released early this year as well, unlocking new sources of growth in 2024. I'm shown too that I am facing a lot of cross-cutting constraints and sectoral challenges, economy, which are constrained to investment and business growth and therefore employment and the growth of our country as a whole. These are business constraints that we as a government must be committed to resolve. Any responsibility from all ministries across government, and we got to make sure that we are committed and seriously implementing various reforms that are planned for our ministry. My ministry, in fact, takes a key role in making sure that business and investors are attracted to our country, and doing business is for businesses along the country. Therefore, we believe that my ministry is taking very serious steps and responsible steps along actions that are needed to be done for Izima doing business along the country. We continue to do a number of reforms, or legislative reforms that will make sure that investment growth may happen in the coming years, and growth happen overall in our economy. Some of these bills and reforms which I've already alluded to in our previous speeches. For example, one is the Special Economic Zone Bill, sir. This one is critically important to our country and to attracting investment in our country. We have to do extra harder. We have to do more before we can attract, better and serious investors into our country. This special economic zone will, offer very lucrative tax incentives. So we are looking at serious investors for coming in under this special economic zone. By targeting in particular export sector, so that the investors are mainly export-driven areas, so that you may, improve our trade balance of payment, foreign reserves, and all that. And also an opportunity. In fact, it will start on where basic infrastructure exists. For example, here around Longwale or Honiara also. But a special economic zone can be located in some of our rural communities or rural areas as well. In this connection, this special economic zone, by attracting investment and investment of money and businesses into rural communities as well. So it is an important bill that we would like to make sure that we pass him next year, Mr. Speaker, and then we start prepare and look at various areas that are suitable for this. And we must prepare to invest in infrastructure in this special economic zone as well. Third, we are also working on a small and medium enterprises bill, which is very important for small and medium enterprises businesses, Mr. Speaker. This one should provide them a regulatory and institutional structure for you supporting other SMEs, not just financial services, but non-financial services, areas where you may always find them lacking along business area, especially small businesses. This bill will make sure that you may properly address in that. Of course, we can actually do some of those things without this bill, but it is very, very important so that you may guarantee this legal structure and provide them institutional structure so that you may support them good or the small and medium enterprises. As well, Mr. Speaker, this Foreign Investment Act, for basically a registration system where accept them or reject them, or it's a gateway for registering foreign investors. But not much of promotional activities outlined for us to do there. Of course, you can no harm for you just go ahead and doing promotional activities as well, which we have actually done that. But important for us to be properly guided by our act and regulations. So an amendment will be done on that area, and our ministry will, boost its resources and capability to make sure that you may do more and work more, so that you may pull them and attract them foreign investors more. So all this will work together. The SEZ, the amendment to the Foreign Investment Act, and of course the Small and Medium Enterprises Bill as well. You will aware, Mr. Speaker, that recently we have signed an agreement for a number of countries that you may open them up visa-free entry into our country. We have to prepare if visitors' arrival may increase, and so therefore reform in this area may happen along the immigration side. In particular, our new border management system with the support of Australia and Papua New Guinea. You be able for getting this system installed already, and our officers are in training to be able to implement and man this system. A system whereby you may effectively manage every point of entry belong you me, so that you may guarantee all these advanced security alert, and also online application of a visa, perhaps process of payment as well. So, I'm easy businesses and traveling public now this solar reform here, and we believe it is not just important for people no more to travel, but it is important for businesses. This is one of the areas that also constraining movement of entrepreneur with this border management system. We believe that by enlightening Malkata. Recently, sir, you would also have known about the fact that apprenticeship program revitalized again along this year in conjunction with SINU, and 100 fala ogata new intake what along SINU long this year, and every year you take 100 also. This one is very important to Masa, sir, to increase the quality of our skilled workforce, and as well as the number then, because even short along this fala area, we will slowly look at other institutions as well to collaborate with them in offering all this training for our apprenticeship alongside trade, sir. Labor mobility is a very important area. It is an area where my colleague Minister of Foreign Affairs and his ministry are responsible for at the moment. But you know, sir, that hear me about labor, and it is my ministry that is responsible for labor. We would like to engage with the Foreign Affairs and with our people who take up this opportunity, so that you may better prepare in Molketa. Better prepare in Molketa in terms of understanding their contracts of work, how they should behave themselves. You may, under the survey that you may carry a lot of scones along Australia. We had a trip this year, sir, along a number of farms along Australia, and what a recruitment agent. They talk highly of our workers. That is very important. What we want to see is you may expanding this scheme, although it may be temporary in nature, as we always say. This is not a permanent solution to our unemployment problem, but it is an important source of earning for families and growth for us as well. And we would like to make sure that whoever you may send him overseas, export commodity, human being, but we would like to have quality people that understands well their work, their contract, and what they should do also. So this is an important area that we would like for work close with them, Foreign Affairs and Australian institutions, so that you may make sure that you may set people that can perform and bring back as well with remittances. So, importantly, SEMA, as you know, a flagship program from the previous government, but it is not for a particular government. It is for our people. This is where a lot of our people engage in. This is where they have their competitive advantage, because we be doing copra and cocoa all the way also. So, a lot of funds that have been given to SEMA, and SEMA slowly increasing trade along him, volume by volume. A number of buying agents, and we also open as well. So we will continue with that in supporting SEMA next year. So it is even more important if we further support SEMA so that and go into processing. That is an aim we also have for SEMA, Mr. Speaker, sir. I could give some data on what we have given SEMA and how SEMA have utilized that to buy copra and export copra. But more information can be sought from either SEMA or my ministry. Downstream processing and value addition, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is very important for us. We must make sure that we move on to this. Even our logging area of forestry sector, maybe a sunset industry emission, better late than never. I think we should move more vigorously in making sure that our people engaged in processing in this area as well. So my ministries, we work with private sector and develop various innovative ways so that we support in processing of some of our commodities. My ministry can be able to source processing equipment for any interested processing small companies or businesses who would like to export also. There is support in my ministry that can help in that area. Recently, Mr. Speaker, you may just become member of UNIDO as well. UNIDO is a United Nations Industry Development Organization of the United Nations. This one is very important to us and offer us industrialization opportunities. The Misawa development of the industrial park and commercial center through technical support, but funds will have to be given in that area so that you may realize a lot of productivity, a lot of manufacturing in that sector. For example, Mr. Speaker, processing cocoa bean, my ministry supports that. Quality cocoa bean. We, together with the Ministry of Agriculture, my ministry also supports that. Also, along chocolate making and processing, we strongly encourage that through support that we also rated. We can also support processing alongside fishing. I think Minister of Environment today may alluded to a lot of fish that they will market. Having good if you may go further into some value addition into this so that you may maintain fish and then able to sell it later on, also, Mr. Speaker. Just to give you some data, sir, low value adding and downstream processing program. Along this year, for example, total proposal received by my ministry is 160 at the value of around 9.5 million. Total proposals that ME approved is 99 at the value of 4.1 million along this year. Total proposals approved the pending Ministry of Finance to countersign ME30 with a value of 1.7 million. So things are moving in my ministry, sir, and we actually support our value adding and downstream processing area. We also support CBSI Business Loan Guarantee Scheme, support to small and medium enterprises. The total valid loan approvals, ME32 at a value of 7.7 million. More funds need to be put into this area. As we say, development budget belum mifala this year or next year, and just this year, and therefore we will not see a major increase in that area. But this is an area where it needs more support, because support to this, support in small and medium enterprises, meaning support to our people. Kira Lavando Cocoa Factory, sir, I'm almost complete, 90% complete. So these are some of the examples of downstream processing that my ministry currently engage in. There are more, but even on garden time for outlining everyone. But it is funding that is limited. We understand that. We'll have to work together with our government and development partners so that leverage them a lot more funding. Loan guarantee scheme with CBSR, as we alluded to, is an important scheme that my ministry doing with our CBSI, and this we managed to support DBSI in financing their loans as well. If DBSI, Mr. Speaker, is giving more funding, maybe some new equity or capital injection into it, I think Sabi doing more for us. Speaker, sir, a new program next year, which exists this year, is e-commerce program. I think this is the way forward for us. When we say e-commerce, it's basically involved with buying and selling online, or transferring data or funds online. These online transactions that are helping me for overcoming logistical difficulties, bringing me transportation challenges that we have. If you go into this area, supporting our smaller businesses and our ordinary people to be able to, source important materials and supplies along here. So this area will engage a consultant to make sure that it become doing piloting a network of entrepreneurs or to become part of this. Lastly, what we like for mentioning no more, sir, work that my ministry is currently doing, it is very important in the challenges that we face in business environment, partnership between government, private sector, development partners, or to come together in a dialogue to make sure that addressing or bottlenecks, regulatory problems that you may have in a business environment. At the moment, we have what we call the Business or Private Sector Advisory Committee, where made up of mainly government ministries and the Chamber of Commerce. What I would like to see, and we have started to work with the World Bank in this area to expand this composition of this advisory committee, to call it probably a public-private business forum, so that you may pull them in our multilateral institutions, maybe World Bank and Asian Development Bank. You may also pull them in our bilateral institutions who have engaged in this area, for example, Australia and New Zealand. World Bank, for example, I'm now publishing too much this ease of doing business report, and I'm outlining what the constraints that you may face him. You may like for sit down face to face with him, okay, now what come lodia, business sector lodia, and government and lodia, then you may talk over what now and how now. You should improve on business environment. These are the constraints or the outlining reports of the business, practical business experiences in become, and government is there. Key government ministries should be there to make sure that you may, correct them, all these, processes that they may hinder to business. You may fight for hearing all the way now, this and that. Now I may constrain my business and growth of same. So, sir, these are some of the activities that we will be doing next year, which is important for our business and our growth generally as well. Finally, sir, we just like to turn to the PSC report. We like to thank him, PSC, in this connection. long hard work long Oketa, members and in particular Chairman for come with very good recommendations for us to look at it and work on. May like to encourage government side as well to take heed of a lot of these recommendations which we can do to improve our work in the ministry. In particular, just maybe 4 recommendations. Excuse me, sir. That any relevant local ministry belong me. Again, recommendation 28. This is downstream processing of forestry where me touching a little bit finish. Very important. Better late than never, we say earlier on. I think it is important for us to support our, our small land-owning groups also to actually go into processing for export now also. The giving of, me looking at giving of Lucas Mill also can just, move us to a certain point. I think we should do more in this area and support landowner or license holder belonging me. Along this floor, maybe a number of colleagues may be involved in this industry, but only a few of them. Me looking that maybe important for our people to engage more long him. The challenges I think with the support of government, I think we can do better by supporting our landowners and license holders to make sure that all the processing tibas bangolketa. On recommendation 42, sir, I think by me reading first time, the committee recommended that the Ministry of Commerce, Industry and Labour Immigration investigate whether withholding tax should be applied to passport printing payments. The committee also urged the ministry to conduct a comparative assessment of local and international printing options, including termination costs of the existing agreement. Tax, yes, any outline long this agreement that by payment here any tax free now gaman babay mo sabi taxing unless you may review or terminating or same and then enter into a new agreement, then we can review that. Local printing, yeah, if you may go that path, then we could look at options of local printing, sir. But you said this one very important identity or document. A lot of leakages no more may happen in country. We have to make sure that we protect them. It's a national identity passport, yeah, and we have to make sure that printed by renowned companies that are that experience for doing. The termination of the contract, I think the agreement was signed in 2015, sir. So it ran for 20 years period. Termination clause, but it would be pretty costly for us as we're looking 5 years compensation of a worth of passports that others should supply and which is also outlined in the agreement has to be compensated for. I think if you may calculate running to 50 million or something or same, so that he may have it terminated. Recommendation 43, Chair, sir, the committee urged the Ministry to provide a more realistic and credible revenue forecast, taking into account the increased demand for passports, the committee strongly advised against budgeting for areas and emphasized the need to address the root causes of issues and so on. That is very important. I think next year will be a more realistic budget for this passport, selling of passport. As we say this year, a little bit inflated due to some assumptions that may not be able to be accomplished. So the root cause of it, sir, is to make sure that printing based on demand and even a little bit more than what is actually been demanded long each year, and to make sure that we provide a budget for it, and then we also make sure that we take in that payment from Ministry of Finance to be able to pay for that. And finally, sir, recommendation 54, very important, cost of electricity, which is very important and dear to the hearts of our business community. This one, very, very important for us to work together in making sure that bringing down tariff here. And the government, Mr. Speaker, sir, is working very hard in making sure that we implement all these programs so that we bring him down tariff. Support to Solomon Power has been done, and that will continue with further support from our development partners and multilateral agent. And I believe that we can go into making sure that private sector should be able to generate their own electricity as well, given the permit or the amendment of the Electricity Act that will come. This one is important for businesses. That's why I'm just raising a point on this particular recommendation, which we support him, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. In conclusion, we just like to thank you again, Minister. We thank our prayerful churches as well for continuing to pray for us and to make sure that we deliver on our work, to make sure that you may work together, putting our country first. When we come into this house, Mr. Speaker, I don't know, but me like for come and make him a contribution too, make a difference in where we start. And I think I've found some areas that we can contribute to in the Ministry of Commerce, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I would like to continue to work in that area and to make sure that investment comes in, business work well, and then you may realizing growth long our country, Mr. Speaker, sir. With that few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motion and resume my seat.
Thank you, Honourable, for. Let me give first to the Minister for Home Affairs. You have the floor first and go Shortlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to contribute. As Minister of Home Affairs and as Member of Parliament for Shortland Islands constituency, I rise to contribute to the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the Minister of Finance for tabling the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024. I also thank the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee for scrutinizing the 2025 budget, especially in compiling the PAC report on the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, for Ministry of Home Affairs, this year has been a challenging year, especially with the 2024 budget performance. This has to be read in line with the challenges with cash flow and the reservation which was enforced. Mr. Speaker, however, my ministry fully utilized its strategic approaches of team dynamism and resource realignment to be able to deliver milestone achievements for this year 2024. Sir, our programs diversifies under various industries, namely non-government organizations, civil registry, gaming and lotteries, Citizenship, Cinematography, Constituency Boundaries Commission, Sports and Recreations, Sports Policy Development, Independence Anniversaries, and Support of Governance of the Local Government, Honora City Council, and the Solomon Islands National Sports Council, NSC. Mr. Speaker, sir, for next year, 2025, my ministry has undertaken its current budget a subvention of grants allocation of $61 million, 14,000 to cater for the sports facilities maintenance, upkeep, utilities, and operations. This budgetary allocation will ensure that our sports facilities are well managed, maintained, and these facilities include the training track, the hockey field, the National Stadium, Aquatic Center, Tennis Center, Friendship Hall, and DC Park water sports. Sir, the following program and activities fall under the budgetary allocation for the following facilities. Number 1, publicity and promotions for increasing physical activity and promoting the use of the new 8 facilities. Number 2, IT and communications for effective operations. Number 3, administration and office expenses, NSC facilities to ensure smooth operation as well as upskill staff and provide for staff welfare. Number 4, governance of NSC. National Federations improves and implementation and establishment of the Sports and Recreation Advisory Committee to guide NSC outreach and cooperation, international liaison, and memberships. Number 5, hosting events to raise the profile of Solomon Islands as a sports tourism destination, ensure ongoing use of the new facilities, and contribute to improving results of athletes in international competitions. Number 6, grants to national federations for administration, governments, international participation, and Team Solomon to compete in the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Number 7, education and training to upskill sports and recreation administrators across the country as clubs, provincial associations, and councils are formed. Coaches upskilled and new generation developed while building a grassroots sports movement. And number 8, establish a coaches association as a peer reference group to upskill coaches from the grassroots to school, provincial to elite level. Mr. Speaker, sir, also for 4 years under our 2025 development budget, my ministry has a budgetary allocation of $12 million. The development of sports infrastructure in the provinces has a budgetary allocation share of $3.5 million. And the NSC has a budgetary allocation of $8.5 million to be utilized for NSC board governance, the NSC operations, hosting of national sports events and national federation, fitness programs, facility audit, equipment of school, and monitoring and evaluation system. Mr. Speaker, sir, my ministry has a recurrent budget allocation of $2,425,673 for the hosting of the National Independence Day year 2025. The hosting the Solomon Islands Independence Anniversary Celebration is an annual event. Coordination and meeting preparation will commence early in April next year, 2025. 2024 achievements. Mr. Speaker, sir, this year, 2024, has been the re-establishment of the workforce needed for the NSC. All the positions of the NSC has been approved and has been advertised by the inline ministry with the Ministry of the Public Service Principles of Open Merit Recruitment. There is also the transfer of 68 Solomon Islands National Institute of Sports from the National Hosting Authority to the Solomon Islands National Sports Council. Took place smoothly with effect from 1st April 2024. And as I speak, the NSC has now 95 staff. Speaker, on governance, I wish to inform this Honourable House that since 2022 to date, the NSC Board has approved 39 policies and updates. Now these policies are effectively guiding the functions and responsibilities of the NSC to ensure there is transparency, accountability and credibility and the compliance with international basic practices. Though my ministry, the NSC has successfully developed and now has a strategic intent, 2023 to 2035, which is aligned to the Solomon Islands National Sports and Recreation Policy 2022 to 2035, and both were approved by Cabinet on July 2024 and April 2022, respectively. Mr. Speaker, sir, one of the milestone achievements of my ministry is the successful review of high performance, which was approved by Cabinet on December 2023, and now NSC is a member of the Association of Sports Performance Centres, the second in the Pacific after Papua New Guinea. Although through my ministry, the NSC continues to effectively enforce the compliance with the NSC Act in ensuring that all national associations of sports in Solomon Islands register annually in the NSC. My ministry also successfully excluded a memorandum of understanding with the Solomon Islands National University covering academic trainings, Olympic Sports Outreach Center, university sports, physical education, internship for students and facilities. The NSC also executed an agreement with the King George VI School, allowing them to use the sports facilities at the sports precincts around the KG 6 area with no charge. Mr. Speaker, on projects consisting with our 2024 work plans and activities, my ministry through the NSC sent 80 coaches and athletes to China for 3 months training in 7 sports, and NSC appointed as a continue to manage 7 coaches currently in Honiara that supported the 7 sports of Team Solomons during the 2023 Pacific Games. The NSC also managed the training coordinated by China in Honiara over 3 months for 104 people, including representatives from sports, schools, SINU, and the provinces. Mr. Speaker, sir, this year, 2024, the NSC supported the national federations to host 12 international events, and they are as follows. 1, the SIF Presidential Cup in Futsal 2024. 2, the OFC Champions League Men's 2024. 3, the Australia versus Solomon Islands Futsal Test 2024. 4, a training camp for 5 Pacific countries in Taekwondo in preparation for the Olympic qualifier 2024. 5, the Oceania Olympic and Paralympic qualifier for Taekwondo 2024. 6, the OFC Women's Championship League 2024. 7, the Hook In for Health Regional Meeting 2024. 8, the World Championships Floorball Qualification for 4 nationals participating 2024. 9, the OFC Women's Futsal National Cup 2024. 10. The Joels Under 17 versus Under 19 Solomon Islands 2 Friendlies 2024. 12. The Oceania Sevens Championships Tournament in December 2024, which just finished last week. And 12. The MSG PM's Cup Soccer Tournament in December 2024, which is currently on in the country now. Mr. Speaker, sir, the above international events hosted in the Solomon Islands this year continue the legacy from hosting the successful 2023 Pacific Games, and it enabled our country to raise its profile internationally, attract international tourists to our shores, and act as a source of revenue stream into our local economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, my ministry, through the NSC.
Sorry to interrupt. Speaker, it is now 4:30 p.m. I seek your consent to move a suspension of Standing Order 10 in accordance with Standing Order 81.
Leave is granted to Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Standing Order 10 be suspended in accordance with Standing Order 81. Permit the continuation of business until adjourned by the Speaker in accordance with Standing Order 10.5.
Honourable members, unless any other member wishes to comment on this motion, I will put a question, and the question is that Standing Order 10 be suspended in accordance with Standing Order 81 to permit the continuation of business until adjourned by the Speaker in accordance with Standing Order 10.5. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Standing Order 10 therefore stands suspended. We may continue the business until adjourned by the Speaker in accordance with Standing Order 10.5. You may continue, sir.
Mr. Speaker, my ministry through the NSC also offer community coaching and associating courses and training over 100 young people in Honiara, Isabel, Choiseul, East Canal, and in Malaita on community coaching and officiating courses. Mr. Speaker, on international meetings, my ministry continues to ensure that the World Anti-Doping Agency and the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization anti-doping compliance are in progress in Solomon Islands. My ministry hosted a successful Pacific Sports Ministers meeting in October 2024 with the Samoan government that approved the proposal for a full-time secretariat to be established in the South Pacific Commission, SPC, or the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, PIFS. The meeting also approved a position paper on governance and autonomy and noted progress on collaboration across the region to improve athletes' results at the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. My ministry is currently working with Sports Integrity Australia on anti-doping and other sports integrity issues, and with the Australian Sports Commission on governance. Mr. Speaker, my ministry continues with its legislative reform programs this year, 2024, and we are working on reviewing the Gaming and Lotteries Act, the Honiara City Council Act, the Cinematography Act, and the Solomon Islands National Sports Council Act. Mr. Speaker, my ministry, in consultation with the Attorney General's chambers, have finalized the Civil Registration Bill 2024 and will reach Parliament first quarter of next year, 2025. Speaker, sir, my ministry is also developing the policy on non-government organizations, and it is one of the priorities of the Government of National Unity and Transformation. Sir, my ministry also successfully hosted this year's Independence Day celebrations in July 2024, which was an annual event, and that was necessary preparations and that all necessary preparations must commence early next year, 2025. Mr. Speaker, sir, my ministry also submitted a cabinet paper, submitted to cabinet the report on the Constituency Boundary Commission report on 2009, and cabinet has already deliberated on it. Speaker, sir, my ministry, through Civil Registration Division, continues to register data and information on vital statistics and events such as births and deaths. 2025 policy priorities. Mr. Speaker, my ministry has been working on the following priorities and will continue with them again next year, 2025 and beyond. Number one, the passage of the Civil Registration Bill 2024 in Parliament. Number two, the development of the policy of non-government organization and thereafter the development of the NGO legislation. Number three, the implementation of the Solomon Islands National Sports and Recreation Policy 2021 to 2035. Emphasize on high performance, develop elite athletes, the restructure of the Solomon Islands National Sports Council. Number four, the development of the provincial sports infrastructure. Number five, the making sure the provincial games, school games and Solomon Games are successfully conducted next year, 2025. Number six, the review of the Solomon Islands National Sports Council Act Cap 166. Number seven, my ministry will ensure that there is fair and just changes to constituency boundaries after considering public and stakeholder feedbacks, upholding democracy principles. Number eight, the Keep Honora Clean initiative must continue, and my ministry, in collaboration with the Honora City Council, must prioritize cleanliness, safety, and livability with an alternative cemetery, regular garbage collection, street cleaning, recycling programs, expanded landfills, investments in parks and green spaces. Number nine, the review of the HCC Act of 1999. Number 10, the review of the Cinematographic Act, Cap 137. Number 11, my ministry must ensure that Cinematographic Censorship Board is given more powers to regulate audio-visual contents, including stricter guidelines through specifications, inspections, collaborations with international agencies to protect national interests and uphold cultural values. Number 12, the review of the Gaming and Lotteries Act, Cap 139, and number 13, the implementation of the Citizenship Act 2018 and its 2019 regulations and fees schedules. Recommendations 50. Mr. Speaker, currently my ministry is reviewing the Gaming and Lotteries Act, Cap 139. The current act is old and outdated, and it does not provide the current circumstances and the technologies of today. The objective of the review is to strengthen and improve the provisions of the current Gaming and Lotteries Act. The review is important for good governance, transparency, and accountability and best practices. The review will ensure that the new Gaming and Lotteries Act is more effective and lotteries will become a source of revenue for funding sports and disabilities. Mr. Speaker, however, while regular audits of the gaming and lotteries license holders to ensure accurate reporting, tax compliance and revenue maximization is important for good governance, transparency, and accountability for best practices. Excuse me. That cannot be done in isolation. Appropriate policies and legislative framework must be developed and strengthened to administer the roles and responsibilities of gaming and lotteries in the country. Mr. Speaker, and this is what my ministry is doing now. Recommendations 51. Mr. Speaker, sir, the ministry acknowledges the recommendations 51 made by the PAC. The ministry supports the need to comply with the Pacific Games Act in relation to the distribution of non-financial assets. Further, the ministry hopes that the remaining assets will be distributed to the Solomon Islands National Sport Council and the National Olympic Committee of Solomon Islands soon. There has been ongoing dialogue between the Ministry of Home Affairs, the NSC, and the National Hosting Authority on the handing over of the Games assets from NHA to NSC. Mr. Speaker, sir, in relation to the recommendation that the NHA accounts and implicitly implicizing the closing down process of NHA be placed with the ministry, this is a decision for the Honourable Prime Minister to make, and in terms of the allocation of duties to Honourable Ministers. The ministry stands ready to serve this function should it be allocated to me by the Honourable Prime Minister. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, for funding other GNAT priority areas this year, 2024, and making funds available for the new year, 2025. With the increase of our 2025 recurrent budget estimate, the remaining of our 2024 development budget baseline for next year, 2025, and also the remaining of our 2024 budget support for next year, my ministry looks forward to the passing and eventual implementation of this 2025 budget as a means to build on the gains for a stable and prosperous Solomon Islands. And on behalf of my ministry and the good people of Solomon Islands, I support the bill and I resume my seat.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We give the floor to Honourable Minister for Forestry and Research and MP for Baguascola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the short opportunity where I'm given to me for me. Just contribute a little bit on this bill presented by the Minister for Finance and Treasury. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I go on to my submission, Mr. Speaker, let me thank again the Minister for tabling this bill before Parliament for debate. Also, I acknowledge work away at the relevant ministries are doing, and not forgetting the Public Accounts Committee for the report produced. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will first of all address the recommendations to my ministry as produced in the report. There are 3 recommendations made by the Public Accounts Committee to the Ministry of Forest and Research. After that, I will go straight into the budget allocation to my ministry and then resume my seat, Mr. Speaker. So, recommendation 27, the committee called for stricter enforcement of existing regulations, particularly the 400-meter contour regulation, and the committee recommends that the ministry be provided with adequate resources to monitor logging operations and ensure compliance. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a very important sector of our ministry, and that is, we have experienced now that there are numerous logging operations that goes above the 400 meters. Of course, if it is with the consent of the Commission of Forest, you are allowed to do so, Mr. Speaker, by way of regulations. But I think that this is a very important concern. As we move forward, we need to need to be careful on this, Mr. Speaker. I think there are good policies behind that. And I stand here, Mr. Speaker, to say that the new forestry bill, which is coming up next year, will address this issue. It will not provide for any logging above the 400 meters. So that's the solution for that, Mr. Speaker, sir. Currently, if you obtain a consent from the commissioner, you can log above 400 meters. With the new Forestry Act coming in, it will totally stop that, Mr. Speaker. So recommendation 27 has been and will be addressed by the new Forestry Act. Recommendation 28, Mr. Speaker, the committee encouraged the ministry to prioritize reforestation and plantation development, both in terms of policy and budgetary allocation. The committee recommends that the ministry support and incentivize local smallholder plantation schemes and develop regulations and incentives in collaboration with the relevant ministries that promote sustainable plantation forestry and attract investment in downstream processing facilities. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm proud to say that my ministry, in collaboration with VATA, that is the Value Added Timber Association, we have engaged in downstreaming. And it is one of the priorities within the GNAT to promote downstream of logs. In other words, convert them into timber. So we have addressed that. And of course, Mr. Speaker, so with the new act coming in, reforestation is stipulated within the act. So I'm hopeful, I'm mindful that, and I'm optimistic that the new act will address reforestation and, of course, encourage downstreaming to our local resource owners, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, recommendation 28, I believe my ministry, with the incoming Forestry Act, will address that concern raised by the Public Accounts Committee. And the final one, Mr. Speaker, the committee also emphasized the urgency of completing the review of the Forestry Act. As I said, Mr. Speaker, sir, some weeks ago, Cabinet has approved or endorsed the review committee to be appointed and also to look at the regulations for the bill. I'm also hopeful that we will table a bill as soon as possible, maybe early next year, in the first quarter, Mr. Speaker. And so it is a big concern for my ministry, and I assure the committee that we will do that as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker. That's the three recommendations to my ministry, Mr. Speaker. And on that juncture, let me thank the committee for those proposals given in the SWORD committee's report, Mr. Speaker, sir. Moving straight to the budget allocation for the 2025 to my ministry, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have been allocated $34.5 million. That includes a budget of recurrent consisting of $23.9 million plus, and the development budget for my ministry, $10.6+ million, Mr. Speaker. For the recurrent budget, sir, we have 6 divisions within the ministry that consist of the corporate services, which attracts $9.7 million plus. Forest Development and Reforestation Division attracts $4.9+ million. Forest Industries and Operation Division, $1.6+ million. National Herbarium and Botanical Gardens Division, $1.5+ million. forest resource management and technical services, $4.6+ million. And then, of course, the last division is the timber utilization division, which attracts more than $1.4 million, Mr. Speaker. On the development budget, Mr. Speaker, we have two streams. The first one is the Sustainable Logging Development Program with an allocation of $5.4+ million. And the other one is the downstream processing with an allocation of $5.2 million. And that's for the development budget, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, under the Sustainable Logging Development Program, we have the forest review and policy regulations, which attracts around $300,000. SIG obligation around $750,000. Forest services, that's monitoring, enforcement, and compliance, $1.7 million. Number 4, RED Plus programs and RED Plus policy review attracts around $200,000. Botanical garden improvement, around $430,000. Relocation of plant specimens from Fiji, around $450,000. Nursery and plant drying shed, a project that attracts $420,000. Preparation of botanical garden protected area, $700,000, and the Forest Research Division, $436,000 as allocated, Mr. Speaker. Also, my ministry is one of the resource sectors which partially funded the 2025 budget, Mr. Speaker, with our export of logs. But currently, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the logs are depleting, and of course the rate or the amount of logs exported is also declining, hence the decline of revenue for the government of the day, Mr. Speaker. That shows, Mr. Speaker, that the forest sector is very vital in providing revenue to sustain our economy. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, let me thank our donor partners. We have various donor partners who are supporting my ministry, bilateral and multilateral assistance to the ministry through various projects. And then, of course, my ministry will continue with other government agencies, other institutions to make sure that policies under the GNAT to manage our forestry is carried out properly with responsible authorities in a sustainable way, Mr. Speaker, sir. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill and I resume my seat.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Let me now give the floor to the Minister for Culture and Tourism, MP for Gela. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So, for granting me the floor to contribute to this important debate on the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024. First and foremost, I extend my sincere gratitude to the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury for his leadership and dedication in tabling this critical bill on the 4th of December 2024. I also extend my gratitude for the insightful reflections on our nation's development journey and the challenges we have faced since achieving independence 46 years ago. Indeed, these reflections remind us of where we have come from and, more importantly, where we are headed. Despite these challenges, Honourable Speaker, sir, it is encouraging to hear that it is not all doom and gloom. The Finance Minister has presented a hopeful outlook for our nation's future. The projections for real GDP growth, 3.8% in 2025, 4.3% in 2026, and 4% in 2027. Gives us reason to be optimistic. This steady recovery is a sign of hope and a call to action for all of us to invest wisely in sectors that can transform and sustain our economy. Honourable Speaker, sir, the theme of this budget, accelerating transformative investment, a pathway towards a resilient and sustainable economy, closely resonates with the government's policy pillars on good governance, economic growth, and service delivery, including national unity and transformation, as well the mission and vision of the tourism sector. Tourism is a transformative industry. It has the potential to diversify our economy, create sustainable livelihoods, and foster inclusive growth. Investing in tourism is investing in our rich cultural heritage, our pristine natural environment, and most importantly, our people. Tourism can be the engine that drives us toward resilience and sustainability, and I will ensure that it must be driven all the way to fruition. It encourages environmental stewardship, cultural preservation, and economic empowerment of local communities. As we seek to reduce our dependency on traditional revenue sources like other sectors, tourism stands as a viable and promising alternative. Honourable Speaker, sir, I want to take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude to the Honourable Finance Minister and the GNAT government for making an unprecedented allocation to the tourism sector in this budget. This marks the largest budget ever allocated to tourism by any government, reflecting a clear confidence and trust in tourism's potential to contribute significantly to our nation's economic development. This increased budget comes at a critical juncture. As revenues from other sectors slow down, the need to develop and unlock new and sustainable sources of growth has never been more urgent. The tourism sector, with its vast potential, is ready to meet this challenge. As the head of the ministry and the industry, I assure this House that these resources will be invested strategically and transparently. We will concentrate on targeted high-impact areas that will spark and ignite growth across the sector. In line with the recommendations of the Public Accounts Committee, our approach will prioritize high-impact projects and ensure that we actively involve local communities, youth entrepreneurs, and women. We recognize that for tourism to succeed, its benefits must be felt by our people in the rural villages, on the islands, and in the urban centers. Through the Culture Division, the Ministry will encourage and develop cultural initiatives such as festivals, museums, heritage sites involving youth and women for visitors seeking authentic experiences, generating income for local communities, artisans, and cultural performances. Honourable Speaker, sir, we are mindful of the challenging fiscal environment of 2025, as highlighted by the Public Accounts Committee report. However, we strongly believe that we must look beyond 2025. By prioritizing investments in sectors like tourism today, we can broaden our tax and revenue base, laying a solid foundation for a more stable and sustainable budget in the years to come. This proactive approach will help us avoid recurring cash flow and budget challenges and secure a brighter future for our nation. Honourable Speaker, sir, our goal is ambitious but achievable. To reach 100,000 visitor arrivals by 2035 and transform the tourism industry into a billion-dollar industry, this vision is not just about numbers. It is about improving standards of living, creating jobs, and positioning the Solomon Islands as the premier tourist destination to our region. To achieve this, we must invest in product development and infrastructure will ensure that visitors experience the best of what Solomon Islands has to offer by enhancing tourist attractions, upgrading accommodations, and improving transportation networks to provide world-class experience that will attract more visitors. Investing in aggressive marketing and promotion will be key in positioning our Solomon Islands as a unique, pristine, and culturally rich destination to international markets. This will help us reach international market effectively. Investing in workforce development is crucial for equipping locals with skills needed to thrive in the industry. Investing in training and capacity building initiatives will empower our people and ensure higher quality service delivery. Investing in focusing on sustainable and inclusive tourism will ensure that tourism growth benefits local communities and preserve our environment and heritage. This aligns with the broader goal of fostering a resilient and sustainable economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, this budget is indeed an investment in our future and our culture, our environment, and our people. With the GNAT government support, we are confident that tourism can drive the transformation needed to build a resilient and sustainable economy. The industry needs to get its basics right in order to transform. Let us work together to turn this vision into reality. Honourable Speaker, sir, as we move forward with the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024, let us embrace the potential of tourism as the transformative force in our economy. Let us commit to a future where our cultural heritage is celebrated, our natural resources are protected, and our communities are empowered through sustainable tourism practices. Together, we can build a resilient and sustainable economy that reflects our values and aspirations. Honourable Speaker, sir, finally, before I take my seat, as we are now in the festive season, I wish to register and extend my heartfelt Christmas greetings to all the leaders, my ministry, my constituency, families and friends. I urge you to celebrate in peace and harmony with the right godly spirit of our Saviour, Jesus Christ. Our economic corridor roads have been prioritized for immediate construction by the CDF and Tulagi Road by the Solomon Island Government SIG. Under the ministry's budget for 2025, there is an allocation of $5 million purposely for Tulagi World War II and heritage sites development and improvement along with solar lightings. It will transform Tulagi into an active tourism hub, as we all know that it is our first capital. In terms of 2025 preparatory work plan and the GELA CDF policy statements and 4-year development plan, a meeting with the churches and chiefs will be held soon for finalizing the plan. I want to thank the Minister of Finance and his team, Chairman of Chairman of Public Accounts Committee, and his team And Honourable Speaker and members of the Parliament, with these few remarks, I support the bill wholeheartedly because it is my first budget and the biggest of all. And I resume my seat.
Thank you. Well, let me give the floor to Honourable MP for SRR and the leader of Independent Group.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and thank you to the Minister for Foreign Affairs for giving me the floor as well. I'd just like to rise to make a contribution in support of this budget that is before us, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd just like to thank the Minister for bringing the budget to Parliament. We all know it's a customary budget. The budget is something that we need to go through every year to ensure government is functional and operational. So we very much welcome the tabling of the budget before Parliament. And as I always like to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, once it is tabled in Parliament, it becomes a parliamentary budget. It becomes the budget of all of us, not just GNUTs, but it's this Parliament's budget for the people as well. Of course, we have to pass it. And that is something that we very much welcome. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would also like to, at this juncture, thank the hardworking chairman of the PAC and his team for diligently working through in scrutinizing the budget. And Mr. Speaker, may I just add that this is my second term. I've never seen recommendations up to 67. So I think that just goes to highlight, Mr. Speaker, sir, the hardworking nature of the chair and his team. I think the most that I saw last time, the last Parliament, was some 32 or such. So I think that is a reflection, if that is an indication of the work that the PAC has put into this particular budget in terms of the scrutiny. But Mr. Speaker, sir, just in terms of our discussions, I think it's always good to remind ourselves of what happened at the last budget as well. 2023, some of us fortunate enough, honored and blessed to be able to make it back to this Parliament. But at the last Parliament, that budget, which was titled You, Me, Together, Moving Solomon Islands Forward, talked about also some very important concepts. There was one I remembered about a great reset. It's an opportunity for a reset. And that was something that I remembered quite vividly throughout the discussions and the statement by the then Minister of Finance, which was very welcome in terms of these kinds of concepts and visions for our nation. But at the same time, that same budget speech also referred to the Pacific Games, Mr. Speaker, sir, as the single largest driver of the country's economic recovery. That was in that speech as well, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think in hindsight, in looking back, I think we would all agree that while there was some moving of the needle, as it were, in terms of the economic recovery, the Games itself was not the single largest driver of the country's economic recovery. Perhaps, in fact, it put us in a bit of a bind and perhaps dug us deeper into a deeper hole, a much more bigger hole, Mr. Speaker, sir. And that was something that we should have known going in, that hosting of these events was always going to be one that had the high risk of becoming a burden instead of a largest driver towards the country's economy and the recovery of our economy out of COVID. So I think I said that in context of couching what we hear here in Parliament. We hear good speeches, good ideas, visions, but at the same time, these are visions and concepts that perhaps through the passage of time, we all get a better reflection of as well. So I think that is what I wanted to say in context of all the good that we've heard already in terms of this budget that's coming out. And of course, it's a given, Mr. Speaker, sir, that no minister will stand up and say this is a bad budget. this is always going to be a positive budget by any government of the day, and that is acceptable, and it is something that we all know is part of the course, as they say, Mr. Speaker, sir. But I think in terms of us and our debate here, it's good to always remind ourselves that these statements that we make here perhaps in the end need to be proved by the actions that we do in the follow-up of these great visions. But further to the report of the PAC, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I mentioned to and alluded to earlier, with its 67 recommendations, that I'm very happy already to hear that a number of ministries have already taken into consideration these recommendations, have already commented on them, which is very, very commendable in terms of the work that they've done already with this is something that we very much appreciate. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I think through you to thank you for the floating budget office as well, and the work that they do in giving budget briefing for us, including us parliamentarians, to go through that helps in terms of analysis of the budget that's been presented. And I would just like to register my appreciation here in terms of that work that you very much have championed through the floating budget office and their production of this fine, very voluminous budget briefing that they have presented to us, with some really good analysis in there as well, Mr. Speaker, sir. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, coming back to the budget that we have before us, there are a lot of interest in the focus that has been given to a number of sectors here. We've just heard the wonderful mention by the Minister for Tourism about the record allocation that's been given to her particular ministry, which gives a sense, the message that perhaps this is the new industry, that Solomon Islands will now look towards providing a way out for us in terms of our economic development and our own sustainable development moving forward, Mr. Speaker, sir. In terms of the economic outlook that's been presented by the Honourable Minister of Finance, you know, it's good to note that there is a projection for increase in the GDP for the next year coming up, and perhaps some revised one for this year that's ending as well. But I think we can all agree that with our population growth rate, we really need to double, at the very minimum, our GDP growth in order to meet the demands of a growing population that always threatens to outstrip any economic growth. So that is something that we need to always keep in mind, that the numbers here, even those that are revised, are quite encouraging in terms of the projections. I do note that there are some inconsistencies between the numbers that are presented here and those that are presented, for example, by the IMF and that. But I think those inconsistencies are not too far apart, although percentage points do add up in the end. What we are very interested in is just the reality in terms of what is the real numbers on the ground when it comes to GDP forecasts for us. Because as we know, Mr. Speaker, sir, and as mentioned, GDP growth is something that we need in terms of providing services for our country going forward. We know that in terms of our population growth, of some reported 2.8 percentage points, that is something that is quite jarring for those that do the calculation, that in a few years' time, perhaps in a decade or so, we could be more populated than Fiji. And that is something that we, as a nation, need to be aware of moving forward. And I'm sure leaders, those of us already here, are already calculating that. What would the nation look like in 10 years' time with a population perhaps going towards 1 million or over 1 million people? What's the youth employment stats going to be like during those years ahead? Where does the country need to be in terms of the services that we need to provide to a growing population, an expecting population? And these are challenges that as leaders, I think, perhaps left sleepless at night sometimes, thinking about. And these are issues that we should be sleepless about, because these are very, very important issues for our nation moving forward. But at the same time, I think it's fair to say that any growth to a country needs to be across sector. So focusing on one sector alone might not be the answer. We, as a small island nation, we all know that our narrow base perhaps is a bit of a hindrance in terms of a wider sectoral approach towards GDP growth. But I think compared to other small islands in the Pacific, we are blessed, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we can be a bit more adventurous in terms of growing and expanding that base more, Mr. Speaker, sir. And that is something that we look forward to hearing more about from this government in terms of the specifics of how this is going to be laid and put forward. Mr. Speaker, sir, just a general observation in terms of the policy and how we put that across to the public. I think it's fair to say that sometimes we put so much on ourselves as government in terms of the language we use. We will increase so. Using words such as increasing, and then fisheries, increasing catches. We are not fisher folk here, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is to be done by the private sector. That is to be done by those that really know how to fish. We will be growing cassava. It's not us who will be growing that. It will be the people who will be doing that. So I think it's important in terms of the messaging we put out that it's all about supporting or enabling, creating a framework through which these things will be allowed and encouraged to flourish, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think it's important for us as governments not to oversell ourselves in terms of what we say, in terms of what we will be doing, because that gives an expectation out there to our people who might perhaps start depending on us. That is fine and well. Indeed, budget is important for any country, but I think it's incumbent upon us to put the right messaging out there. And I keep hearing these things. Even before the PAC, we have very exuberant ministries arriving there that we will do this, we will increase this, you will see an increase there. I think that when people hear that, there is a big expectation. And I think when we're not careful, we set us up for failure and disappointment, because the expectations are so high when we say that. But I think it's important for us to couch our language in terms of what it is we, as policy makers, are here to do. And the budget that we're doing is recurrent, of course, for ongoing operational purposes of our ministries and line ministries, and of course the programs that we also run. But I think in terms of a small nation and least developed country like ours, where a lot seems to be hinged on government delivery, that kind of language, I think, needs to be seen, perhaps adjusted, so that people get the real essence of what it is that government is here to do. We're not here to increase anything. We're here to facilitate, support, enable, create that enabling environment through which these developments will occur. Not by us, but by the people, by the private sector, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I think instead of giving grants, I think it's time we look at the tax issues that we have. Look at the tax breaks that we give. How much of that we are allowed to give, depending on the budget. Because I think for the private sector, that's what they're looking for. Clarity in terms of what is there available for them when they want to do something, when they want to bring in a new boat, when they want to engage in a business. I think the idea of clear guidelines, clear understanding of what tax breaks they would get, I think would be something that they would appreciate rather than handouts for them by a budget, by government. These are just general issues, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I've noted in terms of the debate that we're having here, but the overall process of budget creation that I've been following over the last 2 terms of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, sir. There is also some inconsistencies in the messaging that I see and hear. For example, in the statement by the Minister, talking about a slowing down in terms of construction activities and other business services. But then yet a few paragraphs down, it talks about expected increase, again in the same sectors of infrastructure and business services. I think it's good to ensure that we have a consistent message when we tell our people about what it is we as a government would want to do, and ensure that these kinds of inconsistencies are minimized or perhaps eliminated altogether in terms of the confusion that they might bring to those that are listening to us delivering important statements and debating important issues, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the economic transformation that the GNAT government is looking to perhaps pursue, it is indeed very, very welcoming to see that there are efforts to increase allocations to certain ministries that are traditionally recipients of the larger portion of the pie, but at the same time, there might be need for us to think beyond what we are now seeing here in terms of the budget itself. Mr. Speaker, sir, the idea of a creation of a sovereign fund whereby some of the funds that are created out of our own exports perhaps could be kept in a sovereign wealth fund for a rainy day. Mr. Speaker, sir, something like that perhaps could be a welcome approach, and it forces us, Mr. Speaker, sir, to be more disciplined in our budgeting to ensure that that sovereign wealth fund is getting replenished as it should be, Mr. Speaker, sir. And that is something that we very much welcome. We see that 20 million for agriculture, we welcome that, Mr. Speaker, sir. But what a difference 100 million would do as well. Of course, we know we're working within confines and constraints, but in terms of something that might be more transformational, I think that is something we could do. I am aware that, as I mentioned, some might be coming from tax breaks that the Minister might see fit to award down the line to our businesses, farmers and entities who might want to get involved in agriculture. Those might not be reflected here, Mr. Speaker, sir, but it'll be good to have some idea and indication of already in terms of what those tax breaks might be and what the criteria could be, so that those who want to be involved can easily see what is available for them or what is available at their disposal to access, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think we know that there are other issues that we're mentioning here that I feel are perhaps too detailed for a statement from the government. Shipments of pineapples, fruits, all of that is all and well good. But I think we might be, again, jumping ahead in terms of what it is we're looking to deliver to this country. I think when it comes to those details, it's rather something that can be worked out later. Of course, it's important to highlight these things, but highlighting without individually naming the tonnage that we would be shipping out and all of that, I think is as I mentioned earlier, might be helpful in helping the government have some room to maneuver when it comes to the details that I'm sure will be worked out, Mr. Speaker, sir. But the overall idea about moving towards those fruits and exports along those lines of commodities is welcome. But once again, I think it's important that we manage the expectation of our people when they hear these things said, and then what happens when we perhaps don't live up to it. We face again criticisms from the same people we're trying to help here, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, infrastructure is of course an important part of any country in terms of our own development. Its linkages towards economic development are very clear, and I think for us as a developing, least developed country as well, this will be something that will be with us for some time to come. So we very much welcome the focus that's there on infrastructure, and that is something that we would look to support. Once again, infrastructure across the sectors is very important. We have the aviation, we have the marine, we have the roads and bridges. I think what needs to be done there is improvements or an increase in those sectors across these different sectors as well, and not have one perhaps overpower the other. It's important that we keep these focus on infrastructure on an even keel as well, to ensure that infrastructure throughout is something that is kept on an even balance, regardless of what issue we're looking to provide this support for. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, when it comes to the revenue estimates, here again, we're looking at numbers that look good on paper. Of course, there's a deficit yet again for this budget, perhaps to be expected coming out of last year, that there will be this deficit. It is concerning, Mr. Speaker, sir, and it's raised by the PAC as well. But the idea that we keep on having deficit budgets is something that we need to perhaps seriously curtail, perhaps with other measurements that we need to undertake, measures that we need to undertake, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think it needs to be more clear in terms of where the support for the deficit will be coming from, Mr. Speaker, sir. We understand that it will be from multilateral and bilateral partners. I think going forward, we would be interested to see a bit more specificity about who these partners are, and of course their terms and conditions as well for that particular support to us in filling that gap, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I note that the government has already secured some 870 million of the deficit from the 1.274 billion projected budget deficit. So some 870 million of that has already been secured. We would like to know a bit more detail as to who is one providing the support there in terms of plugging that gap, and of course how we can get more support from the remaining 404 million that once again I see is going to be from donor partners and domestic sources during perhaps next year. These are very important in terms of information that we have and needs to get to our people in terms of who will be doing the support for us and what the conditions might be for that support to come to us, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think when it comes to the cash flow risks that we know is there when we do present these budgets, we understand that we are going through one right now in terms of our current situation. I know colleagues here are still waiting for their CDF. I know that other services are looking for support to fully implement their delivery to the people as well. So there is a cash flow risk that we need to see about next year's budget as well moving forward. And I think it's fair to say that with the deficit that we have, we will have those moving forward, Mr. Speaker, sir. Last year in campaigns, my people asked me, what is 2024 going to be looking like? Are we going to be coming out all glowing? Is the games going to be this savior that it's been preached as? And I tell them, like, no, 2024 is going to be a difficult year. We'll be lucky if we get CDF. That is something that people of East Harare are fully aware of in terms of the challenges we face. That's the reality. People need to hear these realities very clearly from us. When things are tough, we need to tell them that things are tough, Mr. Speaker, sir. In fact, the people of East Harare, if there is a shortfall in our medical supplies, we would be happily giving up our portion of the RCDF so that they can help the medical. That is a key thing for us. We would be happy to give what is left for our portion to help the health sector of Solomon Islands, because we feel that is very, very important, even if just a few dollars. Mr. Speaker, sir, that's the dire straits I feel we're in terms of this hour of the year. We're getting towards the last days now of this year, and we can see that there's going to be some shortfalls, Mr. Speaker, sir. Perhaps we need to do something to be able to ensure that those that need the money the most do get it, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, in moving forward, Mr. Speaker, sir, 2025, I feel, is going to be very similar to 2024 if nothing drastically changes from our trajectory. We'll need to find out who would be available to help us without charging us concessional loans, so-called ones, that are higher than 1%. Even 1% is already quite high. Concessional loans should be 0.00 something. To have 1% as a concessional loan, that's already high. Something around 3% is really, really high. That's a commercial loan, Mr. Speaker, sir, in many parts of the world. So we need to be aware of what is coming before us. Make sure that our decisions we make do not put us in a bind again, Mr. Speaker, sir, and allow us to come out in a faster time, Mr. Speaker, sir. I welcome very much the idea to focus perhaps on value addition of our commodities. Instead of round logs, which we've heard is a renewable resource, let's move to milling. Let's move to all exports has to be milled timber instead of just purely round logs. Start there. I think that might be something that we could look seriously into. That means it's a milling industry that will be starting up, job creation for those that are able to do that with their renewable resource, which is timber. We don't have to look far, Mr. Speaker, sir, to see our own example in Kolobangara, KFPL. I think the chairman of the PAC can say a lot about that. But we have examples that we need to scale up in our own country. That's already worked for decades. I think these are things that we don't have to look too far in order to see and then scale them up, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm also very pleased to hear that the Ministry of Mines is looking to really assess what is coming out of our resources. I'm very, very pleased that he used a lot of hard words in trying to describe some of the scientific level of, I think, the measurement that they're looking to do. Although I still query that he says that will keep us remain in the cutting edge. But I'm not too sure whether we're already in the cutting edge or not. Maybe we're cutting other things, but we need to be cutting edge technology. I think that's where I feel he's wanting to take us. And I would support that, Mr. Speaker, sir, because we know that in our soil, as he himself mentioned, there are some other valuable resources, rare earth elements that he mentioned, Mr. Speaker. So how are we going to find out that what is in the bucket of the excavator has got some rare earth in it? What's the mechanism in place that we can really quantify that so that we get the best value for our landowners as well as the government in terms of returns and that investment into mining sector, which we know, unlike the forestry sector, is not renewable. That is clear. So we welcome these kinds of efforts, and we would look forward to the laws that will be coming before this very House in terms of forestry as well as the mining sector. But I think if we can look towards downstream processing, value addition, I think that is something that we can really benefit from. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you've noticed, but there is this little company that is putting out dried pineapple. Don't have to export them in the containers raw. Let's dry them, dehydrate them, pack them in plastic bags, and then they'll meet perhaps some biosecurity criteria in the places we want to export to, Mr. Speaker, sir. Issues around facilitation of exports is something that we can really focus on, and I see this budget also looks towards that direction. And here, Mr. Speaker, sir, very much applaud the idea of setting up these slaughterhouses again, abattoirs that we see here, 3 of them we're looking to set up. I don't know where, but it's important because we don't have those in the country anymore. I think Mamara used to have them, but now we don't. We very much welcome that this is coming back. We have a fumigation that is now worked on. But once again, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to think that these are issues that we can give to the private sector to do. It's not something that the government needs to be involved in. The government can look at the standards, go and monitor whether these slaughterhouses meet standards, or this fumigation center meets standards. But to have it run by the ministry, Mr. Speaker, sir, is something that perhaps I myself, while I welcome that, I don't think it is workable. I think it's good that we give it out to the private sector to run, and as government, we are the regulators. We come and check and ensure that they are meeting our standards. And I think that's how it's done across the world. I know even in Pacific Island countries, they have that. It's the private sector that do all of that. And it's something that we can work and encouraging our private sector to employ people, invest in that as well, and allow our products to flow. Mr. Speaker, sir, like I always say before I close, Solomon Islands is ripe for exports. I say that because of our low value of our Solomon dollar compared to the major currency for trade, the US dollar. That allows us to produce in Solomon dollar, which should be at a lower cost, but then get our returns in the US dollar. So I think as a country, before we start to see an improvement in our economy and our dollar starts to become a bit more powerful, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are ripe for export. So let's work towards that. Export Solomon Islands, be that be there. Let that be the banner for Solomon Islands. Whatever we do, government should be encouraging exports and value addition exports as much as possible, rather than just raw materials and raw commodities, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I very much support this budget. With those remarks that I just made, look forward to discussing it in the Committee of the Supplies as well, Mr. Speaker, sir. Once again, thank you to the Minister, thank you to Gina for this budget. With those few words, I support the motion and I resume my seat.
Thank you. Let me now give the floor to the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs and External Trade, MP for Central. Good afternoon. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the floor. Mr. Speaker, firstly, I'd like to thank the Member of Parliament for East Choiseul and the Minister for Finance and Treasury for this speech on the 4th of December to Parliament. Also, sir, I'd like to recognize the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, my friend, the member for Central Honiara, and your members of the Public Accounts Committee and those who came to the hearing during the entire PAC committee hearings, particularly the ministries and statutory bodies that came. So, I rise to support the 2025 budget statement delivered by the Minister of Finance and Treasury, and also, sir, to make a few comments on my ministry, and as well, and in concluding, I'll do a little bit of comment on my constituencies in support of our GDP in the country. As stated by the Minister of Finance and Treasury, the government has worked tirelessly to putting together a forward-looking budget based on the theme, building a pathway towards a resilient and sustainable economy, preparing a smooth pathway for the country to graduate out of the LDC status in 2027, Mr. Speaker. Hence, having targeted, transformative, people-centered, income-generating investment, we can construct an economy that is sustainable for the future of our people. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said, and I subscribe to a lot of the sentiment that has been raised, particularly in growing our economy in the country. Mr. Speaker, in developing a diversified, broad-based and resilient economy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and External Trade has taken a more trade and economic orientations to our 2025 work program going into next year. Special attentions will be paid to supporting indigenous private sectors. And we hear loud and clear from the member of East Area and the leader of Independent that this budget must be people-orientated. We are, as government, we just facilitate in terms of legislations and regulations. So special attentions are paid to supporting indigenous private sector, link the private sector and agricultural outgrowers to external markets, work with other ministries to put in place institutional arrangements to ensure quality products are exported. We hope, Mr. Speaker, action taken will empower our people to meaningfully integrate into our national economy, sir. Sir, as we heard about GDP, the 3.1 GDP growth of the economy this year, announced by the Minister of Finance and Treasury in his delivery of the 2025 budget speech, and the focus of the 3.8 GDP growth envisaged for next year means we need to keep up the momentum in unlocking our economic potential, sir. We remain committed as a ministry to do more in this budget, sir. So as you look at our budget, it's a very small budget. We don't even have a development budget for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and External Trade. So apart from our traditional trading partners of Australia and New Zealand, and the UK and the EU through our fish and oil palm, Solomon Islands' biggest trading partner now is China. Mr. Speaker, Asia is one of the fastest growing regions of the world. The government has signed this year more trade biosecurity protocols for Solomon Islands products to enter into the China market, sir. This is a part of a strategy to keep diversifying our economy and fill in the gaps left by logging, which is diminishing. Mr. Speaker, currently we have some protocols that we've signed earlier this year, in June this year. We have signed the unroasted coffee and cocoa beans protocol. We have also signed the SPS protocols for wild aquatic products, and we've also signed a SPS for cultured aquatic products. So all this is geared towards the private sector. It's an initiative for the private sector to export their products. So we are also developing, currently we are working with the chili farmers. As you know, Salt Tuna is exporting chili overseas, and we would like to cut that market by making sure that our farmers support our farmers domestically so that they can grow chili, so that we can sell to the Salt Tuna rather than importing it from overseas. So we are also working with China on concluding a species protocol that also includes chili. Again, sir, these are private sector initiatives for exporters, for our people to grow and export their products. As I will be brief, as others would like to speak to, the reciprocal visa arrangements. We are working with the Ministry of Commerce here to have our reciprocal visa arrangements. This year, as you know, we have signed with China and also Saudi Arabia on the visa reciprocal, two of our visa reciprocal partners. We hope to do a similar one with our closest neighbor, Australia and New Zealand. And this remains in work progress. Mr. Speaker, on the health laboratory accreditation, the focus of our support of my ministry is to keep growing and broadening the economy, in particular the agriculture sector, and we're working closely with the Ministry of Agriculture. On this, we are working with the WTO, the World Trade Organization, and of course our the regional one, the PESA Plus, which has an office, the PPIU, the PESA Plus Implementation Unit in Samoa. So this program is, the PESA Plus trade agreement is good, but we are not benefiting out of it much. And it will come to a close in December 2025, and Australia and New Zealand, in our last meeting, have agreed in principle to continue to fund the PPIU in Samoa, the PESA Plus Implementation Unit in Samoa. But sir, in going forward, we remain committed to work with the Ministry of Health and Medical Services in regards to the public health laboratory. An effort to have the lab fully accredited to facilitate trade. The lab will ensure our exports products remain high quality and meet our partners' biosecurity requirements. The role of the ministry is to coordinate such support, and we welcome the recognition and recommendation of the Parliament's Account Committee to have the matter prioritized. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we must achieve a self-reliant food security status. Growing products we are currently importing, including poultry, of which I am pleased to note the allocation for this is secured in the 2025 budget. growing high-value products like garlic and onion will also reduce our foreign receipts. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that we are working with the Japanese government through our bilateral relations to establish a fisheries research center at SINU, the Solomon Islands National University. Similarly, the budget has made an allocation of 30 million for an agricultural research center as well. This is complement other proposed research center, including the Ocean Research Center by China Ocean University with the Solomon Islands National University. Mr. Speaker, science must always guide policies. Hence, we fully support the investment in the Agriculture Research Center, working also again with the Ministry of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, some of the things that I'm saying is in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. The draft budget has made an allocation to support cassava export. And we are pleased as Ministry of Foreign Affairs to facilitate the ongoing support to Sape Farm. I'm pleased to note that the WTO-funded technology supplied to Sape Farm to process cassava is now working. Let me congratulate Sape Farm on this milestone achievement. They are now making flowers that are exported to New Zealand. So these again are farmer initiatives that we would like to support through the Ministry of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Sape Farm's growing success pulls in cassava outgrowers who will have the opportunity to bring more value to their cassava and have processed cassava exported beyond the domestic market. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and External Trade will closely work with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock on this front again. So under the another private sector initiative we supported this year through regional arrangement is the Cataliro, a local company that has buyers on Makira, Isabel, and Guadalcanal. These are in cocoa, Mr. Speaker. The company has been given a dehydrator for processing cocoa beans. And I'm pleased to say that the company has used the same equipment to process pineapple from Malaita, and Cataliro is also producing chocolate and other products. Let me wish them the best as it continues to grow. So these are little things that makes a lot of difference to our farmers. So instead of like Member for East Arara said, instead of talking big about the budget, little things like this can help our people in exporting their goods to our partners overseas. Mr. Speaker, my ministry has also been working with the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources during the course of the year, and successfully got a note from the European Union to extend fish derogation privileges. This allows fish exported to the EU market to be sourced from non-EU or Solomon Islands flagged vessels. In monetary terms, our export to Europe fish loin is valued around SBD 449,780,566 Solomon dollars, compared to the cane tuna export is about SBD 164,192,5 $572. It's a big difference, sir, in terms of the gains from these two products, the loin and the canned tuna export. Mr. Speaker, I'd like also to mention here the labor mobility. I think there's recommendations here for the labor mobility. So we would like to say that the labor mobility managed by my ministry is going on well. We have appointed a director to the division, and remittance remains a big earner for the country. Last year, 274 million was calculated by the central bank. We have target of mobilizing 3,000 people per annum to go to Australia and New Zealand. So far this year alone, we have 2,700, or 91% of our target of the 3,000 per annum. Our overall goal is to get 16,000 people or workers working abroad by 2027, sir. Looking back into history, since 2008 to 2024, more than 16,000 workers have participated in the labor mobility scheme. Currently, we have 7,800 on the work-ready pool after processing applications, and those that meet the criteria and conditions for the employment abroad. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and External Trade, in partnership with Australia, we have more 100 caregivers domestically trained with Australian qualifications, are now waiting for opportunities to work in Australia. A number of caregivers will be departing this month. 8 left last month, and training was done in consultation with the Ministry of Education. The public accounts recommendation 14 to 16, let me make some brief comments on the public accounts report and recommendations to my ministry, sir. The ministry supports the public accounts recommendations to implement the reintegration strategy for returning workers next year. I can confirm it is on our work plan for 2025, and we accept the proposal and the spirit of the recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the second recommendation is for my ministry to work with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of National Planning and Aid Coordination to work with partners to bring in support to close the deficit gap. This is a commitment we will do at our level to achieve in our dialogue with our partners. So we will be working with the Ministry of Finance and Planning in making sure that our partners bring in the support for our budget. The third recommendation is for the ministry to prioritize the accreditation of National Public Health Lab. We will keep coordinating with the Ministry of Health to enhance the capability and capacity of this National Public Health Laboratory. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 events. I am pleased to inform the House, Mr. Speaker, that the country's Solomon Islands will be hosting a number of meetings next year in 2025. And I hear loud and clear what the member for East Araria and leader for Independence say. Mr. Speaker, it says that the challenges are on our budget, sir. Like the South Pacific Games, sir, it will probably put a hole in our budget. The events next year, sir, is that the first one is the Honiara Summit on the Sustainable Development Goal 14.4. This is in line with the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources and the Ministry of the Prime Minister's Office and the Ministry of Planning to host the Honiara Summit on SDG 14.4 to take stock of our fish in the country. So this is leading to the Ocean Conference, which will be held in Nice in France in June 2025. We are also hosting, Solomon is also hosting the Pacific Island Forum Leaders meeting in September 2025, sir. This will be a big event that brings in the members of the foreign countries, Pacific Island Forum countries into our shores, sir. Also, sir, next year we'll be hosting the Pacific Labor Mobility Annual Meeting in November 2025. Again, we'll bring all the partners of the labor mobility to our shores, sir. Again, these are meetings and conferences that we are hosting requires budget, and I hope we can put on a good meeting for our people to show to the rest of the region that we are capable of hosting such big events in our country, sir. It may not be a financial, bring in financial benefit, but the benefit of it is through our bilateral and multilateral relationships and our diplomatic relationship with this country, sir. Mr. Speaker, on diplomatic missions abroad. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we have, I think, 11 missions, I think. In PNG, we will continue to engage more with our Melanesian brothers in our bilateral and diplomatic engagement with Papua New Guinea. Hopefully, we can bring more investments from Papua New Guinea to our shores as well. I have appointed the current High Commissioner to continue with the work for another 3 years. So in Fiji, I have reappointed the current High Commissioner to be our High Commissioner in Fiji for the next 3 years. So as you know, the former Prime Minister of Fiji has allocated some land for us in Suva. And so I have no budget in the development budget, but we are planning to put a fence around the land that has been allocated to us so that we can build our embassy in Suva, like the one that we built in Canberra and the one that we built in Port Moresby, sir. So this will be another mission that we will be engaging in building our embassy in Suva, sir. Maybe during next year, I will be asking for a supplementary under the development budget. And the Minister of Finance, you come and so that we can start having a building concept for our mission in Suva as our mission, sir. Mr. Speaker, we also have other missions in India, the new one, and the latest one, as you know, is the one in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget struggle, I can tell you, all these missions are struggling, sir. Because of the currency difference, Solomons dollar and low. For example, the mission in Brussels, euro is very strong. Our mission is in New York. You know, the US dollar is very strong compared to our Solomon dollars. And our officials are working hard. They are professionals, diplomats, struggling to represent our country with very little budget that they have. This year at the United Nations General Assembly, 6 ministers went to New York. And our officials are struggling to make sure that that their presentations are made before their meetings. with the very little budget that we have, sir. So, Mr. Sorrel, what diplomats blame me. We send them there, we expect them to perform, and it's like tying their hands, one hand no matter what with him, because of the budget constraints that we have, sir. Compared to other diplomatic countries here, they are doing well. But in any way, my ministry continue to work hard for this country and its people, representing us abroad and overseas, sir. Sir, in closing, we like a little bit talk more about the constituency blooming in support to the assisting our GDP growth, sir. My constituency, Central Government constituency, continue to support the people in our country here through the mining sector, through the energy sector, agriculture sector, as well as the forestry sector, sir. On Sunday, I went to Gold Ridge and they presented a focus for the next 19, 20 years, and the focus is very encouraging, sir. The landowners will be making a decision. What about a creative or big hole or some Pangunal or Middle Island, losing their land, rendering it Banasa grow anything like that. But this is a choice that we have to make. There are 2 new sites, new deposits, very big. Government will be receiving, the focus will be, government will be receiving millions in US dollars. That is something that we have to toss between how we keep him land or let him mine him or. But the mining bill has to come, sir, so that them safeguard him now, or the landowners. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the new shareholder, a bigger shareholder is coming this week, and they'll be meeting with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Mines, and myself, sir, about a SOMIFALNA presentation, Bogota. And, sir, it is something that by me country me benefit land. Tin Hydro remains another target for our energy sector. Also, Gold Ridge is building a 12 megawatt hydro, sir. Right, lo land bang fala lo bush on top na. Also, sir, we participate in the cocoa and the palm oil. So these are some of the sectors that the Central Government constituency is participating in assisting with the GDP growth of country, blame, sir. So me like for go back to the challenge that the East Area and leader for independent parliament, that the challenges of resources, blame. Challenges of resources. Logging is declining, fisheries is there, tourism is a new sector that is coming up, but we need to do more. So people blame me, what now? What is there for us? I like put over a quote where the late President Kennedy in Talim Laimi him say, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country, sir. He stresses the fact to inspire children and adults to see the importance of civic actions and public service. I'm not this one call up, sir. So as your foreign minister, as well as the member for Central Goraknal, where a lot of development happened, me call me too. Yeah. We see the importance of civic action and public service to our people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Me like for Sianoma family, may I take this opportunity to wish all of you, the whole 50 members of Parliament, your families and your people of constituency, a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Let me first give the floor to the Minister for Education and then the Public Service.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing the member for South Choiseul to contribute towards this motion on the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024. I won't be taking too long. I will be brief on my presentation as I support this motion. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I would like to also thank and congratulate the Minister for Finance and Treasury for bringing this budget before us in this floor of Parliament. And also, I would like to extend my acknowledgement and appreciation to the work that the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee and his team for bringing this very comprehensive report, as Member Blow East Arahan Talent, 67 for our recommendation. Man, very powerful this one. So thank you, my powerful Minister, Chair Member for Central Honiara and the Chairman for Public Accounts Committee and your team for bringing this report. Law, you may law here, Parliament, where you may debate. Also, me like for acknowledging too the hardworking PSS with their teams. Look at our various ministries, believe me, we're putting together our budget, where I have now before you me, this for the House. This is to be debated now. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me just quickly look at under my ministry, the Ministry of Education and Human Resource Development. I think I must say that my ministry is very lucky to become given the biggest share of the budget, which is about 26% of the budget have come from the Ministry of Education. And I would like to thank this Honourable House and also the Minister for Finance to recognize and the importance of education. And that shows that education is the lifeblood of our country. We need human capital development, and the recognition is shown inside of this for a budget. And as a minister responsible for education, I am so grateful and thank you for recognizing my ministry and for the ongoing support of this for a bigger share of the cake. And looking at the budget, the total allocation was given to MED was about 1.31 billion. In the appropriated fund for this 2025 budget, which is the appropriated funds have made up of two categories, and that's the development budget, we have made up of 67.6 million, and the recurrent, which have made the total up to 1.2 billion, which our ministry receives about 41.8 million in donor support funds for a combined total of 64.9 million. And that's made up the total of our allocation to 1.31 billion. And as a minister, I would like to continue to thank you, the government, or the GNET government, to recognize the importance of education, to educate our children, our people, so that they can become prepared and work ready to go out into our field, so that others go and work on a lot of some things where you may talk about the various ministries below you may country below me. Mr. Speaker, the GNET government, and I like to also contribute that this budget we have before you, it's a responsible budget. Yeah, it's a budget where I'm reflecting the true realities we have facing our country. In terms of the ministry, I would like to thank once again the budget team with the Ministry of Finance and Treasury through their minister for looks having and factoring now our new teacher and classification salary for our teachers for next year 2025. And Ministry Blomi, the teachers have not only increased with him appear lo budget Blomi Fagalo MERD, which is about 67 million increase. We have covering our new teachers' salary structure, and also going to take them onto COLA and other contract payments, which made up of 67 million. So on that note, I would like to thank the ministry, and this action shows that GNAT, as the responsible government, is committed to see that our teachers are properly remunerated. All right, it is a long overdue thing where our teachers have been coming through, but this year GNAT has recognized through the implementation of the Education Act 2023 can allow ministry to work and work on this teacher's salary structure and the classification. So that is what can reflect in our budget. And there is only slight increase in our development budget of about 700,000, Mr. Speaker, and then go towards education infrastructure program. All right, I've done that for last 700,000. Mr. Speaker, maybe just a little bit brief normal law implementation of Education Act 2023, where, as according to the Gazette law notice issued by the Office of the Prime Minister and Cabinet, we have declared to commence the Education Act 2023 as of January 1st, 2020, this year, 2024. My ministry has started to roll out the implementation of the Act. All right? And during that commencement, the Education Transitional Regulation 2024 have also commenced the beginning of this year. And also, the Education Funding Code is also being rolled out. Also, we note that the Education Regulation 2024 has been completed and will be sent to AG, ready to be voting, so that it's waiting sometimes this week, and will also be rolled out or perhaps come before the Cabinet to pass it through. The following policies framework has also been introduced, Mr. Speaker. These are the learning framework and secondary education certificate schemes, the administrative instructions, policy directive issues by the PS, and which including administrative instruction number 6, which are covering teachers and leaders, administrative instruction 5, which are covering the early childhood education, the administrative instruction 4, covering the schools, the administrative instruction 3, which covers the school boards and school committees, the administrative instruction 2, which covers the education providers, and the administrative instruction 1, which covers the provincial education coordination. Mr. Speaker, my ministry, during rolling out the beginning of this year, have continued to circulating or communicating this rollout through various medias, including radio, and also him rolling out all education stakeholders, including education providers, school teachers, and school leaders. Also this year, socialization and capacity building, Bloodisfala Education Act 2023, and subordinate documents framework has also been conducted through training workshops which held along the following education providers and provincial government and the executive and municipal authorities. Los Honduras City Council executive and education providers ordered doing socialization on 3rd to 6th September 2024 this year. For Guadalcanal province, the socialization him done through local provincial executives, including education providers, education officers, and school teachers, which they conducted from 10 to 13 of September 2024. For Malaita province, the rollout him done 8 to 11th of October 2024. In Makira, the socialization have already been done 22 to 24 of October this year, and also all been come doing to Central Province number 22 to 24 of October as well. Right? These were the key stakeholders where we are targeted for this year. For next year, we will continue to socialize the Act to Choiseul Province, Western Province, and others where still yet for us to cover, including Renbel, Isabel, and Temotu Province. So socialization will go for every provinces so that Ogata familiarizing with the level of this fella act. Mr. Speaker, reports have already been compiled by the MED group where to go around for doing this socialization. Look at the province that work it done, and awareness, capacity training, provincial executive also indicating that the awareness is very important. It's very important and informative, and the workshop is well received by all participants during this socialization. Mr. Speaker, let me just focus under the parliamentary PAC or the ministry will be 2 recommendations only. All right, and my ministry, together with the PS and the senior management team, we are very happy that we accept those recommendations. Actually, those recommendations are part of our program. All right, the one is the committee would recommend MED to lead in developing the Solomon Island tertiary and skills to ensure that alignment between scholarships award and labor market. Yeah. This recommendation was within the scope of our policy as the Government of National Unity and Transformation policy statement under my ministry. And actually, Mr. Speaker, this is not a new thing. My ministry, together with SATESA, they always conduct a labor market survey every 2 years, and to see where now or the skills gap. Yeah, look at ministries and other line, maybe private sector and other sectors as well. So this is an ongoing thing, and thanking PAC for identifying that work that needs to be continued and thoroughly being done. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the CITESA Act is also being revised under our priority 100-day policy program, which we streamline the functions of qualifications authority so that CITESA or scholarship unit should become standalone and will deal with itself so that HEMS improve capacity block while they are working in doing drafting on the scholarship programs and tertiary. And also, Mr. Speaker, my ministry also work on the tertiary loan students scheme, and we hope that once works have been done, we should bring it forward, come to cabinet, and then should become through so that we can implement the student loan. And we hope this by him supporting 2 side law scholarship for all the PNM Limigo School. Also, Mr. Speaker, our new TWELFTH policy is being developed, all right, jointly by the MED and SATESA officers with the intent that we develop a TWELFTH bill to oversee the growth and the development of TWELFTH sector in the country. At the moment, the bill is now being put by and then worked on, and we hopefully once it gets done and then prepared, we will bring it to the cabinet, and hopefully we can bring it to this floor of parliament for us to pass. So that allow me to have this TWELFTH program where Baham also supporting grow our skill works, especially in area of vocational education. Mr. Speaker, the second recommendation is the committee also advocate for the increased funding for ECE, TVET, and teacher training, which my ministry is at its part of its program, and we are working with relevant stakeholders to ensure that skills development programs are aligned with the regulatory requirements, particularly in sectors facing critical skill shortages. So my ministry, with the SMT and the PS, we are so thankful that it's been put forward to us, and it's also as part of our GNET policy, whereby we roll him out or enroll in greater enrollment in TVET education and increase the pool of skilled and job-ready workforce. All right, that's the anticipation. My ministry also, under its education strategy framework, 2016 to 2030, under the National Education Plan 2022 to 2026, outlines very clearly how this program will access, because our framework is we want to provide a quality education that captures very well in these recommendations. For that, Mr. Speaker, as for the 2025 fiscal year, there is a scope, we are scoping to revisit these two recommendations, and I'm happy to inform this House that relevant work will be done with our stakeholders to address these recommendations. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to just inform this House. I think you hadn't finished the leakage of national exam. Right? So we like bring comes so that you may well inform what always continue to happen every year. And my ministry is on top of it, and we are trying our very best to make sure that leakages it's a zero. Yeah, no can happen. But this year, there's rumors going around, and we just like to inform the House that despite measures that MED has put in place to control leakages, stealing and cheating by students of national exam administered in year 9, 11, 12, students prior to date, students are supposed to sit exam papers. And then in my ministry, we also include cameras mounted inside the print shops, right? Those engaged in printing exams paper. And we have tight security checks. And every exam papers and every schools, they have coding, all right, of the exam papers, so that each school, there are a total of 3 schools but they were reported to have leaked the paper. Example, year 12 and year 11 SIC science paper was leaked. I think I'm not heard him law. You may read him law, social media, what things him. Immediately after the leak, my ministry, the PS have put him out, tasked him, the manager for National Examination and Assessment Division, and his teams, they conduct an investigation, determine the allegation. The investigation report, we have provided compiling evidence of signed teachers and 2 principals of 2 schools of the misconduct. They exposed the examination papers to few students. The principal of one of the secondary school investigated, admitted and confirmed exposing the year 12 exam papers. A history, a geography and economic paper was also exposed to 4 students, 3 of whom were his relatives. Secondary school teachers investigated, found the principal and science teachers had colluded and admitted the year 11 science examination paper to the son of a school principal. Mr. Speaker, my ministry has taken a swift action and has now suspended the 2 principals and a science teacher because of this exposing the exam papers to those students. All right? And because of that, they have now been suspended, and my ministry has given them 28 days from the date of the letter sent to them to respond to the misconduct and to sanction. So, and appropriate action has also been taken against the students who were involved in the theft or leakage of specific exam papers. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to put this to the floor of the Parliament that yes, there are allegations of leakages. My ministry has investigated it, and we have responded to it. We have suspended those involved, and appropriate measures has been taken to the students who have involved in this. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude my debate on this speech, and I'd like to once again thank the government of GNAT for recognizing the Ministry of Education for this huge budget. And I must say, together with my ministry and the workers, that we will work harder enough to make sure that our policies are implemented accordingly as to what our action plans are. Right. Also on this note, Mr. Speaker, let me take the opportunity to thank our donor partners for their ongoing support in supporting education. Although we have this budget, the appropriate budget, there are other unappropriated funds where other donor partners have supported my ministry in areas of infrastructure, teaching and learning, curriculum, these areas. So I'd like to take this time to thank them and to also wish them well, and looking forward for an ongoing work and support from them going forward 2025 and onward. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you once again for allowing the member for South Choiseul to take this time to talk, and I support the motion and I beg mercy.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Let me give the floor now to the Honourable Minister of Public Service and MP for Renal and Bellona.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity for contribute in support of this budget, the 2025 budget presented by the Minister of Finance. Speaker, sir, I'd like to also acknowledge the Ministry and Minister of Planning, Ministry of Public Service for working together for put this budget together and present it here. This is essentially the people's budget, so you may come together for talk about him, debate him, and highlight the most important aspect of them. I'd also like to acknowledge the Public Accounts Committee Chair and the members of the PAC for the scrutiny. That's an important part of the whole budget process, and I'm good that gave us a report to give us a balanced view on the budget that is now before us. Mr. Speaker, sir, a big chunk of the budget is additional payroll and charges. It's 134 million. It's a big chunk of the budget. It's an additional on top of the previous budget. And perhaps against the backdrop of a slowing economy, I think some people might be a bit concerned about this, but I think it's important to note that this fella money by return come back through the consumption side and come back inside the economy. So it will help turn the wheel, blow economy, blow you me, as we may continue for finding areas of growth as we may go forward. Mr. Speaker, sir, just on the 134 million additional and payroll charges, as I said, on top of the previous budget law last year. Let me just quickly run down where this fella money by him go. So a big chunk of this money go contracting of public servants. So this one we've already rolled it out. So far 81 have signed up the contracts. There's another 16 already in the process or have already signed. So for this year, plus half of last year, you'll be looking at 97 officers already under contract. This is for levels 12 up to SS4. Initially about on an 18 months contract. So value for money is that by you me doing a performance review to ensure that we get value for money for people in the contract. It's a big boost low current salary rate blogata. And in terms of leakage, inefficiency is also a leakage. So we try to make sure that these officers are more efficient in terms of service delivery and what's expected of them. The other issue is the 3% COLA increase. That one I'm also part of this additional payroll and charges. This COLA increase, though I'm not really that big, but at least something I'm go back a lot of hardworking public servants, believe me. The other one I'm touched on by the Minister of Education. This one is the re-leveling of teachers' salaries under this new Act block, the 2023, that then go around socializing this time. This one had me something that can come in on this budget, so it will be part of this payroll and charges. The other one, posting bonus. What we find in public service is that people find it difficult to go to province because of it's a bit of transition from town to province. So they similar to other agencies, I call them hardship allowance. So we've done something similar to that. It's called a posting bonus for the ones who go to province, including a special allowance for the special units of the police. So the annual leave package this time is different. It will be paid directly to public servants and not to the service providers. So coming this Christmas, all the allowance that normally get paid to the service providers like airlines or other service providers and goes straight to the public servants, so they decide how now for take the trip home. So the public service housing assistance scheme is also another important one. Part of this money back go and look into ensuring that this whole scheme are compliant with the tax regimes, believe me, because that's one of the difficulties that we have in implementing this, is that for a tax regime compatible with what our policy and try for achieving. Long and dedicated service benefits. So in 2024, 117 are retired from the service, and 65 are resigned for various reasons. So there's at least $10 million inside law budget for public service to take care of that. And important thing is there's no backlog. We used to have backlog for look after more people that have served our country and served the public service, but sometimes there's backlog, but now there's no backlog. Everyone have been, and we would thank them for their service, and we are able to settle on what are outstanding. So in terms of these other conditions, improvements, law, contract law, the public servants, when we improve their conditions, we also expect them to perform. So as part of our policy, there's a performance management aspect of it. So it applies across all ministries and then set the foundation for a more accountable and performance-driven sort of framework. So in terms of you may look best practice, it's something that public service and work hard on. We try to ensure that the public service reflects our best practice in other countries that have similar styles of system with the MUMI. Women in leadership programs is something that MIFLABI continue for implementing this year. The establishment of a management HR info system, and also another one. This is important because information system is the only way you start driving or control them now, or the positions that are filled and unfilled, because that is a big challenge, law ministry. I think we currently have around 9,471 positions total. Around 7,900 have filled, 1,500 plus have not filled. And the challenge is really because our process is still based on papers, and you may not digitize this whole process. So if I look in terms of best practice, this is something that we're looking into. In terms of reform, sir, new public service bill, I've been talking about that for a few times during various contributions. GO, we are restructuring it and renaming it the public service orders by come under the new public service bill. On top of that, if I look at e-government, to modernize service delivery, similar to this information system that I just spoke about. We've also worked with UNDESA for come and address him and assess him on systems, believe me, eventually digitizing some of the process that you may got him. Just briefly, on the PAC recommendation, so there's been a few recommendations made that we've taken on board. This fella, two that we like talk about him, is perhaps it's also of interest to yourself, sir, and also through you, the chairman of the Housing Committee. It's on him to do with the restructure of the National Parliament staff. That one, it's part of ongoing reforms we're here to perhaps make it slightly more independent in terms of functions blame. That fella structure to ensure that this can happen. I'm happy to report, sir, that the instruments have been signed and have been approved. In terms of strengthening accounting and audit function, we are working very closely with the Auditor General's office in terms of capacity building block that. And then we look at a broader framework for the public service generally. Other integrity institutions are also part of this whole exercise, and it's a long-term sort of approach, but we are doing it one step at a time. Mr. Speaker, this for the budget, a deficit budget. It's a budget that will need some assistance and also some support to ensure that the shortfalls. It is not unusual, but it's particularly more challenging for you. So it's something that we will work together to ensure that what you planning here, I am able to meet him and continue to deliver to what people believe me. In conclusion, sir, let me just say that the vision that the ministry has is to be responsive, inclusive, accountable, and innovative, especially with the evolving challenges, workforce blaming, and the evolving challenges when it comes to digital issues and transformative issues. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to once again acknowledge the Minister of Finance for bringing this to us, and also PAC Chair and Committee Blame for scrutinizing this fellow budget. And I'd like to also, in conclusion, wish everyone blessed Christmas, and also to everyone, Lord, country, constituency. God bless you all. God bless Solomon Islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister for Civil Aviation and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to briefly contribute to this motion moved by the Minister of Finance in support of the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, my contribution will be brief because every night now, me looking people like go back. But Mr. Speaker, just two follow observation long budget me like share lohem. First one, me like a look long on this fella recurrent budget. As all of us are aware, the recurrent estimate bigger than the development budget. And then surprising, you compare the 2021 go kasim 2025 estimate here, about 80% increase from 2021 budget here. 14% increase from last year. meetings, we sit down and meeting thing. No wonder why government struggle for meeting all of the obligations below him. But me not like for repeating what the Minister of Public Service stated, which that's the line of thinking that I have. But me like encouraging other public servants. The amount of money that him spend on recurrent him huge here, and part of it, I think a big chunk of it is a long salary too. And me like encouraging public servants. For worker also in public servants is a calling. It's a calling. And me like encouraging everyone for worker faithful and effective and efficient law duties below in public servants. The nation can grow. So the need for delivering of the services below government is huge. We won't deny that. And I think me like for thanking this for the time, long Minister below Public Service, PS and the workman public service for look good long or the remuneration belong to public servants. And that's good information that the minister have stated to us, and I think for me it's really encouraging. On the second note, Mr. Speaker said is the development budget estimate. 46% increase from last year. That's a huge increase, Mr. Speaker said. And Mr. Speaker, having more along resource and productive sector, the increase. And I can state clearly here, Mr. Speaker, that Ministry will be to one for a very big increase. I think my ministry him get more than 60% increase long development budget. Mr. Speaker, me happy with him. Me happy with him. And I want to thank the Minister of Finance, the Permanent Secretary, and also the Minister of Planning and Public Service for looking what Minister of Communication and Aviation looking. That there's a need for increased law budget for Ministry of Communication and Aviation. But also on that note, Mr. Speaker, me like for encouraging the PS Blomi, Permanent Secretary, the Executive Management Law Ministry, and also Wakaman, for please doing duties below me fairly and with full dedication for me achieving what you are supposed for doing. No good is saying him there, but even have achieved. So me like encouraging PS Blomi and his executive, and also Wakaman below him for deliver what is expected from them. Mr. Speaker said, mission below ministry below me, him simply for transforming Solomon Islands' economic growth through vibrant, connected, accessibility, safe, and affordable communication and aviation sectors. Have no work below me, fella. So basically, Mr. Speaker said, to follow area no below me, communication and aviation. And it's the backbone of the development below me long on this fella country supposed to be like for advance. Long I'll briefly state what we fella doing, Mr. Speaker said. Long aviation, if I look long international airport and other programs, as well as provincial airport, for improving the infrastructures along those areas, and also for supporting the new SOE that Mifala government creating, the Solomon Island Airport Corporation Limited. Also, Mr. Speaker, my ministry will always support the Civil Aviation Authority for diligently doing what responsibilities and wakablota long implementing this fala wakablo kita. Mr. Speaker said on the communication side, all of us are aware the ministry is putting more establishing the Solomon Tower Company, and it is my responsibility for make sure we support him, the new SOE, the tower company, for building towers along the various rural areas below me. Also, Mr. Speaker, because of the big budget, we something long Ruaka. We have the cybersecurity policy we launched this year. We also in charge for keeping this telecommunication commission and the review and we pass the cabinet for doing long next year. Solomon Post, I'm also under the ministry, Mr. Speaker, and other activities. Mr. Speaker, time you look long report below PAC, me no looking at any recommendation belong ministry. But Mr. Speaker, me sabe ya, me read through long full report finish here, and then me read through I think 10 times na me go through recommendation. No go to put him under the heading belong nara ministry. But surely him no more. But me happy. I know what I like him there. And I can assure this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker said, my ministry is putting more effort on extension of international airport. If the negotiation is continue for improve international airport as well as the terminal, so that it is accommodating big aircraft for encouraging this fellow minister tourism for staka touristica. Also, Mr. Speaker, data center, one for priority belong to ministry, and I will have discussed this important matter with the Prime Minister as well as the Minister of Finance for look good serious for this fella data center development long country, as well as the tasseling or improving of provincial airports, enabling growth long country, believe me. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell them what the people belong every islands long Solomons where airports and the towers where the hosting of the lania, please allow the lania programs have putting the infrastructures for you have using you know different manner for using Mr. Speaker. Please no ask him, no stop him and no ask him extra money. It's just for our benefits. Mr. Speaker, my fellow ministry, I work close with every stakeholders so that all our programs and activities are achieved within my tenure of my time here along ministry. With these few remarks, Mr. Speaker said, I support the bill and I take a seat.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Let me now give the floor to the Honourable Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee and MP for Central Honiara.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today me teaching us by tomorrow night, but me look around, I think everyone talk about it now. Very shortly, I think Minister of Finance by Mr. Lapnae for winding up the debate. Sir, I like to congratulate him friend on Minister of Finance. The first time I witnessed him addressing this House on the budget was 27 years ago. That was the first time that he addressed this very honorable chamber. And it is always an honor, to have ministers of finance addressing this chamber, especially in presenting the budget. Because budget is a very, very important tool in the country. This is the main bedrock of any fiscal policy. You make a good budget, the economy will be growing good too. You mispoil a budget, the economy will go down too. And it is particularly important for you, small island states, where fiscal policy is the main driver of the economy. So as I listen to all the very eloquent, speeches that have been made by all the ministers since yesterday and today, I'm really encouraged that we have leaders that have a heart for this country. Though critical sometimes, but we must take them, importantly, as a way to see a positive way out of the way that, budget can be saved, almost. So this is always a very, very important moment for any Ministers of Finance to be able to present the budget, I must say. So that was 27 years ago. He had that privilege. And he was reading a budget that I wrote too at that time. I was sitting right at the back over there when he presented that budget. And when he made it in 2 days ago, there was a lot of reflection too from me. It was a very challenging time. We were just coming out of that Asian financial crisis. It was a very tough time. First thing he asked me when he came in was, what are we going to do? I said, Minister, we have to do a reform. It's going to be a very drastic reform. And I forgot too, you were sitting exactly where the Central Lonera was sitting. You were the foreign minister, sitting there, 27 years ago, Mr. Speaker. So you would know that very moment too. So here we are today, still talking about something, that we are struggling with to try to grow our economy. And what's the kind of influence that we are going to make in budget? Every year we are going to do this like that. So I want to come to a point that, just to say that, budget is a very important thing that can shape the country. It even influences the livelihood of people too. People are listening right now. Business houses, what's in the budget? Almost. So, sir, this should be a very, very challenging time for you, one. And I'm really encouraged by the kind of interest, the enthusiasm that, all of you who are handling that responsibility in the various sectors in making up this budget here. So I want to thank the Minister of Finance, all of you, Prime Minister, the government, for putting up this budget. We've done our part. Firstly, maybe I should just say something, about being in the Public Accounts Committee, looking at this budget. Our focus and our approach is really to help government, to ensure that, the kind of challenge that, you all know, we all know, the business houses know, our people know, the ordinary people are also feeling it too. How can we make this country a better country also? So that's the kind of challenge that, we put together. And in the way that we see this budget, and when we point to certain critical factors, don't know that because of the budget, because you are on the government side and we are here in the opposition side. No, we are trying to find a way how we can make this document, this instrument, workable for you, Mayor One. So say the first thing that we did was look at the fiscal envelope that you got it. And we all know the realities of it. There is a shortfall. There's a revenue law there that we have projected. And we did ask a lot of hard questions too. What is it based on? Well, the trend has always been, let me project him now, the way that the GDP can grow. We are also asking the hard question, is it price related, nominal, or real? Because normally, when we are projecting some tax revenue, the rule of thumb has always been that, you must base it on real GDP. So that you overestimating. Now we are saying that simply because of the hardship that you face in 2024. What are those challenges in 2024? It's probably a lucky year for me because we've started this year some 5 or 6 months, into the year, and then the rest of it, but a struggle now. Even the budget itself, Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, we have fallen behind schedule too. So we are pushing ourselves into that situation. These are the evidences we have shown that possibly next year is going to be a very hard year for you. Also, some 3 months into our operation as a government, as a parliament, you may start imposing resolution now. Even 2 months, towards the end of the financial year, we have stopped requisitioning. You may stop requisitioning. So these are indicators we have shown that, hey, man, when we put all this together, challenges of 2024, cash shortages, what now by 2025 will be like? Because it is always traditional by any budget speech that you started off by setting the global stage. So you may look at the global economy. GDP is now sort of slowly picking up, reading the data from all these advanced economies, because they are the economies that are influencing the opening of the global market. Europe is sort of showing some good signs. From where? If you look at, I'm just quoting the statement that is being presented by the Minister of Finance. Real wages may go up, real investment has happened. So these economies are growing. And Germany is the European market is a big market for me too, in the fish market, the tuna export. Real wages. But real wages, Solomon, are even different. Because you have to adjust inflation. In here, even that nominal wage that you tell Garemia, you karem golongo store and finish normal that very moment. You even applying real wages. So how can, when you apply the real wages, but you looking that was, you mean barrow people paranormal? Because that's the determinant of whether or not, what now the purchasing power of rental time into buy now the quantities of goods and services. So these economies are growing. We are saying to the, now that because of those global economies growing well, maybe there is good sign for our export into those markets. But in us, when we assess some of the real wages here, nothing now. You may even the nominal wages that into Al Karam go, inflation him. Take them up now. So sometimes, you may have to put him into context too, some of the terms that you may put him inside. So these kind of documents. They are not of the same. To us, might be totally different. But I think the real market that we should be, in fact, I had one statement today that, China is now becoming our major trading partner. No, they have always been the major trading partner. Ever since we gained independence, China has always been. Or in fact, some 10 years after, it was growing up. People everyone have, that is one of the reasons as to why we made the changes too, in our foreign policy or in our relationship with abroad. Because we've seen the trend that China is really our major trading partners. And another reason why we sent them money in 2012. the Minister for Mines and Deputy Prime Minister. The first ever delegation, the Solomon Islands, ministerial delegation that was sent to China was none other but your Deputy Prime Minister. I sent it to 2012. After which, Mitwala Minister Blue Infrastructure Law there. Then we established the trade office in Hong Kong, Macau, and Shanghai. Recognizing that increasing trading relations that we have with China. But also premise on one of the very, very important relations that China and Taiwan made at that time, the economic truce agreement between the two presidents at that time, to provide and enable the trade and investment between China and Taiwan. And it was going up. It was increasing. So if you ever want to that time, but if you complain, you ask question, why are you switching? Or why are you doing this? He said, look, it is for looking forward into the future. Today, here we are. We made that right decision. And that has to be the discussion inside the Legislative Chamber. Continue to use that opportunity. So, in terms of our global outlook, I think with all the agreements that you've all signed in here, let's put them into reality. Work on something, establishing the foundation here, not agreement or celebrate, because we have to start off from where we are here to supply the working of those treaties and agreements where Minister of Foreign Affairs and you too, Prime Minister, we're all signing. That's what we should be doing, in spite of the fact that, that global economic outlook look doubtful this time. But it is, I'm sure that something will happen. Possibly after President Trump is inaugurated, I'm sure these two great powers are going to come together, talk and pave the way for our country moving forward. So I think in terms of the global outlook for Loyomi, Solomon Islands, we are well placed. And thanks for all the measures that you have taken, putting up all these agreements, making sure that we are connected, and so forth. I think that's what we should be working on. Our domestic frontier, now you mean it for fixing this stuff. And it has to start with this budget. I'm a bit concerned about that big hole. Because when I look at the budget, five other ministries that have got the biggest increase. The first, national debt servicing. Them not making me worry a little bit. National debt servicing. Them almost double. Which shows that the hole in this budget is going to be driven by debt financing. Debt financing. So the next question is, how are we going to finance it? We have some very style kind of a label that you would put in there. It is some kind of a economic development financing. But I think this House ought to know where it has, where name come from. I buy the point raised by the leader of Law Independent. Lawyer now. But you take them come from where? What are the terms? Parliament ought to know those names, those institutions. Him no role of Parliament there. That's why you have that provision, the borrowing law there. Bring it here. Is it the World Bank? ADB? IMF? Or from where? But what it means is that throughout the next year, even with these institutions, it's not going to be an easy process for him to negotiate this financing. It will take time. In the meantime, the hole will remain, and the pressure by him continue to build up. That is why we recommend in our report, Public Accounts Committee report. And in fact, I put up my own effort in putting that recommendation right in front. Let's control our discretionary spending the next year as we enter that year. You may not put in any more additional pressure, but let's continue with the core essential services. So you will find that, we have some good recommendations, on the very essential services, education, health, the infrastructure, communication. We need to maintain them. That's our recommendation. Because it's going to take some time for you to fill that gap. It's going to take some time. It's not easy for him to negotiate one of them all bank here, or ADB. Minister of Finance knows. Some of those program loans that we have been negotiated in the past, it took almost about 6 or 7 months before it comes into operation. So that's the kind of challenge that we are facing now. So our report is very much practical, focusing on some practical things. How are we going to enter 2025? Is it going to be the same or same 2024? Or it could be worse? Because of the evidences that me just mentioned in Myanmar. You may start off some 5 or 6 months, since the beginning of this year, not active spending. Some 3 months later, no more, you may reservation now. 2 months before the close of the financial year, you may stop in requisition now. But the pressure is still there. And I'm suspecting, Minister of Finance, sir, Mr. Speaker, that possibly on the expenditure side, I think Intel no shown the true arrears or flow on from 2024. If they flow on, I think the hole will be much bigger. Let's not end up in that risk. Otherwise, by whole grow bigger. And it comes back to the issue of passport where you talk about here, Minister of Commerce. When we inquired with them, that was the non-payment of passport for this year, for instance. Some 5 million. Some 5 million. And whilst on that, let me just say about, the passport. I think we should bring it back to our own country. We should take him come back. Important technology him here finish here. At that time when the technology is not here, what come me, but me say no more. Go. 2013. I remember it very well. Property blow government by Solomon. You will go find him technology and put him go government printer. We had the money at that time. Why not even give him away? And the figures that were mentioned to me during the him not denominated the Solomon dollar, him USD. These are some of the things that are creating the whole story. So I also understand the way that the budget him written. It is baseline. You may not give him option law the ministry. I'm sure you ministers were never given the task for you to go and find out the true cost of how you operating your own budget. Maybe if you had been given that task, expenditure might have gone down. And that rolls back into what are the basis law you mean in making this budget here? One more time, let me look at this then. Revised estimate. Actuals no man now. Say, me raising more than more, just in terms of a practical thing of making a budget. Why now Solomon government cannot come up with an actual? What not wrong? Why aren't we auditing our accounts? So that you may really track him now. The expenditure pressure will comfortably. Every now and then, you come no my estimate no. Estimate go time you reserve him zero now. But it could be something else. Some are blaming it on the financial system that we have bought. D365 here. I think in 365 day or something also minus I too, but it's D365. That you have to make resources available on a daily basis. So I think also, I don't understand it too. But everybody has I'm told that everybody has a password. You open and go password there on that particular line item. If no resources are there, you stop now. You cannot do anything. Sure. Why is it that, our country cannot continue with auditing accounts per year? Because I thought that will give us some fair ideas and accurate possibly of the way budget should be put together. That's one of our problems. I'm expressing all of this because of a whole way mingaran. The whole that you mingaran. But whole way mingaran, you look on the other side, there's also a non-appropriated too, funds of some 1.1 billion. You take him 1.1 billion here coming chat, no need for Intel Borona, Minister of Finance. That would fill the gap. Finish now. Game over. Game over. Why are they operating in parallel with the appropriation? Sir, you and the Minister of Finance, all of us, we have always been concerned about running a parallel system. Sometimes we say parallel government. This one is parallel government. They operate another budget, Intel operating another budget. That's why we made that recommendation for you, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and all of you, to try to find a way how we can bring them back. How would they trust us so that they can put their money into our consolidated fund? Say, I'm concerned about Section 100 of the Constitution. All revenues, ordinary revenues belong to country below by Section 100 of the Constitution. Whoever donate him come from where, he must go inside him ordinary revenue, below government of Solomon Islands. And from there we have to appropriate out from the consolidated fund. Let us correct it. We ought to correct it. Here we have a deficit of 1.2 billion, but there is also a parallel fund running inside the country of 1.1 billion. Let's talk to all our donors. They are listening right now. I'm telling them, bring that back into the budget. We have a deficit. No excuse more. And I think, Minister of Finance, stop signing agreement to have them to run in a non-appropriated funds. It's not right. It's unconstitutional. We haven't amended Section 100 of the Constitution so that order run outside of the appropriation process. I'm still not there. If we had done that, we would have no deficit, and all the good plans and the visionary ideas that all our ministers have just now exposed to this Honourable House will work. You will have all the resources to go out and deliver to our good people. No problem. We are still allowing them. We are still allowing them. Say to stop that whole year, Indola revoke him now, from now until the end of the year, Prime Minister, the whole exemption here. Stop him now. You may stop him. No matter power law there, stop him now. We did that in 2006. We grew up the revenue. We cannot just give a blanket exemptions to all these diplomatic missions. They have to qualify it. The moment you don't give him go open check or semi logata, they'll abuse it. They'll abuse it. Bring them back. You may fix him, you may sell first time. That's what we need to do, law exemption. Discretionary and statutory. cancel all of them, and then we will heal the wound or the sore inside longo the fiscal instrument tomorrow. Because I asked both the commissioner and the controller, how much now you remit him out, Mr. Commissioner? More than 500 million. And I asked the controller, how much are you? He said, more than billion. He said, hey, I am no way needing for film gap. We need better conditions to manage exemption. Because we cannot argue with all these very important, eloquent visions and that have been eloquently presented to this House by all our ministers here. And also you, Deputy Prime Minister, you say that we have to remain, me say for Talem, the one but Arariam Talem, remain within the cutting edge or something like that, yeah? But you still exporting soil, Lumongo. So when are we going to do that? When are we going to get those technology to come inside? Soil, no, should send them go out here. We can't even follow the assay reports where them come out from your department to know what sort of minerals are going out as well too. We are trying to help you. We are not criticizing you. We are saying that, you know, with the pressure that we are having right now, we need to fill that hole. To make all these visions that we leaders have, Lohiaya, to work out. But I'm telling you, 2025 we start going more. I think by you me start for slashing down everything. No? Our exports have been affected simply because of the uncertainty in the global situation, geopolitics, all of that. We know that the multilateralism this time here has been pluralized. G20, BRICS, AUKUS, all of this. There's so many layers now, Lord, the multilateral institutions, believe me. But I think I'm good too. Make a more balance in that way. So, say, I think we can look for a better year next year. Let's hope that, you know, the new president of America and China will come together so that all this uncertainty that you got this time here that is now affecting all of our exports into China, sort it out. But in the meantime, China is saying to us too, they have opened up the economy for us. So we have to prepare ourselves. So here we are, all the preparatory thinking that you got here, somehow is going to be halted simply because we have this big hole. Next year, possibly we are going to start slow, much slower than 2024. Much slower than 2024. Then how long now, Baba, you keeping all the people waiting? Real wages low here are really down. We are talking about inflation where, interestingly too, I'm talking about one concept today, a little bit interesting to me. Yeah, you talk about fishery, but we're not talking about fishery before. I think Japan built him 2 years before Tatamba. Minusai when I go this time. You used to have it before. I agree with him. You know, we need to start off the rural areas here. But I think one thing that Intel mission is that Intel cannot, you know, gear us up without Intel look low, but is with us here. You cannot jump inside Lokanunuma, you say, oh, me pulumna engineer, but fuel them no there. You won't be able to arrive at that destination there. So I think the real thing that we need to do right now is to really come back and then fix him now, whether or not, how will we make that fiscal envelope available for him? Minister of Planning him talk about, oh, donors him talem kamosem, or him talem kamosem, there. Minister, or the generous offer where him come from all donors, yeah, or the hard work local there. It all not have to work hard, the country. prepare ourselves in this country, make a motor have come inside and then help us. That's what we need to do. So say, point where me like raising, because all the interesting points that everyone him raising, they are all excellent, very good. Budget and him got him whole. I'm saying to us that next year, even if you promise that we are going to borrow, and I know that why we are going to borrow, because the highest spending ministry that you may allocated, you go through that budget, him non national debt servicing. So we are all preparing for borrowing now. My question no more borrowing him, when you have a cash shortage, please intel control him a little bit how na intel go borrow. No good something, because if that appetite him keep going, why intel borrow go ahead more? We will continue to borrow. And remember, it is inflationary. Of course, I see some of the very nice terms put in here, say, oh, we will borrow from on a market price or something or similar here. But Minister of Finance, let us not hide everything. People blowing color. These are terminology where you apply no more for try to say law the people or borrowing by happening, because it will be based on not only as what is currently done, where I'm fixed, but based on a market determined by the market price. I'm not what Intel put him here. But we don't have a capital market law here. There's only one market that Intel got in, the government securities market. And the only guys that they don't have the appetite for it, but Intel not force him order for borrow are the SOEs and the National Provident Fund. So how would you say that buy Intel go borrow the market determined price? No, I don't think Baba am happy. These are negotiated prices. Let's be truthful to our people. These are negotiated prices. And that's what we will continue to do next year. You may tell no flower more that terms in charge of budget speech. Let's be truthful to our people. Just say no more that we will go and borrow from them. We need them to help us. We will negotiate some terms with them to help us, fill the gap. I think that one is number. But time will look low, or the terms for the using motion and say, no more, you mean hiding or something. We are in deep trouble here. We are in deep trouble. Of course, we will now, hope that, something like this, can, with all the visions that, our ministers are now sharing with us here in this Champa, Baba and Walker. But because of this no more, the real investment we even got him this time has never changed from what now. Me look him go, you may complain about the way that you may set him ourselves, our development part way from independence custom this time. But the same investment we what our forefathers blue you make him too the same investment him to start this time. Same SIPL, same Sol Tuna. Gold Ridge him come a little bit new, some 20 years ago or some 30 years ago. But everything is same no more. Same. No anything him change. So this same machinery, by him supply a growing population. That's why we need to have some real investment for him happen. Probably the new one some 30 years ago, no more KPL when we will start him. And it has never stopped too. You mean go to crisis, but I'm still alive, go Kasem today. Him never change here. The Prime Minister, you by love, but I know anything you may do it here. You and me, you don't know doing anything yet here. Same investments here, no more, I'm still alive this time. And we are all feeding out of that same one, go. Baba, what's something or grow small na eh? Let's start Binahamba. Let's start one cannery lo here lo Guaracanal. Start another one more lo Isabel, because Isabel is also a fisheries something. Let's do all of that, Emerson. That's what we need to do. But the foundation is fiscal situation blowing dollar must be fixed. Investors are watching us. Him watching me government too. If we are reckless, if we are under distress, about say, oh, me hold on first time too. Emerson. Why me hold on first time? Emerson. That is not some very scientific formula. Simple formula, no more. Until no fix him, until sell that house properly, that investment outlook is by him still affected too. So say my message is always just on this budget now. Good messages, low vision for going forward. What ministers believe me, tell him finish now. But those good messages here, by him come stop no more because budget here, fiscal situation blue until next year, but by him still stuck there no more. So let's find a way out. I think that is really the caution that you may need for me out of this budget. I'll come to the point where Minister Blow communication, I'm go for night. Me just like to really underpin him no more point here. Let us make sure that you start in 2025 in a right footing. If we don't, this good idea is behind me. Slipped away more. And me just looking normal 2024. I think next year is going to be a very, very hard year for him. Let's stick to what he may afford for doing no. And make sure that when the right time may come, he may push a bit on this capital investment here so that we can move forward into the future. So that is what I want to share in this debate. All the good things have all been said by our ministers, and I really wanted to congratulate all of them. They're all gathered. They're all ready for this coming year. But the tool for them to work along have no more what we like to say. So let us manage that properly. And on that note, I just want to say to you, Mayor One, let us embrace ourselves, as leaders of our country, to work together and to find a way for this country moving forward. But time become inside here, no any printing, you also have a provided med kakaya, but printing blow report blow, oh, this time I print now, what by them good now, but there's one thing no mila kotalem lo. Why are we separating now the way in kakaya? First ever time lo history lo. I used to be a member of this house too, but me never look in this one. Why are you separate him now? Me val samal kakaya lo there, you val samal kakaya lo there. That's unparliamentary. In Parliament, we should all be together. Start tomorrow, you may run kakai together lo here now. You will no kakai lo there, me will go kakai lo there. But what now you will do in there one? Say, I think you better put up a note and say to them, no segregation in chat lo here. Me like talk about whole no more, and then second something no more. Why not? You kakai, you will go kakai lo there, me will lo there. You will fright lo here, me will no devil here. That's unparliamentary. That's not a parliamentary democracy. That culture belongs to this parliament. Outside, we should be working, talking to each other, sharing ideas, and keeping the usual level. Who by pulling you no more than go? That's not going to happen, lawyer. It's all story no more. Instead of come into go no more. No. Start tomorrow, Speaker, Prime Minister, him understanding this one now. Him not finished now. Me barahabi now. Imi kakai together no malo mess lo here. But if you make a moderate go into now, chamber blue me valo there or standing committee chamber. On that note, say, me like on behalf of the people of Central Honiara, I want to say a blessed festive season celebration to all of you. Central Honiara Blue Yumi everyone, evil everyone. This parliament belongs to us in Central Honiara. Blomivale and now what a Tandai land holding group. And I want to pay my respect to their elders as well during chiefs. You all must accommodate him what time, what invite him, you all for go, you will go. Prime Minister, please, you may run go now, go look him at Tandai. They hosted a show. So let us embrace ourselves, together as leaders of our country with a common good, and that is to lift him now, started in the livelihoods of our people. That should be the mission for all of us. With all of that said, and on behalf of the people of Central Lonera, I wish all of you a blessed festive season celebration 2024. And I want to say to all of you, I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of the Public Accounts Committee. And now I will call on the Honourable Minister of Finance to deliver his, Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before the Minister of Finance winds up, just a few comments, remarks, of course, on behalf of the people of Ogonoke-Havile constituency, and also as the head of GNAT. Speaker, I'm pleased to contribute very briefly to support the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024, the first GNAT annual budget. Before I proceed further, let me take the opportunity to thank the Minister of Finance and Treasury for tabling the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024. Speaker, and on the same note, as well to the officials in his ministry, but also to the Minister and his officials in the Ministry of Planning and Development Coordination, and of course, Public Service. So let me also thank the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee and members of the committee for their scrutiny of the budget and the report that is before us, as well as we've had, 67 recommendations, a very comprehensive report for the first time. Thank you, ma'am. The Speaker, I asked him time for completing hearings. I gave it to him, and he did very well. In terms of reciprocity, instead I move a motion of no confidence. I was genuine on my part to give him additional time to scrutinize the budget and to come up with recommendations. He replied with a motion of no confidence, Mr. Speaker. That's part of the democratic process. But this is the first budget, Lord Ginot, so I'm not sure on what basis he will judge the government on, what are the motivating factors for him to move the motion, but it's part of the process. We'll deal with it once we come to it. So, Speaker, the 2025 budget with the theme accelerating accountable and transformative investments reflects the GNAT government priorities and aspirations. Accelerating accountability and transformative reforms and investments is at the core of the GNAT agenda. The Minister of Finance will respond to the observations, the comments that have been raised by both sides of the House, especially to the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee when he winds up the motion. Let's say this is I'm budget for people blame the country. I'm not blame Ginat, I'm blame your power. And of course, I'm blame country blame me, as other speakers have alluded to. And it's important. It's important that we pass this budget. This is our priority. This is our priority that come Thursday night, let us pass this budget. This will be the best Christmas gift for our people in the country. So I urge both sides of the House to pass this budget come Thursday night. So the government has continued to advance its transformative agenda by implementing key structural reforms and other policy initiatives that aim to ease and reduce the cost of doing business. As I have alluded to in my remarks at the opening of the Energy Summit in September this year, the electricity tariff will be reduced by 25% over the next 3 years. The government's commitment to transitioning to renewable energy will contribute to a further reduction in electricity tariffs beyond 2027. Additionally, the tax reform agenda to broaden the tax base and enhance efficiency is progressing very well, with the value-added tax bill finalized for next year's Parliament sitting. We also have the special economic zones legislation that is now before Parliament, and that will come in next year's meeting. So the leader of opposition who spoke earlier made reference to the fact that there is hardly any transformation in the budget. I beg to differ from that observation. So, Speaker, transformation takes time. It takes time, whether it's social or economic transformation. And transformation am not only meaning changes in big infrastructure projects, whether it's economic or social, but I guess transformation also implies a change in the mindset, in the attitude of our people, and of course, immortal leaders too. So, Speaker, in pursuing its transformative agenda, the government continues to foster greater collaboration with partners in areas of mutual interest and accelerate investment in key economic infrastructure projects. The GNAT, committed to ensuring development partners adhere to and align their programs with government policies, has hosted, therefore we have hosted, a roundtable discussion, as the Minister of Planning alluded to earlier, with partners to align their commitment to the current government's policies. The chairman of the PAC did make reference to the need for the non-appropriate part of the budget to be appropriated. I'm sure the Minister of Finance will respond to that. But I understand over the years, successive governments have tried to work with partners, encouraging them to put their money in the appropriation bill. I think one of the challenges there, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we have different financial years. So partners cannot really make commitments to be in line with our commitments in our financial year. But this is work that we need to continue to pursue. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget demonstrates the government's commitment to strategically allocate fiscal resources to deliver services to our people. This budget, developed through a consultative approach, reflects the government's commitment to implementing its policy to recover and forge the path towards sustainable growth. The budget prioritizes key sectors and addresses cross-cutting issues such as infrastructure, human capital, environmental sustainability, and good governance. On this note, or at this juncture, let me take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank all my ministers who have spoke earlier, since yesterday, in supporting the budget and in highlighting the initiatives, the efforts that they will undertake to implement the budget next year. We do note that it will not be an easy year, but I am confident that with the leadership of the Minister of Finance and Treasury, as well as the passion that has been demonstrated by my ministers, we will do our best to implement the budget, to deliver goods and services for the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, in the past 8 months since GNAT came into office, we have endeavored to strengthen the public service by appointing and confirming key positions in respective ministries, as we have heard earlier by the Minister of Public Service. That had been vacant since last year, and completing organizational performance reviews for key ministries. So, to deepen our bilateral relationship and promote investment cooperation that GNAT has hosted and attended meetings to expand bilateral and multilateral relations. We have heard earlier from the leader of opposition his observations, complaints and comments on the number of overseas trips that my ministers have undertaken this year. So, a good number of those trips are either fully funded or partially funded. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we are not an island. We are not alone. We are a sovereign state. We have relations with other countries bilaterally. We are members of various regional and international organizations. We have commitments to fulfill and to deliver. So it is in that light that we have to assess those overseas trips and visits by not only the ministers, I understand. I think both sides of the House have taken the opportunity to travel and understand most of those trips have been fully funded as well. But the outcomes, the benefits that we have derived from these trips, Mr. Speaker, I believe far outweigh the costs that we have expended on these visits. And it has also led to the strengthening and to the enhancement of not only bilateral but also multilateral relations that we have with these countries. We have heard from the Minister of Foreign Affairs earlier that his ministry is working to improve the labor mobility scheme arrangements, but also to ensure that, we do utilize the various trading arrangements that we have. In its commitment to promoting investment cooperation, sir, the GNAT has also signed, as we have heard from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, bilateral sanitary and phytosanitary protocol on fisheries and agriculture with the PRC. We've signed the TWELFTH agreement with Vanuatu and revised the air services agreement with New Zealand, resulting in an increase in flights capacity. Mr. Speaker, this will contribute to growing the economy going forward. Sir, as the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee alluded to, we have to utilize existing arrangements or agreements that we have with our partners, including with PRC. Our relations with the PRC is only 5 years old, but we have achieved a lot with PRC over the last 5 years. We can witness tangible benefits as an outcome of this partnership, of these relations. And there is scope that we can do more under this partnership or relations with PRC, as well as with other bilateral partners and friends that we have under our foreign policy framework of friends to all and enemies to none. Mr. Speaker, in strengthening our revenue base, the GNAT, through the Ministry of Finance and Treasury, has continued to improve tax compliance and has completed a review paper on revenue sources outlining new policies for non-tax revenue. I'm sure the Minister of Finance and Treasury will further add to that. Mr. Speaker, on the accountability agenda, the GNAT launched the revised National Anti-Corruption Strategy, NACS, 2024 to 2027, which involved extensive stakeholder collaboration and supported budget bids for accountability institutions. Mr. Speaker, the GNAT is also supporting the Justice Program through the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, where the Justice Mo with Vanuatu, Fiji, and PNG was signed, and the Justice Sector Strategic Framework 2024 to 2034 was completed. In terms of infrastructure development, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of MID has alluded to earlier this morning, his ministry continues to undertake work on the infrastructure sector as we speak. On this note, Mr. Speaker, allow me to express our government's deepest gratitude to our development partners, whose unwavering support continues to propel our nation's infrastructure going forward. Mr. Speaker, on this note, let me also thank the People's Republic of China for the generous support of the Aoki-Tasiling Road project. Again, this is yet another addition to the ongoing collaboration between our two countries. Their commitment, say, has brought about or will bring about a transformative development that improves connectivity and strengthens our community's economic and social fabric. Mr. Speaker, on the same note, let me also appreciate the Australian government through the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade for its steadfast contributions towards the maintenance and rehabilitation of various infrastructure projects around the country, including the rehabilitation of South Road in Malaita. This partnership reflects the strong bond between our nations and underscores Australia's dedication to the long-term sustainability of the Solomon Islands infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the policy outlook for 2025 is both ambitious and transformative, as we aim to initiate critical projects that will shape the future of our nation's infrastructure and maritime sector. These include the launching of the comprehensive shipping franchise study to enhance accessibility and connectivity for remote communities, undertaking in-depth feasibility and analysis for the revitalization and modernization of the Public Works Department, and advancing efforts to establish the International Shipping Registry, a milestone initiative posed to position the Solomon Islands as a significant player in the global maritime industry. The Cabinet has already appointed the National Task Force to establish the International Shipping Registry. This is an important undertaking that the GNAT government fully supports and will ensure that the task force carries out its mandate diligently. In addition, Sir, as the MID Minister has alluded to a number of times in the recent past, the National Building Standards Bill will also be tabled in Parliament next year. I also note that the Minister, as well as in collaboration with other ministries, will be bringing similar or related legislations to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, on the tourism sector, as we have heard earlier this afternoon from the Minister of Culture and Tourism, the government has increased its budget for this ministry from 10 million to 46 million. This will support the Ministry of Culture and Tourism in progressing the reforms and infrastructure required for tourism development. We have also heard similar initiatives from the Minister of Land, Survey and Housing in terms of the initiatives, the programs that his ministry is undertaking, including the customary land program. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I must emphasize the urgency of completing ongoing land use developments in urban areas. The government is committed through the Ministry of Lands and Survey and Housing on that front. New residents must have access to essential services and amenities, including water, power, adequate road networks. Mr. Speaker, I also acknowledge and congratulate the Minister of Lands for the ongoing review of the Greater Honiara program and the likelihood of developing a Greater Aoki program in 2025. Mr. Speaker, with regards to provincial government reforms, we have heard from the Minister earlier this morning in terms of the reforms or the review of the Provincial Government Act 1997 to improve governance and fiscal autonomy. We also heard from him that consultations with the provincial governments are progressing well and the revenue sharing scheme remains a priority for the National Unity and Transformation Government. We have also heard similar updates, Mr. Speaker, and I won't repeat them, from the Minister of Police and National Security in terms of the progress of the reforms and of the activities under that ministry. Mr. Speaker, the GNAT government values our hard-working teachers and is committed to implementing a new study structure for them next year, as alluded to by the hard-working Minister of Education and Human Resources Development. Sir, in its first 8 months in office, the GNAT government, through Climate Change Division within the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Disaster Management, had on the 31st day of October 2024 officially handed over telecommunication system powered by a 3 kV solar PV system, including other equipment, to the community of Sikaina in the Malaita Outer Islands province. The handing over of the facility and equipment stands as a testament to GNAT's commitment to support climate change adaptation and mitigation interventions, to reduce risk and vulnerability and strengthen the local community's capacity to plan, anticipate and respond to climate change and its impacts. Say, consistent with the government's overarching policy on renewable energy, the GNAT government, through the Minister for Environment, Climate Change Disaster Management and Meteorology has signed a 10 million concessional loan and 5 million grant agreement at the COP29 to fund the Renewable Energy Development Project in the Solomon Islands. I understand that the environmental bill is also before the Attorney General's office, and that should come to Parliament next year. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by reiterating that this government, despite the challenges that we have heard from the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee and others on the other side of the House, despite those challenges in terms of this appropriation bill, as a government, we are committed to doing our best to implementing the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024 as of January next year. Finally, Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Western Province on its second appointed day celebrations this week and acknowledge the Western Province's huge contribution to the national economy and the budget over the years. I wish the Premier and the good people of Western Province every success as well as an enjoyable celebrations during the course of this week. Our Minister of Provincial Government and Institutional Strengthening is representing us in his of the moment. I would also like to thank every province and provincial governments for working successfully with the former DCJ government and now the GNAT government to transform our country and move our nation forward. The provinces serve as the implementing arms and legs of the central government. Together, we will move our country forward. With these few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion and resume my seat.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable members, I will now call on the Minister for Finance to deliver his speech in reply. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We stand up for winding up the debate on the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024. And right now, so by me, I do not intend to keep everyone stop long time here, Mr. Speaker. First, of course, we thank everyone that contributed. Thank the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee for the report, 67 recommendations. Mr. Speaker, for can come. In fact, if you look at the 67 recommendations and responded to by all the ministers, they just simply reinforce what the ministers do, Mr. Speaker. So they are, in a way, a statement of confidence on the policy law government as reflected inside law 2025 budget, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the ministers that respond and in their contribution respond to what the recommendations that are made to the government to this report. So, Mr. Speaker, I probably have the easiest of the task here, Mr. Speaker, just to maybe end up saying I beg to move, but maybe I need to say something. Ministers have made statements and bleeding from those statements, Mr. Contributions below what the ministers transformational agendas. And if you looking over things that, reading from the statements below ministers and what ministries are going to implement this year as transformative, I don't know what else would be, Mr. Speaker. So we me thanking everyone that contribute. The chairman of the Bills and Legislation Committee, in fact, I think Wofalonoma contributed on our side. I think the suggestion, Mr. Speaker, to continue to engage, for the government to continue to engage within PAC for implementing more of the recommendations along the PAC, Mr. Speaker, well, we appreciate, Mr. Speaker, but we need to understand what the recommendations here are made for the 2025 appropriation bill, and go forward. And I think probably that's the reasons why we continue raising all the issues every time a new appropriation bill is taken to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, because reports keep reiterating of what issues that have been picked up maybe 2-3 years ago, and also, Mr. Speaker. So we appreciate that suggestion, sir. That's as me explaining, sir. We in fact we find them very useful for guiding you to do maybe things better along our next fiscal year. So I have no fallen deaf ear those issues that are recommended by the committee, Mr. Speaker. Well, we thank him for the commitment to continue to uphold the budget, the government, and everything we do in our prayer, and that's what Christians should do, Mr. Speaker. So we thank him for that, sir. I'll touch more specifically on the fiscal issues when we go to that section, and then respond as well to some of the issues that are raised by the chair of the Public Accounts Committee. So I leave that until we cousin that well. That part of the statement, Mr. Speaker. So there was also a suggestion for the review of the State-Owned Enterprises Act to get them to participate in development. So in fact, the state-owned enterprise is a basic extension block of the various portfolios, ministry, but specifically tasked to deliver specific services. Ports, of course, they look at the proper regulations of ports and also maybe the point is taken, sir, when it comes to, in fact, they're doing this when it comes to building new wharves and also or doing it in places that are the current control over, sir. And also, but the point is taken. ASO, state-owned enterprises, are extensions of various portfolio ministries, and maybe there's a need probably to look at amending state-owned enterprises so that you may change some objectives blogata, and also so that they involve very actively in delivering over the services that come under mandates blogata. So I thank the very useful contribution by the member for East Harare, sir, and we and there's some useful questions posed, Mr. Speaker, which you may need to take them very seriously, and I think it's something that will not go unnoticed by any government. With a population growth of 2.8%, and it's correct. We will take over from Fiji in a number of years' time as the second most populated country in the region, well, outside of Australia and New Zealand, but after Papua New Guinea, Mr. Speaker. So all the questions like that are serious, real questions that we may need to you will need to factor in local development policies below union. And we will have to believe, Mr. Speaker, that everything that we present in Kamlo, the 2025 budget, the strategy, Mr. Speaker, I'm got that concern in mind. Where will we be in 10 years' time, Mr. Speaker? We also need to understand, Mr. Speaker, that in kind of compartmentalizing what government is. I'm not work like that, sir. Of course, we are guided by the National Development Strategy in the question of what to do, Mr. Speaker, and how for addressing, and most of them, how much we shall addressing within the term of the Parliament, and really up to the elected government, Mr. Speaker. So, all the policies that any government would like to come up with, Mr. Speaker, and regarding that concern in mind, Mr. Speaker, this is a country that is fast growing. We're producing very, very fast. In fact, some people are setting 2 classrooms a day, Mr. Speaker. So that's frightening. That's really frightening. And so issues like that must continue to occupy mind blooming, and how we deliver on our policies, Mr. Speaker. We must. That's the target. And it's 2.8 and grow at 2.8%. We need to grow the economy by 4 or 5% or 7. Not before we have a net gain or something, or say net positive outcome of growth. So right now, what figures that in the Thailand, we fully appreciate, Mr. Speaker, figures that in Thailand, what the economic GDP growth as basically in recover no more. And that's I guess the frightening also situation in Scotland. We have a very uncomfortable situation in Scotland. So what that means, Mr. Speaker, is that one government say by delivering and must deliver on all the various sectors, productive resource sectors, and all the sectors like that directly contribute to growth, Mr. Speaker. So we take full note, Mr. Speaker, of very useful comments that were made by the member for East Ira, by taking note by line ministers as well. We make some very big statements. I know that we will be exporting, tons of fruits and cassavas and things like that. Those are very ambitious statements. Now it boils down to ministries now, and I have full confidence. The government has full confidence in what ministry is responsible for productive sector. That ambitious goal can come from Okata, Mr. Speaker. We announce it because that's what Okata will deliver, and government will do everything to make sure that Okata ministries, especially productive and resource sectors, deliver on their budget, because they contribute directly to growth, Mr. Speaker. Probably I cannot say the same for the contribution by the Leader of Opposition. He's not here. Mr. Speaker, this is actually, this is the 27th time I'm in this house where, appropriation bill and moved to this house. I've probably responsible for moving a number of them, and this is one for Logata. And I've seen numerous other supplementary appropriation bills. So all in all, probably I would say about 60, 70 appropriation bills, either supplementary or the appropriation bill, come to this house over my 27 years of now in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Well, he came in, I don't know which house, sir. I would probably, it's good to have people continue to raise all these issues. So I'm also, so as I say, maybe repetition can help me to say, well, something also maybe not addressing it and also Mr. Speaker. But sir, yes, we head straight for the trees, and he missed the forest in his contribution, Mr. Speaker, and well, using one aspect of maybe pick up one word or one issue slow there, and he just make him elephant out of an ant, Mr. Speaker, and we become unreasonable. Mr. Speaker, for example, talks about the inflation, and then talks about proper meal for the family, eradicating poverty, clear policy in addressing poverty. Mr. Speaker, we're a member of the United Nations, sir. And the Sustainable Development Goals, Mr. Speaker, you may obliged to implement them. And we factor inside the National Development Strategy, the Sustainable Development Goals that are relevant to us, Mr. Speaker, and addressing poverty, and right inside Longo policy will government, Mr. Speaker, and it's not addressed by one ministry, Mr. Speaker. It's addressed across sectoral ministries, so that in infrastructure or the resource and productive sectors and finance. So it's not that way you say, oh, we're not. We actually have a policy for addressing poverty, Mr. Speaker. As I said, it's implemented across ministries. So there's a lot more other things that are said and asked. He asked probably a very, very important question. So what's transformative about this budget? Well, bleeding from everything that the ministers of the tell him come, sir, they are transformation. And if they are not, to him, then I mean, I say what now is transformation, Mr. Speaker. Serious reforms are being mentioned by ministers that then come under portfolio block, Mr. Speaker. So I realize that it's not 10 o'clock. Oh, yes, just past 9, up 8, yeah? Mr. Speaker. So, sir, I'll by me touch on what the chairman of PACM come up with when we go to the fiscal strategy, sir. But like all other ministries, Mr. Speaker, there are recommendations made directly to the matters coming under the Ministry of Finance. So by me respond that one first time. The 6 recommendations, Mr. Speaker, only 2 recommendations were directed to Minister of Finance and Treasury, mainly on the need to improve public financial management practices through regulations, procurement, training, and procedures and budget processes. 3 recommendations were brought forth under the Office of the Auditor General, mostly to address audit office operations, administration, and also capacity issues. And 1 recommendation is provided under the Office of the Governor General to address the level of operational budget required by the Office of the Governor General. So under recommendation 7, the committee recommends that the Office of the Auditor General discuss immediate options with Ministry of Finance and Treasury, such as prioritizing audit-related payments and consider sustainable solution, such as a special fund for all audit-related revenue and cost as part of the proposed Auditor General new bill that is proposed for the Auditor General's office, Mr. Speaker. So I need to say this, all ministries are subject to the same restrictions, Mr. Speaker, as a result of the reservations since July 2024, and now with the end of the financial year procedures. Treasury, Mr. Speaker, has discussed options with the Office of the Auditor General, including the utilization of Ledger 3, Mr. Speaker, in budget appropriation framework, which caters for earmarked budget support and could possibly be extended to include audit. Now, this recommendation is specifically made towards the 2024 payment issues, Mr. Speaker, and not on the issue of the 2025 appropriation bill that is before this Honourable House, Mr. Speaker. Under recommendation 8, sir, the committee recommends the Ministry of Finance and Treasury that failure to keep proper records in line with responsibilities of accountable and accounting officers is set forth in the Public Financial Management Act should be heavily penalized. So the committee, in fact, proposes amending the Public Financial Management Act to criminalize the intentional disregard for proper record keeping practices, and emphasizing the seriousness of this issue. So this will be part of the review of the Public Financial Management Act, the scope of which is will be developed and implemented in the later part of 2025. Again, Mr. Speaker, this recommendation tries to address the Office of the Auditor General's needs and not the 2025 Appropriation Bill, Mr. Speaker. So under recommendation 9, the committee emphasizes the need for professionally qualified financial controllers and auditors within government to improve public financial management practices. So the committee recommends that the Office of the Auditor General and the Ministry of Finance and the Treasury work together in collaboration with Institute of Solomon Islands Accountants on the implementation of a proposed public sector professional development training center for future development of the accounting and auditing cadre in public service. Sir, this is going to entail a very comprehensive whole of government approach, Mr. Speaker, which will require the collaboration between the Ministry of Finance and Treasury, the Office of the Auditor General, and the Ministry of Public Service to lead these reforms. Training capacity of Solomon Islands Government Accounting Services within Treasury will need to be significantly beefed up with the technical support from our development partners. Now, the recent move to contract financial controllers is a step in the right direction, Mr. Speaker, and this will have to be aligned to the wider public financial management reform roadmap that will be developed in the later part of 2025. So under recommendation 12, the committee recommends a thorough review of the tax exemption process with a focus on transparency, accountability, and ensuring exemptions are used for their purposes. Now, Mr. Speaker, the committee further recommends that the Ministry of Finance and Treasury impose conditions on exemptions granted on verification of payments made and receipt of goods to the applicant to prevent abuse, fraud, and market distortion. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends all exemptions granted and gazetted should also be published in the Ministry of Finance website. So, I have already deliberately, Mr. Speaker, provide detailed information on the review of the exemptions, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I have issued a very lengthy directive to the Exemption Committee on how to improve the exemptions regime, Mr. Speaker. Under the exemption regulation, Part 5, Division 1, states, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Section 810 of the Act, the Minister is required to publish in the Gazette at the end of every period of 3 months details of exemptions granted during that period. And the Regulation 34 states the Control of Customs and Excise shall publish a copy of the information about exemption from import or export duty that is published in the Gazette by the Minister. In addition, Mr. Speaker, all exemptions orders are submitted to the Gazette office for gazetting at the office of the Prime Minister, and once Gazette, Mr. Speaker, it becomes a public document as it reflects national interest. Mr. Speaker, there is no objection, sir, to publicize the exemption orders in a designated website. Sir, the exemptions were awarded based on targeted and intended purposes for exemptions in tourism development, infrastructure developments, and other specific investment projects. Mr. Speaker, they are conditional, that they are not transferable or used for any other purposes, and failing that will invalidate the incentives. Mr. Speaker, the Inland Revenue Division and Customs are sharing data that helps the ROD Customs to reconcile quantum, the right amount of goods, and that the goods reflect what the investors had applied for, Mr. Speaker. And this was done from time to time, and PAC's recommendations will be part of the review next year on the management, Mr. Speaker, of exemptions to prevent it from abuse, Mr. Speaker. And some of the figures that mentioned to the PAC and purportedly coming from Control and the Commission of Inland Revenue, Mr. Speaker, or the figures, yeah, and valuable or the exemptions no more, Mr. Speaker. Whether they utilize him or other, it's a different story. You need to analyze him more. And I've fully at the time explaining this whole matter on the floor of Parliament on a statement, Mr. Speaker, for a period between January to October, only $48 million no more is actually utilized, Mr. Speaker. All others have most of them have expired, and they will apply for extensions, and they will be subject to the normal checks that the exemption committee embryo for them before any extensions are granted, Mr. Speaker. Under recommendation 13, the committee emphasized the need to improve financial management practices across government, including introducing new regulations and undertaking training on the new procurement regulations and procedures to enhance efficiency, transparency, and accountability in public spending. So this will be part of the public financial management reform roadmap to be developed next year, following the public expenditure and financial analysis. So the roadmap will contain a properly planned, coordinated, sequenced, and paced reformed actions that will be implemented in the next 5 to 10 years, Mr. Speaker. So the Ministry of Finance and Treasury is committed to ensure that the draft regulation that is currently with the legislative drafting within the Attorney General's chambers is finalized and approved by the end of this year, Mr. Speaker. And so this regulations supplements Part 6 of the Public Financial Management Act, and in relation to the preparations of the annual budget to enhance and manage resource allocations and accountability in public spending. So maybe a lot of things that you may be concerned about and look here probably will be addressed when we come up with that regulation, Mr. Speaker. Sir, under recommendation 13, sir, under the Office of the Governor General, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance and Treasury review the baseline budget process, particularly for smaller offices like the Office of His Excellency, to ensure that the allocated funds are reflective of the actual operational and developmental needs. Now, this according to the Public Accounts Committee, this would prevent the need for further supplementary budget applications. So the baseline budget formulations is part of Ministry of Finance and Treasury reform areas for improvement. The ministry acknowledges and tries to manage the various budgetary gaps and issues across government agencies against the very, very tight fiscal framework that determined the expenditure envelope. So timely and ongoing communication is important across government agencies, more specifically, especially during budget planning and formulation process. And maybe if you can do that, by probably avoiding a lot of frustrations, Mr. Speaker. So on the question, Mr. Speaker, what's transformational about this budget and whether the government is pursuing any transformational agenda, Mr. Speaker, sir, the government, Mr. Speaker, is fully committed, Mr. Speaker, to implement the budget, of course, this 2025 budget, and setting out a roadmap for Solomon Islands to adapt and thrive in the post-pandemic world, and also, so the government is charting a pathway towards a resilient and sustainable economy through accelerating, accountable, and transformative investments, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the Leader of the Opposition and pick him out to follow word here and make an issue out of them. A contribution blame this morning. So the government believes that unless you be taking transformative actions, Mr. Speaker, we will never move forward. We may never move out of the business as usual and doing of business approach, Mr. Speaker. And what I guess is becoming an issue of debate here, Mr. Speaker, is whether one and Mifal take him come here is transformational. We think we were convinced they are, Mr. Speaker, over the program of Mifal, and that Mr. Speaker is not the way the other side of the House ought to look at, Mr. Speaker. That is why this is why, Mr. Speaker, the government sees it fit for bringing forth a transformative agenda, Mr. Speaker, for changing the business as usual attitude to getting things done by investing in transformational investments in infrastructure, institutional reforms, legislative reforms, and you may have a big long list now. Mr. Speaker, ministries are representing delivery of quality social services and empowerment of our people through creation and of economic and social opportunities. It comes out very, very powerfully, Mr. Speaker, from the contributions below, the interventions below the ministers. The government is also speeding up innovative changes increase productivity, improve access and connectivity in the finish, improve quality and delivery of services, while at the same time build our ability and capacity to withstand, adapt, and cope against domestic and external shocks, leaving a tangible legacy investments for our young Solomon Islanders to use in the years to come, Mr. Speaker. And as rightly pointed out, Mr. Speaker, the theme of the budget is very eye-catching, Mr. Speaker, accelerating transformative investment, a pathway towards a resilient and sustainable economy. And like I said, Mr. Speaker, in introducing this motion, this theme, carved out of nothing, Mr. Speaker. And I think that's a little bit problem, one for issue, one for problem here. We pick the economy in isolation and even just look at it, Mr. Speaker. No, it exists in an environment, Mr. Speaker. There are, we need to address structural, legislative, institutional issues first time before you addressing some of the very, very important points that are raised in Parliament by those people the sort of members who have contributed, Mr. Speaker. So the government's, I'm not shy away, Mr. Speaker, from the economic issues that members of this Honourable House are labouring, which am requiring structural, institutional and legislative reform for me addressing, Mr. Speaker, and we are doing that, Mr. Speaker. It would be completely wrong for anyone to stand in this House to say that the government is doing nothing about them, Mr. Speaker. All the issues that the Leader of the Opposition is raising, Mr. Speaker. And he using more for criticizing the 2025 budget. And I thank those that have given constructive contribution, advice, and support the budget, Mr. Speaker. So I want to, again, like Prime Minister, I want to differ from some of the points, positions that are taken by some of the people on this House. We are, on the contrary, we are, Mr. Speaker. Reforms take time for implemented SME from the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, they take time, and they cross governments as well. You cannot compartmentalize them and say, what now government do? What now government do? What now government? No, Mr. Speaker, this is my 7th term of this House, and Mr. Speaker, and I've seen policies that's basically carried forward from house to house to house to house, Mr. Speaker. And governments, of course, cabinet, to bring some of these things to cabinet them endorsing, and the government in place, and we adopt him what else as policy block. So, true to that commitment, the GNAT government and continue with in addition to all the transformational agendas that we had from all the ministers that contributed, Mr. Speaker, the GNAT government and continue with the transformative agendas led by the former DCGA government, Mr. Speaker, which will revolutionize the way the country is developed when fully realized and implemented. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget will continue to support these transformative agendas, and it would include finalizing the tax reform, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to raise the Leader of Opposition, continue for a raising, Mr. Speaker, which will see the introduction of a broad-based consumption tax modeled on VAT, and the consequential abolishment of a number of taxes, including PAY, goods tax, stamp duties, and other indirect taxes to make our tax system fair and easy to understand and easy to administer, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, bring the cost of government down by spreading the burden of taxes to more people of the country, Mr. Speaker. And I just, like the Leader of Opposition, I'm looking forward as well. 2026, we should bring this act next year, the VAT, and then the introduction, and we should start to introduce him along 2026, Mr. Speaker. And as we tell him already, because we are abolishing PAY. This is a immediate, indirect, immediate pay rise for every employee in this country, because we're shifting the tax from forced. You force you by law, you must pay, to the area of choice. You want them pay more tax, you pay more goods. So it's a fair tax, Mr. Speaker. So I agree with the one. And also, Mr. Speaker, we're finalizing the land reform program to address the number of important objectives, including availing more land for development by opening up the opportunities in the rural area, improving the participation of our people in development, ensuring peace and stability by removing the fear of land deprivation from customary land owning groups who will be willing to allow their land for development, and importantly, Mr. Speaker, instilling confidence in the minds of our valued investors, Mr. Speaker. So these are good things coming for this economy. That's it. The government is also setting in motion a comprehensive reform of the energy sector through the Minister or Deputy Prime Minister, through legislative and energy infrastructure development program, aiming to reduce the cost of electricity in Solomon Islands, which is currently, very killing at 67 cents US per kilowatt hour. Mr. Speaker, the highest in the region, or if not the world, Mr. Speaker. We agree with it. We're not shy away from that. But it's not to say about the government for not addressing this thing. That seems to be what is coming out of this debate, Mr. Speaker. We are addressing it. We are addressing it, Mr. Speaker. The reforms, the transformational reforms that are being undertaken. The government is concerned that our foreign direct investment attraction strategy, Mr. Speaker, is inadequate. And you heard him from the Minister of Commerce, resulting in the country only able to attract investors in the resource extraction sector. I've got a group here, they are attracted by the resources, Mr. Speaker. So we are only able to attract bulldozers and chainsaws and graders or whatever, take him around and take him overseas, Mr. Speaker. We want to put a stop to that, Mr. Speaker, by attracting high-quality investors. I think we heard him from Minister of Commerce, and we appreciate that a piecemeal work on this will do us no good. It must be comprehensive, Mr. Speaker. This is a cross-ministerial task, sir, which must include legislative infrastructure reforms of the key areas of, as mentioned above, Mr. Speaker, and of course the icing on the cake on the strategy is the proposed enactment of the special economic zone legislation, which took years, Mr. Speaker. I was involved, we did 2004 yet, Mr. Speaker, the special economic zone. I was chair of the first committee that was appointed by the former Member of Parliament for Central Gualcana, who was Minister of Commerce then, Mr. Speaker. He appointed me as chair of that committee. And we work on Kasim. We realize it now, Mr. Speaker, that bill will come before the House law next year, and it will just cause magic, Mr. Speaker. That the Minister of Commerce and the Minister of Tourism and others can actually go out and sell investment packages. Right now, we wait until it come in or proposing something new. Now we can go and just land by ready, everything. Then you go and tell them about the island also, or land also, and incentive also available for you. We can go and sell those things and through investment delegations that led by the appropriate ministers. So the government is slowly but steadily shifting from the traditional thinking that the government is everything, and I appreciate this comment that private sector now must need to be frontlining for driving change, Mr. Speaker. And I want to inform this House, the government, Mr. Speaker, is slowly, steadily shifting from the traditional thinking that the government is everything, and without the government, nothing will move in this country that is plaguing us for a long time in the development of the productive sector, Mr. Speaker.
Government Muslim. I think those days must go, Mr. Speaker. There must be new way of thinking now. The new way of thinking now, I fully agree, Mr. Speaker, now is to drive the sector by government partnering with the private sector who are already successful in the sectors, Mr. Speaker. And that's the kind of thinking now we are developing, and we'll be working very closely. Maybe in 2026 budget, we should see a change in the way you may supporting developing the productive sector, Mr. Speaker. And this model, sir, will be further developed and reflected in the 2026 budget, as Mr. Alim importantly, of course, the recapitalization of DBSI and reviewing of its lending terms will be an important strategy, Mr. Speaker, in this approach, sir. So, also the ongoing reform of the structure of our government system is a very important peace strategy, Mr. Speaker, and our people must have a say in how we would like to structure our government, something which we are not able to do in 1978, of course, Mr. Speaker. So that process go wait. But of course, the Ministry of Provincial Government, as announced as Minister of Prime Minister Tatalim Kam, they are advancing the revenue sharing policy, which is by Lulu Cabinet by Lulu Bulhem, Mr. Speaker, when it's finally brought. It was brought last time in the DCJ Cabinet, Mr. Speaker, but I defer it because I'm not clear to me, Mr. Speaker. We could. It's not just a question of putting go financial resources go to province. What kind functions now must go to, Mr. Speaker? No, we retaining functions here, and then Selen go to that, and we find ourselves caught out, Mr. Speaker. So those important questions like that now needs to be cabinet need to be fully briefed for him, so they be comfortable when we put him go. Resources they go to provincial governments. You know, hanging we are deprived of revenue, but maintain the functions of the national government, Mr. Speaker. So the government, Mr. Speaker, is allocating nearly 1/3 of the development budget towards the participation of the rural population in development, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the transformational change here, Mr. Speaker, we're doing. The responsibility to ensure that this fund is properly used. We heard from the Minister of Environment, tell him come today. And achieving the national objective is vested on each and every member of this honorable House, Mr. Speaker. You know, some also in that's this one. So you may, so if nothing happened over the constituency below you, and then we only have ourselves to blame, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the active participation of our people relating to the land block, or the resources block, you know. So this is a strategy by the government, and when we fully develop this thing, Mr. Speaker, the idea, sir, is to actually decentralize public offices down to the rural area, Mr. Speaker, especially our productive and resource sectors. They need to be right very close to the people where the cocoas are planted, the covers, and like this, so they can go and give hands-on advice, not stop at the provincial headquarters and giving extension service their advice, Mr. Speaker. That's the long-term development. When this thing is fully developed, Mr. Speaker, we should see public offices in the relevant sectors go down and base low provinces, route down to the constituency levels, Mr. Speaker. So, this budget, is an expansionary budget, and our fiscal stance, Mr. Speaker, is in line with our overarching objective, Mr. Speaker, and that is to increase investments in key infrastructure, promote economic diversification and transformational economic growth, and strengthen and improve service delivery to our people, sir. Mr. Speaker, the government, as you may finished, Mr. Speaker, and some questions have raised, this one as to how now we fund him.
Mr. Speaker, in planning as is known now in this House, Mr. Speaker, a budget deficit of 1.274 billion in 2025, with a total consolidated revenue estimates of 3.877 billion and a total expenditure of 5.152 billion. And Mr. Speaker, the government is bringing a total consolidated expenditure of 5.152 billion, and that consists of $4.099 billion in recurrent expenditure and 1.053 billion in development expenditures, and a total of 20 million is also budgeted as a contingency or warrant provision for 2025, Mr. Speaker. As usual, Mr. Speaker, and this is customary in this House that before the presentations of budget, and we go with the analysis of both domestic and global economy, so that you may appreciate in the context in which the budget by me implemented, Mr. Speaker. So this budget deficit 1.274 million in 2025. I want to assure in this House, Mr. Speaker, that I'm confident and of course optimistic that the government will be able to manage the fiscal situation in 2025, given the following measures, Mr. Speaker. The government, as is known, moving this motion, Mr. Speaker, we will already secure 817 million from our development partners and external borrowing. And these are our traditional partners, Mr. Speaker, we immediately deal with them all the time. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to loan, Mr. Speaker, from our multilateral partners, and the terms MSM come yet, Mr. Speaker, 1%, 10-year grace period, Mr. Speaker, and 40 years repayment period. So the terms belong over the loans that immediately came here, Mr. Speaker. So yes, we have secured 870 million from our development partners with and external borrowing. We also, Mr. Speaker, price and yield of government bonds will be okay. There's a question there, Mr. Speaker. Market determinant instead of being fixed as current practice. Now that will involve consultations and negotiation of the bid and Mr. Speaker, longer security market blame. You may not fix it, price blame. You bid high or whatever, Mr. Speaker, you may sell and go up. So the Ministry as well by any floating treasury bill regularly with various maturities to meet the demand from investors who prefer to stick to short-term, giving them options to reinvest to suit their investment plan. So you need some flexibility there, Mr. Speaker. So the government is confident of raising $300 million in domestic bonds to support the financing of the development budget that will generate more employment, increase economic activity, and therefore strengthens our nominal GDP, Mr. Speaker. So government is also planning to implement additional revenue measures during the year, which will include review of the non-tax revenue sources, Mr. Speaker. A high-powered committee, task force established already like this one, Mr. Speaker, and will start work straight New Year to look at reviewing the non-tax revenue sources, and we across a number of ministries that what collecting what non-tax revenue here. The exercise regime, of course, will be reviewed. We are reviewing the mining tax MOU agreements, Mr. Speaker. That is going ahead. What the Economic Reform Unit of Ministry of Finance are really working on the proposed new clauses with the Attorney General's chambers. Mr. Speaker, by me, one by happen because they are in agreements. Mr. Speaker, by me sit down and with him more. Now my consultations with some of them, Mr. Speaker, I have not really got any problem for him to review this one and the way this the thing is worded. Mr. Speaker, and give them exemptions forever. Some for them go for full life of the mine, Mr. Speaker. So we went back to them and said, no, it should be maybe cutting the commercial production period. That's where you stop all of that one. So preliminary talks with some of them. I got no government issue with them. So we will, as soon as those suggested clauses are ready, I will sit down and talk with him about mining companies. We will be looking at introducing the Lekona tax, Mr. Speaker. That's also 30 to $40 million industry is untaxed. That's one. We're increasing the export duty on gold exports. Determined value schedule for logs. That one more, Mr. Speaker. We strengthening the monitoring of logging operation and revenue collections conducted by various key enforcement agencies. Now the leader of the opposition and me raise him about them, said he should tax him nickel export, bauxite exports. Yes, we are doing it in 2025, Mr. Speaker. We reintroduced the export duty on bauxite and nickel, of course, and emulsion. And me already presenting that whole matter that those those second readings. I when we go through them again. But I think the leader of opposition was not in Parliament when we touched in that whole area along the presentations of the second reading, Mr. Speaker. So not only that, but the government will also be taking additional measures to ensure funding is made available when required, Mr. Speaker. We carry out ongoing dialogue with our development partners to secure additional development financing funds. We fully appreciate, Mr. Speaker, the comments raised by the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker, on the assistance from our development partners, Mr. Speaker. As you see the way the budget is presented, you go back again to the left side of the one, you presenting by way of memorandum, Mr. Speaker, the contributions from our development partners along funding the development, the budget, but of course they are not appropriated, Mr. Speaker. But as touched on by the Prime Minister, it's a very challenging something. It's not new, Mr. Speaker. The first budget that we presented the Solomon Islands Alliance for Change government, which, when the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee was my permanent secretary, Mr. Speaker. MIFA also providing the left-hand information, low budget, and the memorandum on what our development partners are contributing. Even go back to that. We feel that information is very important for Parliament. So you may go back to that one. Now, whether we successfully asking more development partners, believe me, for putting Jerusalem lower inside consolidated welcome instead of revenue or any appropriating is is something that is yes to be one, and maybe we will continue for discuss with you more or the development partners. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we strengthened the compliance of Inland Revenue Division and Customs, as me touched on earlier, including exemptions, implementation of additional revenue measures. On the expenditure side, Mr. Speaker, the government will strengthen its due diligence on the quality of expenditure and ensure value for money principle is applied, and we will carry out a media budget review on Somaliland's government revenue and expenditures, and prioritize the key government priorities accordingly, Mr. Speaker. So we fully appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that the managing the budget and well, there's a lot of risks associated, Mr. Speaker, with the implementation of the budget, and I shared the outlook for the year. During this in my budget speech, and some risks on the horizon, including, Mr. Speaker, the tension in the Eastern Europe and Arab countries. And so we will be monitoring the domestic and the external situation and the risk for our economy closely, risks in terms of growth, fiscal situation, and budget, Mr. Speaker. So if the situation worsens, we will not hesitate, Mr. Speaker, to take further actions to protect our economy, Mr. Speaker, for our economy, our people, and in business, as there are provisions in the Public Financial Management Act to deal with the situations that may arise, Mr. Speaker. So I don't want to bore you any further, Mr. Speaker, but in conclusions, I would like to reiterate the call that I made, Mr. Speaker, and appeal to all citizens of our beloved country, chiefs, church, and community leaders, non-government organizations and civil society organizations, premiers and members of provincial assemblies, public servants, and the general populace of Solomon Islands, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the 50 members of this House, on both sides of this House, Mr. Speaker, to support the government and the work partnership to lay the foundations for recovery, growth, and prosperity in our country, Mr. Speaker. And we cannot what political instability can do to any economy, Mr. Speaker, and we see what political stability can do for the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker, despite the challenges that we may come through, Mr. Speaker, as a country, the government remained steadfast, committed to one dream, and we just see the outcome, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there's a statement was made by the member for East Ararik, Lord the infrastructures that you know, or the games and that you want him, quoting a statement, I think, from the former Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I don't know, the last 5 years, no easy time, Mr. Speaker. All the border closed, export no go, and all these things, Mr. Speaker. The borders are closed, economy is basically, and it take us probably 1 to 3 years into the one before we start opening borders. By the time we do that, we go for elections already. I don't know where this country would be without what a major infrastructure development that them come into this country, Mr. Speaker. Get employments going, Mr. Speaker, and the monies that actually come into this country, Mr. Speaker, are treated as indirect export earning, low country, Mr. Speaker. So It helped to float this economy, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where this country would be without these big developments that you be looking, Mr. Speaker. So I think that's all me want to tell you, and I thank everyone on both sides of the House that contributed to this debate, Mr. Speaker. What is left now, as rightly pointed out, Mr. Speaker, is implementation of this budget of 2025. I mean, requiring the commitment of each and every ministers who are responsible for this whole budget. We call on our permanent secretaries as well, work with him with ministers Lokata, so that he may implementing this whole budget and addressing our development needs for country, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and me commending this whole bill to the House, and we call for support. I got already commitment, Mr. Speaker. I got a commitment from the other side already about supporting this whole budget. I think we can be comforted by this. Mr. Speaker, with that, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Will those in favour say aye? Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the 2025 Appropriation Bill 2024 has been read a second time, and in accordance with Standing Order 62.2, now stands committed to the Committee of Supply. Honourable members, in accordance with the earlier resolution of this House and pursuant to Standing Order 10.5, the House is now adjourned until 9:30 a.m. Wednesday, 11th December 2024.